The overarching premise is that in their previous life, Sirius and Remus were together during their school years, only to part ways after Sirius was imprisoned, and they never reconciled upon his release. Draco harbored a secret affection for Harry during their school days but lacked the courage to confess his feelings. After Harry married Ginny, he could only express his blessings. In this tale of rebirth, one Sirius Black collapses amidst the veil and upon opening his eyes, finds himself transported back to October 31st, 1981. James is still deceased, and Sirius mourns amidst the ruins. Fortunately, Harry Potter has yet to be sent to his aunt's home, allowing Sirius the opportunity to become a worthy godfather and mend his relationship with Remus. Fate has granted him a chance to care for his beloved and his godson, bestowing upon him the fruits of their love, as the four of them embark on a journey toward happiness. 2. Draco is reborn at Harry Potter's funeral, awakening on the train to Hogwarts in his first year. His foremost task is to protect Harry Potter and save the Malfoy family. What? You say that I have a childhood bond with the scarred one? Ha! No one ever claimed that one's beloved would reciprocate affection upon rebirth. 3. Grindelwald, witnessing Albus's demise from his tower, can hardly accept it. Thus, he escapes to rescue his former lover. Dumbledore is reluctant to admit it, but he finds himself once again enamored with Gellert. Are sweet words merely sugar-coated artillery? How shall the centenarian navigate his twilight years? Chapter 1. Rebirth. 1981. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky as Sirius raced toward Godric's Hollow on his motorcycle. Faster, faster. James, Lily. Breaking through the clouds, Sirius finally discerned the devastation below. Only ruins remained. He was too late. Even with a second chance at life, he could not save his two dear friends. Stumbling into the house, he found James's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, a scene eerily reminiscent of his previous life. Suddenly, he struggled to distinguish between illusion and reality. Just an hour ago, Sirius had awakened from a coma, his memories halting at the moment he was struck by Bella's curse, collapsing amidst the veil of mysteries. Harry, Remus. A torrent of memories surged forth, causing Sirius's head to throb painfully. He forced his eyes open, the room's furnishings both familiar and strange, resembling the apartment he once shared with Remus. Sirius stared blankly at his youthful reflection in the mirror before shifting his gaze to the Daily Prophet on the table. Death Eaters, Voldemort, the wizarding world engulfed in turmoil. The glaring date reminded him that he had returned to 1981. This was a day forever etched in his memory. Voldemort had come for the Potter's cursed traitor. Sirius donned his outer robe, the last piece of matching attire he shared with Remus. In his previous life after escaping Azkaban, they had not rekindled their romantic relationship. The circumstances were tense, leaving little room for love. He felt unworthy of Remus due to his past distrust, and Remus seemed quite close to Tonks. Perhaps it was for the best. He had been a fugitive, unworthy of bringing happiness to Remus. Suppressing the bitterness within, Sirius mounted his flying motorcycle, soaring toward Godric's Hollow. Time was of the essence. Voldemort had already arrived, and James and Lily's bodies were growing cold. Tears streamed down his face as Sirius clutched James's lifeless form, overcome with grief. Did Merlin grant him a second chance merely to endure the pain once more? Suddenly, a piercing wail snapped him back to reality. Tears hung in his eyes as his pupils dilated. He still had Harry. Sirius stumbled up the staircase. The bedroom door had long been blasted open by dark magic. Lily's body lay on the floor as the boy in the crib wailed, his green eyes brimming with tears, reaching out with pudgy arms for comfort. Upon seeing his visitor, Sirius scooped up the crying child, awkwardly patting his back. Harry gradually ceased his tears in the familiar embrace. The familiar lightning-shaped scar reappeared on the poor boy's forehead, and Sirius finally grasped the weight of his rebirth's greatest responsibility. He must raise Harry himself, providing him with a joyful childhood and a loving family. His mind raced, urgently strategizing to clear his name of murder, for he must care for Harry with a clean conscience. Hagrid should be arriving soon. He would take Harry away, and Sirius needed to clarify everything with Dumbledore while ensuring that Peter did not escape. Sirius could not pursue Peter himself. He feared his anger would allow the traitor to flee once more. Patronus. A silvery wolfhound emerged from his wand. Remus, do whatever it takes to stall Peter. He is James's secret keeper and is responsible for the Potter's demise. I speak the truth, and I swear it on our years of friendship and love. The wolfhound affectionately nuzzled Harry's cherubic face before turning to the distance. Sirius? Hagrid, the half-giant, arrived just as expected, his expression one of confusion. He had heard every word Sirius uttered. I will accompany you to see Dumbledore. I will explain everything, Sirius stated with unwavering resolve. The motorcycle's hum resumed as Dumbledore awaited them at the end of Privet Drive. Are you truly going to leave Harry with Muggles, Albus? McGonagall asked, furrowing her brow in disapproval. That is the best protection for him, Minerva, Dumbledore replied with a heavy sigh. The events of the day weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. We have arrived, Dumbledore, Hagrid said as he brought the motorcycle to a halt, with Sirius and Harry seated behind him. Dumbledore paused, startled. He had not anticipated Sirius's presence. To him, this man was a traitor who had betrayed the Potters. Why would he dare stand before him? Was he seeking redemption? Before Dumbledore could react, McGonagall was already on guard, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she raised her wand hand over Harry. Sirius took a deep breath. He understood that in the eyes of his two mentors, he was a traitor, but he had to clarify his position. Use Veritaserum, or any method you wish. I must prove that I did not betray James and Lily. I apologize, Dumbledore. James and I conspired behind your back to change the secret keeper to Peter Pettigrew. He sold the Potter's address and is now attempting to flee. Sirius struggled to articulate the lengthy explanation, gripping Harry tighter, observing the shock on their faces as he continued, I am Harry's godfather. I could never betray James. His voice faltered, feeling powerless as he sought a chance to defend himself in Wizengamot. Sirius lowered his thick lashes, trying to find the words when Dumbledore spoke. Then where is Peter now? Sirius's eyes widened as he met Dumbledore's warm blue gaze, which silently conveyed, I believe you. We cannot allow the true culprit to escape, can we? In a Muggle pub, Remus held Peter's arm, his expression one of sorrow and disbelief. How could this be, Wormtail? Bigfoot has betrayed us. Wormtail had long contemplated fleeing, yet the full moon's grip on him prevented escape. He could not afford to reveal any hint of suspicion. The werewolf was far too astute, and should he detect a flaw, his demise would be inevitable. I too find it hard to believe. Yet this is the undeniable truth. Remus, with his usual cautious tone. Peter feigned a mixture of indignation and sorrow. The moon-faced bartender poured another round of drinks for the two, murmuring, what shall we do next? And what about Harry? He is still so very young. Peter began to fidget restlessly, contemplating the possibility of getting Remus thoroughly intoxicated before making his escape, yet he was equally fearful of Sirius arriving to exact his vengeance. The strength of this werewolf was formidable. Observing Remus in a state of inebriation, Peter's mind began to devise a plan. After all, he couldn't overpower the moon-faced man in his right mind. Was he not at a disadvantage? While dazed? Moreover, his objective was to flee, allowing Sirius to bear the brunt of his crimes. Lost in thought, Peter's free hand had already found its way to his wand tucked away in his pocket. With a single incantation, he could vanish into thin air. All petrified. Before Peter could make his move, Remus uttered the spell first, and upon witnessing Peter draw his wand, a chill gripped his heart. Initially, Remus had been somewhat skeptical of Sirius's words, given their mutual doubts and suspicions had lingered for some time, but he had nonetheless heeded his counsel and sought out Peter. After all, Sirius had sworn upon their friendship and love, a promise never made before. To the very least, they deserved the opportunity for a face-off. Remus mused. If Peter were innocent, he would naturally share in the outrage and anguish. Contemplating how to protect Harry and confront the future, however, Peter had been evasive, his gaze wandering, fixated on the entrance. Feigning drunkenness, Remus observed Peter's next move, his wand now discreetly concealed within his sleeve. Bang! The tavern door swung open. Sirius entered, cradling Harry, followed closely by Dumbledore and McGonagall, while Hagrid stood guard outside. Upon seeing Peter, now petrified, Sirius breathed a great sigh of relief, but upon meeting Remus's anguished gaze, a tide of sorrow washed over him. Thank you, Remus, for still believing in me. Sirius embraced his beloved. Remus gently returned the embrace, his voice trembling. Peter intends to cast a spell on me. He is the one who betrayed James and Lily, is he not? Sirius tightened his grip around Remus's waist, responding with a low, affirmative hum. Yes. A soft whimper escaped them, and they quickly separated, having held each other too tightly and inadvertently squashing the infant Harry in their embrace. Ahem, the greatest of wizards interjected, drawing their attention. Is it not imperative that we escort Peter to the Ministry of Magic? I believe you still need to testify, Sirius. Under the petrifying spell, Peter feebly managed to turn one eye, panic coursing through him like wildfire. Chapter 2, A New Home. In the vicinity of the courtroom, a throng of individuals gathered, with journalists wielding their cameras, eagerly anticipating the impending major news. Who had betrayed the Potter family? Numerous former members of the Order of the Phoenix jostled at the entrance, prompting the Ministry of Magic to dispatch orders to maintain order. Remus held a slumbering Harry in his arms, maneuvering through the crowd. At this moment, he was immensely grateful for his proficiency in the silencing charm. As the child showed no signs of waking, Remus lowered his gaze, fixated on the lightning-shaped scar upon Harry's forehead. A constant reminder that his two closest friends were no longer alive. The last remaining friends in his life were inside, facing off against one another. How had things spiraled into such chaos? Remus pondered, perplexed. Oh, Remus, you brought Harry along? A low voice broke through his thoughts, and upon looking up, he recognized a former member of the Order, offering a faint smile in return. Indeed, I could hardly leave the little fellow at home by himself. The individual furrowed their brow, continuing, But he is currently in the eye of the storm. Isn't that somewhat unsafe? Fear not. I've cast a confundus charm on Harry. He'll go unnoticed unless someone looks closely, Remus reassured. The individual sighed in relief, realizing that it was only because they had noticed Remus with a child that they could deduce it was the famed Harry Potter. Is it true that Sirius insisted Peter was the secret keeper? Remus remained silent, still looking down. What a thankless wretch. James's kindness towards him was evident. And yet he chose to ally himself with the Dark Lord. Could it be possible that Sirius is lying? The individual mused aloud, turning to discuss with a companion. While Remus chose not to engage. Deep down he believed in Sirius, but regardless, only one of Wormtail or Padfoot could emerge alive. The sharp end of the fork had long since met its demise. The Marauders would forever reside in the annals of memory. Bang! The doors swung open, and Sirius, clad in a black cloak, strode forth triumphantly. He had won. The truth serum had laid Peter's crimes bare. The eager reporters surged forward, encircling him. Remus carefully maneuvered Harry away from the crowd. The little one had awakened, raising his chubby hands and grinning at Remus with innocent delight. Mr. Black. What was the final verdict? Mr. Black. Did Wormtail betray Mr. Potter? Mr. Black. Why did you ultimately choose Peter as the secret keeper? Sirius swatted away the intrusive cameras encroaching upon his face, tersely stating, if you have questions, direct them to that traitor. He will pay the price in Azkaban. As soon as he finished speaking, Peter, shackled and cowering, was thrust into the public eye, flanked by stern-faced Aurors. The reporters surged once more, their cameras flashing incessantly. While Peter shrank back, stammering and unwilling to utter a word, the crowd began to berate him, hurling insults, and the Aurors were compelled to restore order. Yet this did not concern Sirius. He swiftly approached Remus, a smile finally gracing his face. All right, let us head home. Harry must be fed. Remus's cheeks flushed slightly. Although no one was paying them any heed, he still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Food. Harry waved his little arms, grinning widely. His adorable antics softening the hearts of both men. Very well, we shall return home. Sirius took Harry into his arms, grasping Remus's hand as they walked towards new beginnings, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having secured Harry's custody. Initially, Dumbledore had vehemently opposed it, believing that Harry required the protection of blood magic. However, Sirius argued fervently, asserting that Lily's sister would never treat Harry kindly. She loathed everything about the wizarding world. Moreover, as Harry's godfather, he rightfully deserved custody. The eventual consensus was that Remus managed to calm his explosive large black dog, and Dumbledore acquiesced to Sirius's guardianship of Harry, though stipulating that he must spend 2 nights a week at Harry's aunt's house to maintain the efficacy of the blood magic. They returned to the apartment they had rented upon graduation, initially funded by Sirius, who had insisted on Remus living with him. Frankly, it was a brilliant idea, and Sirius applauded his past self. Standing in the center of the living room, Sirius reminisced about the days gone by, still feeling sweet and proud. When he had just returned from the dead, he felt somewhat out of place, having been away from Remus for what felt like an eternity. Furthermore, Remus would eventually have a girlfriend. There were so many chaotic matters to address. Confronting Peter, managing Lily and James's affairs, and learning to care for Harry. Sirius pressed his forehead in anguish, sitting beside Harry's crib. What's wrong? Not feeling well? A gentle voice reached his ears as Remus approached from behind, skillfully massaging his temples, leaning down to plant a kiss on his cheek. Is it any better? Sirius jolted, his body stiffening. Merlin's trousers. It had been ages since he had shared such intimacy with Remus. Remus looked at him quizzically before a realization dawned upon him. Are you still bothered by our mutual suspicion? Sirius, recognizing the hint of hurt in Remus's tone, quickly sought to defend himself. Of course not. I just worried you'd disappoint me. Remus chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Sirius's hair, snugly nestling against him. Just what? Are you planning to break up with me? Impossible. Sirius's tone rose sharply. I'd rather die than part ways with you. Hey, keep it down, you foolish dog. Remus playfully smacked his chest, turning nervously to check on Harry, who was still sleeping peacefully, making soft sounds as the moon-faced uncle lulled him back to slumber. Remus exhaled in relief, then turned to deliver a gentle elbow to his nearly troublesome dog. Sirius pouted, casting a silencing charm on himself, only to be met with Remus's disapproving gaze. You shouldn't have done that. You know how difficult it is to get Harry to sleep. As soon as the words left his mouth, both men fell silent. Previously, it had been solely James and Lily's responsibility. The godfather and uncle merely needed to play. Now they were tasked with caring for everything. I will take good care of him. Sirius tightened his grip around Remus's waist. I know. Then, would you be willing to assist me? Sirius's voice trembled. Still haunted by his fears, the intertwining memories of past and present filling him with apprehension at the thought of disappointing Remus. Sirius harbored no regrets for his actions. The only two burdens he carried were for Harry and Remus. Harry was still an oblivious child, yet he had undeniably hurt Remus deeply. Reflecting on the foolish words he had uttered, Sirius buried his head in Remus's shoulder, chastising himself for allowing his unusual behavior to cast doubt on his beloved, leaving Remus isolated in this world. No wonder Remus had later chosen Tonks. Remus's puzzled voice shattered Sirius's spiraling guilt. What else could it be? I'm not just your boyfriend, I'm also a friend of James and Lily, so naturally, I should help you care for Harry. If he left the reckless Padfoot to raise a child alone, Remus feared that Lily would be up in heaven, scolding him. The words jolted Sirius from his thoughts, and he raised his head abruptly. Indeed, Remus is now his boyfriend, not someone else's, and he has not abandoned either him or Harry. Remy, you are truly wonderful. The clear-minded Sirius nuzzled against his boyfriend's shoulder, excitedly nipping at his neck. Foolish dog. Foolish dog. The memory abruptly halted as his boyfriend called out to him. Put Harry down. What are you daydreaming about? The child is about to cry. Oh. Sirius snapped back to reality, only to discover that the little one in his arms had puffed up his cheeks in displeasure from being ignored. Oh dear naughty. Not playing with Harry. The little tyke, just over a year old, still struggled with his words. Yet his adorable, babyish demeanor was utterly charming, prompting Sirius to poke at his chubby cheeks. Wow. Little Harry finally began to cry, flailing in his godfather's embrace. Remus looked on with a furrowed brow, genuinely concerned if he would return from the full moon to find a well-preserved little fork. He stepped forward to take Harry back, gently rocking him, and signaled for Sirius to bring over the prepared bottle. Good baby Harry, time for your milk. The little one clutched the bottle eagerly, his cheeks flushed, and Remus's eyes sparkled with joy. Their Harry was indeed the most precious baby. Sirius's gaze softened as he reveled in the thought that Harry would no longer be bullied by the Dursleys. Even though they had to visit their home weekly, he would accompany him and ensure that those wretches were silenced with money. By the way, Remy, Dumbledore wrote to say we should move to Grindelwald Place. The Black family home has protective magic, making it safer for Harry. All right. The Bigfoot, the moon-faced one, and the little pointed fork formed a new family. Chapter 3. The Black family home. Cough cough. Sirius found himself engulfed in dust within his ancestral home, which had been neglected for far too long. The only house elf was disobedient, leaving Sirius to take it upon himself to clean. After finally finishing one room, he collapsed onto the carpet in his chosen space for himself and Remus, planning to find a room with the best light for Harry. Regaining his composure, Sirius stood up, determined to continue cleaning the hallway of dust and the ominous dark artifacts. He muttered to himself, I can't let little Harry be frightened by these. As he cleared the nameplate on a door, the letters R, A, B, caught his eye. It was Regulus's room. Sirius bit his lip. In his past life, he never had the chance to see his brother again, and he wondered if he would ever find him in this life. He raised his hand, hesitated, then turned away, knowing there were better rooms for Harry. Oh sweetheart, are you hungry? Remus gently scooped up the crying little fork from the crib, expertly inserting the bottle. During this time, he and Sirius had become increasingly adept at caring for the child. With a tender smile, Remus wiped away Harry's tears, marveling at how soft a child's skin is. All done? Come on, Uncle Moonface will help you burp. Burp. The satisfied little one beamed back at him, giggling in delight. And Remus felt his heart melt at the sight. In the kitchen, creamy corn chowder simmered, and Remus placed Harry in his high chair, wheeling him to the kitchen door. Flying bear. His wand animated a plush bear, making it dance around Harry, and Remus pinched the little face, saying, Such fun, dear. Uncle is off to prepare dinner. The cozy apartment was filled with warmth as Remus hummed a tune, occasionally glancing back to tease Harry. As Sirius entered, he was greeted by this heartwarming scene. Instantly shedding his fatigue, I'm back, little fork baby Remy. Familiar arms wrapped around his waist, and Remus chuckled as Sirius's hair tickled him. Get off. Dinner will be ready soon. Go play with Harry. Sirius playfully embraced Remus's waist, and after receiving a kiss, reluctantly let go, leaning down to give Harry a loud smooch. Did you miss me, baby Harry? Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Harry's unclear shouts and flailing limbs perfectly expressed his excitement upon seeing his godfather. Flying. Flying. The little fork is flying. Sirius lifted Harry under his arms. Ha ha hee hee. Harry laughed, his eyes disappearing in joy, revealing a few newly grown white teeth. He adored the flying game. How is the cleaning coming along? Remus asked as he took the bowl of soup that Sirius had prepared. Almost done. Tomorrow. We can finish up and move in. Are you excited about the move, Harry? Sirius pinched the little one's cheek. Excited? Do you know what moving means? Just excitement? Remus chuckled helplessly. The bond between the godfather and his godson was truly remarkable. By the way, Remy, once we move back, I need your help with something. What? I intend to enter the ministry, you know. The Black Estate has several businesses that need managing, and you know I'm utterly clueless about these matters. Sirius's expression grew serious. But I'm a werewolf. Would they be willing to do business with me? Remus frowned, initially planning to pursue freelance work, like selling chocolates or submitting articles, as only such endeavors would not discriminate against werewolves. Ha! Those folks only care about money. I know you, Remy. You excel at everything. Sirius set down his utensils and took Remus's hands earnestly. Besides, only by continuing these businesses can we provide a better life for Harry, right? Remus bit his lip, still harboring some reservations. He certainly aspired to achieve great things, but the rejections he faced upon graduation still haunted him, and he couldn't help but feel inferior due to his werewolf status. Please, Remy. Sirius employed his irresistible puppy eyes, fully aware of his lover's concerns. He did not want Remus to remain in the shadows. He knew Remus could excel at this, needing only a gentle nudge. As for whether people would criticize Remus, a wicked thought crossed Sirius's mind. He would find a way to silence them. Ultimately, Remus agreed to give it a try, and Sirius beamed with joy, leaning over Harry to plant a kiss on Remus. Yay! Harry protested, waving his little fork, attempting to draw the adult's attention to himself. Don't squish me. Moving was indeed labor-intensive, even with a wand. The primary challenge lay in Harry's overwhelming curiosity about their new home. One moment of distraction saw him crawling about with his tiny arms and legs, leaving both Sirius and Remus utterly exhausted. Weren't you just saying the place was nearly ready? Remus shot a fierce glare at Sirius. The house may have been dust-free, but it was littered with too many hazardous items unsuitable for a child. Just as he witnessed Harry attempting to shove an unidentified dark artifact into his mouth, the frazzled father finally exploded. Take Harry upstairs. You foolish dog, I need to tidy this place up properly. Sirius sheepishly carried the little one into the nursery, both he and Harry holding their breath. Sirius wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, musing that Remus was increasingly embodying Lily's spirit. This is the kitchen? So small? After finishing the living room, Remus attempted to prepare pumpkin puree for Harry only to find the kitchen too cramped to stand comfortably, resorting to a few spells for repairs. What a pity, the esteemed Black family has a werewolf move-in. A deep voice resonated, and Remus turned towards the sound, suddenly recalling that Sirius had a house elf. No wonder the kitchen was so cramped. It was clearly not designed for human use. What is your name? Remus inquired, resting his arm on his knee and smiling at the small creature with the prominent nose. Creature would never heed the words of a werewolf. A werewolf, a half-blood, had tarnished the pure bloodline of the Blacks. Watching the elf muttering to itself in a corner, seemingly preoccupied with some task, Remus couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps this antiquated fellow wouldn't be of much assistance after all. Little Fork, enjoy your pumpkin puree. The once eerie and foreboding Black family home was transformed, as Sirius and Remus gathered around Harry in the living room, where little Harry relished his favorite pumpkin dish, beaming with sweet happiness. Chapter 4. Congratulations, sir. You are going to be a father. Today marked Harry's second birthday. Sirius and Remus rose early, adorning their home with a festive atmosphere. Harry dear, it's time to wake up. The large foot gently patted the cherubic face of his godson, eliciting a hearty laugh upon meeting the drowsy green eyes. Happy birthday, little Fork. Little Harry rubbed his eyes, and upon seeing his godfather's smile, he joined in the laughter. Sirius picked up Harry and opened the door, only to be greeted by a shower of colorful streamers from Remus. Happy second birthday, Harry dear. Harry joyfully reached out to grasp the floating streamers. He was 2 years old. Now let's see what birthday gifts await this year. The three of them settled in front of a pile of presents. Remus gifted a set of custom model toys, a deer, a wolf, and a dog. Harry picked up the dog model and placed it before his godfather. Bigfoot. Sirius responded with a grin, enthusiastically promoting his own gift, a flying broomstick. Wow. Harry's eyes sparkled as he turned to Remus. Can I play with it? You may. But only indoors, Remus replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Long live moon face. Little Harry cheered, holding the broomstick aloft and climbing into Remus's embrace for a kiss. Hagrid also sent a gift, a wooden carving of a dragon. Harry, eager to take a bite, was stopped by his godfather. Dumbledore had also sent a present, A pair of hand-knitted woolen socks, warm to the touch. Time to cut the cake, Harry. Make a wish. Bigfoot and Moonface surrounded Harry, who donned a birthday hat, before a cake lovingly crafted by Sirius and Remus. Huff. Harry blew out the candles, laughing and clapping his hands, as Sirius playfully smeared a bit of cream on Harry's face. You have a long beard now. Remus looked on, a warm glow of happiness swelling within him. James, Lily, and Harry were so blissfully content. However, Remus felt his eyelids growing heavy, and with a sudden thud, he collapsed onto the table unconscious. Remus! What's wrong? Sirius exclaimed in alarm, lifting Remus's body, unable to rouse him no matter how he called. Biting his lip to maintain composure, he summoned the harness he usually used to carry Harry and secured him before lifting Remus in his arms, hastening out of the house. Harry, don't be afraid. Sirius managed to reassure his clearly distressed godson, his grip on the motorcycle trembling. At St. Mungo's, outside the emergency ward, Sirius held Harry, who gazed wide-eyed and resolute, refusing to shed a tear. Merlin, please let Remus be all right. Guilt washed over Sirius. He should have been more attentive. Remus often concealed his pain, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. Just then, the door to the examination room swung open, and a red-haired female doctor emerged. Sirius straightened, holding Harry's small hand as they awaited her verdict. The doctor removed her mask, a joyful expression gracing her features. Congratulations, sir. You are going to be a father. Only after this revelation did she notice Harry in Sirius's arms, adding with a smile, oh, it seems you already have a child. Congratulations on expecting another little one. For a moment, Sirius was rendered speechless, then his eyes widened in astonishment as he leapt to his feet. What did you say? My partner is a man. This was a certainty. He had explored every inch of Remus, and did so daily. Some wizards could indeed bear children, depending on the compatibility of their magical essences. The witch, sensing his disbelief, explained pregnancy can be taxing, particularly for him. Has he been staying up late? His fainting could be due to a lack of vitality. But you already have a child, right? How could you not know this? The witch's gaze turned skeptical, recalling the marital status noted on the medical record. You seem remarkably unconcerned for your partner. Under the weight of her scrutiny, Sirius explained, this is my godson. We haven't had children before. I see. There are many considerations for a first pregnancy, especially for a wizard. Come with me to my office to collect a pamphlet of guidelines. When will he wake up? Sirius inquired softly. I just performed a healing spell. He should wake up after a good rest, but I recommend keeping him under observation for a day. Reluctantly, Harry clung to the window, his small face pressed against the glass, clearly anxious about Remus. The witch raised an eyebrow at the sight of Harry's tiny shoes tapping anxiously on the floor. Mr. Black, I must remind you that it's not only your partner who needs attention. The baby growing inside him is also in need of care. As Sirius emerged from the whirlpool of worry that Remus would be fine, the realization struck him. Merlin, he and Remus were going to have a child. Harry tilted his head, pondering the notion that Remus was carrying a baby, and asked, am I going to be a big brother? Harry, Remus is pregnant. Hooray. You're going to be a big brother. Sirius exclaimed, lifting Harry and twirling him around the corridor in exuberant delight. Big brother. Big brother. Harry echoed, joining in the jubilation. The doctor, unable to bear the ruckus any longer, cast a silencing charm and flatly instructed, please do not make such a loud commotion in front of the ward. Come with me to my office immediately. Sirius scrutinized the medical report repeatedly, diligently noting every piece of advice from the doctor. The first month of pregnancy is delicate. Vigorous activity and extreme emotional fluctuations must be avoided, and attention to diet is crucial. Pregnancy for a wizard differs from that of a witch. There may be slight magical disturbances later on, requiring constant vigilance from the partner. Alongside a pamphlet, there was also a nutritious diet guide for pregnancy. Sirius eagerly absorbed the information, solemnly tucking it away. This was a matter he had never encountered in his past life. After all, at this time he should have been in Azkaban. This child was a delightful surprise, and he vowed to take utmost care of Remus and the baby, as well as Harry. The family of the Marauders was growing, and soon-to-be Father Sirius bore a heavy burden, while little Harry also wore a serious expression, understanding that he too would soon have responsibilities as a big brother. Finally, Remus awoke, groggily gazing at the jubilant faces of Sirius and Harry, utterly perplexed as to why their expressions were so gleeful. Remus, you're pregnant. What? Remus had heard of male wizards becoming pregnant, but such cases were rare. It had been years since anyone had experienced this. Why did it have to happen to him? Bewildered, he tentatively placed a hand on his belly, pondering if a tiny life truly resided within. However, he is a werewolf. Will his offspring be? Sirius discerned the doubts flickering in Remus's eyes and placed his large hand over Remus's, his expression earnest. The doctor has assured me that the child is in excellent health. I will take good care of you both, Remy, so do not fret. Harry's tiny hand rested upon his godfather's, a smile illuminating his face as he revealed his pearly white teeth, mimicking the adults. Harry would also look after Remy and his sister. There is no need for concern. A warm sensation enveloped Remus's heart, and he let out a soft laugh, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. Harry wishes for a sister? Indeed. Sisters are delightful. Harry's emerald green eyes sparkled with excitement. And what of Sirius? It matters not, Remy. I shall cherish whatever you bring forth. Sirius's striking gray-black eyes mirrored Harry's enthusiasm. And as Remus beheld the synchronized expressions of the two, his laughter grew louder. How wonderful it is that their home is becoming ever more lively. He felt a surge of joy for the life growing within him, and a profound happiness for his beautiful family. Chapter 5. The Visit from Narcissa. Harry perched on Sirius's lap, his little bottom raised, his upper body sprawled across Remus's legs, his ear pressed to Remus's belly, eyes filled with curiosity. I don't hear any movement from my sister? Little Harry raised his head, his small arms propped on Remus's thigh, resembling an adorable puppy. Remus affectionately ruffled his tousled hair, gently explaining, Your sister is still very small. It will be a while before you hear anything. Do not be impatient, Harry. Oh, then I shall gather more toys. So when my sister arrives, we can play together. Sirius, holding a warm cup of milk, handed it to Remus with a smile, exclaiming, Harry truly is a wonderful big brother who knows how to share. But play however you wish. We have all the toys one could desire. Harry, half comprehending, nodded and accepted the water bottle from his godfather, sucking on it contentedly. Creature suddenly appeared in the center of the living room, bowing respectfully. Master, Madam, Mrs. Malfoy has come to visit. Remus felt a familiar awkwardness wash over him. Ever since Creature learned of his pregnancy, he had been addressing him as Madam, fussing over him daily and incessantly reminding him that he was the last heir of the Black family, taking on all household chores and not allowing Remus to assist with Harry's supplementary meals. Narcissa? What brings her here? Sirius withdrew his arm from around Remus's waist, his brow furrowed. Since his release from Azkaban, he had cut off all contact with his cousin, and only knew that the Malfoy family had allied with Voldemort, maintaining no further ties in this new life. Please, let Mrs. Malfoy in, Remus said, aware that the visitor was Sirius's cousin, and regarding her intentions. He exchanged a glance with Sirius, their thoughts aligned. We shall meet whatever challenge arises. Narcissa entered, elegantly attired in a formal gown, cradling a small boy in a white suit, Draco, as she settled into the armchair in the living room. Just as Sirius opened his mouth to inquire, he noticed his cousin surveying the newly arranged Black estate with a frown. It is all too ordinary, Sirius. You are now the head of the Black family. You must embody the dignity that comes with it. Her words ignited a fire within Sirius. He loathed Narcissa's pretentious pureblood airs and replied coldly, There is no need for Mrs. Malfoy to concern herself with our affairs. Sirius. Remus gently patted Sirius's thigh, casting him a displeased glance before turning apologetically to Narcissa. My apologies, Mrs. Malfoy. He is often rather indiscreet. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Narcissa sighed, stroking the small head of her child. Little Draco, greet your uncles. Uncle. Draco chirped in a high voice, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, who was nestled against Remus. He is so adorable. Is he the brother Mommy spoke of? Humph. Sirius snorted, turning his head away, refusing to look at his nephew. Though he had an inkling that Narcissa's visit was well-intentioned, after all, who would bring a child along otherwise, he instinctively disliked this miniature version of Lucius Malfoy. Remus pressed his fingers to his forehead, exasperated by his childish and stubborn husband. He responded to little Draco, then patted Harry's head. Say hello to Mrs. Malfoy, Harry. Hello, Madam. Harry obediently leaned against Remus, waving at Narcissa. A smile finally graced Narcissa's face. You may call me Auntie Sissy, Harry. She nudged Draco. Would you like to play with your brother? Understanding the unspoken message, Remus leaned down to Harry. How about you take your new friend to your room to play with toys? This little boy is your cousin, and you can be friends. Harry swung his little legs excitedly, agreeing, then hopped off the sofa and took Draco's hand. Let us go and play. Remus escorted the children to their room, and instructed Creature to keep a watchful eye on them, before turning to lead Narcissa into the study. Now may we speak, Sissy? Sirius positioned himself behind Remus, casually resting his hand on Remus's shoulder. Narcissa, noticing Remus comfortably seated in the central chair of the study, raised an eyebrow and took a seat in the guest chair. I have heard that you are currently vying for the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? And what of it? Sirius replied, his tone low. The Malfoy family can assist you in securing this position. What are the terms? Sirius inquired, his voice steady, well aware of the Malfoy family's reputation for self-interest. Cooperation yields mutual benefit. Should you assume the role of head, you can offer the Malfoy family appropriate protection, and of course, our two families can support one another in business. In truth, since Voldemort's demise, while the Malfoys have been absolved of guilt, their status has suffered a blow, and the substantial donations made to the ministry have not afforded Lucius sufficient power. However, Sirius was different. He had always belonged to the Order of the Phoenix, and was a highly sought-after candidate for the position of head of department. Collaborating with the Black family would be a wise choice. Additionally, Narcissa herself was a Black, with only Sirius remaining in the family line. She was ever mindful of her ancestral ties. Moreover, she had heard. Narcissa glanced at Remus's abdomen before continuing. I have heard that Mr. Lupin is with child? Is that true? The same fervent gaze that Creature had cast upon him upon learning of his pregnancy now bore into Remus, and he sighed. Realizing that pure-blood families indeed place great importance on offspring, he patted Sirius's hand resting on his shoulder. It is true, madam. As for the matter you mentioned, allow us some time to deliberate, and we shall provide you with a response in the coming days. Is the child healthy? Narcissa's expression sharpened, as she had already conducted her own inquiries into the fact that Sirius's partner was a werewolf. Of course, Sirius replied, lifting his chin defiantly. Narcissa stood abruptly from her chair, her excitement barely concealed, her tone rising. How many months along are you? What did the doctor say? How are you feeling? I have heard that male wizards find childbirth more taxing than witches. Can Sirius care for you properly? A rapid-fire barrage of questions left both men momentarily stunned. Before they could respond, Narcissa continued, No, you must come to Malfoy Manor for your confinement. I have experience and can better care for you and the baby. Yes. And bring Harry along. Sirius cannot manage the children alone. Wait, sissy, I can certainly take care of Remus and Harry. You must calm down, Sirius interjected, attempting to temper his overly enthusiastic cousin. Oh, my apologies, I have lost my composure, Narcissa said, covering her mouth in embarrassment before returning to her seat. It is hardly surprising that she is agitated. Upon learning of Sirius and Remus's marriage, she was filled with discontent. The Black family was left with only Sirius as the last male heir, and his union with another man severed the bloodline. She had never anticipated that Remus could conceive, and disregarding notions of pure blood, the continuation of the family lineage stirred deep emotions within her. Allow me to bring over a few house elves, as one creature is hardly sufficient. This cannot be declined. I am entirely doing this for the child. Very well. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. Call me Sissy. As Sirius does Remus, Narcissa smiled gently. In the study, the atmosphere among the three was harmonious. Sirius humbly sought advice from his pregnant cousin, while Remus inquired about what necessities a child of Harry's age might require. The two men often exhibited a certain carelessness, and he wished to provide Harry with the very best. Chapter 6. The Little Moon is Coming. Ultimately, Sirius agreed to Narcissa's proposal for collaboration. Reborn into this new life, he acutely understood the significance of power, which prompted him to choose a position within the Ministry of Magic, ensuring he would have access to vital information. Unlike before, when he languished in the old manor, unfulfilled and impulsive to the point of losing his life, he would no longer be confined to such despair. Narcissa's overtures also presented him with a novel idea. If he could recruit the Malfoy family into their cause, they might prevent Voldemort's resurrection or, at the very least, position a formidable spy. In his previous life he had been woefully uninformed. Aside from the knowledge that Voldemort would resurrect himself using Harry's blood in the 4th year, and that the Order of the Phoenix would be reformed, with Voldemort deceiving Harry into attending the Ministry of Magic under false pretenses. Sighing, Sirius occasionally lamented, Why must Merlin have chosen me for rebirth? To this day, he remained uncertain about how to thwart Voldemort's return. A soft cooing from the infant jolted Sirius from his reverie. He had inadvertently patted Harry a bit too firmly, causing the recently slumbering child to furrow his brow in displeasure. Swiftly, Sirius began humming a lullaby, gently patting Harry's little belly, and withdrawing his hand only when he noticed the child's brows relax once more. The confusion in his slate-gray eyes dissipated, and a smile graced Sirius's lips. He had returned, and Harry would enjoy a blissful childhood. He was grateful to Merlin for this second chance. As he closed the door to Harry's room, Sirius walked with a light step. Remus was still waiting for him in their bed. You're back? Has Harry fallen asleep? Indeed, just before dozing off, he was mumbling about wanting to play with his big brother tomorrow. Sirius climbed into bed, pulling Remus, who was propped against the headboard with a book, into his embrace. He snatched the book from Remus's hands and tossed it aside, replacing it with his own head, nuzzling against Remus while being cautious of his belly. Remus chuckled, ruffling his lover's tousled hair. I hadn't expected Harry to get along so well with the Malfoy child. Having a companion is a blessing, and I find Sissy quite agreeable. It's good to foster that connection. Humph, Sirius huffed through his nostrils. Their family includes that insufferable old Malfoy. I wonder if Draco will follow in his father's footsteps. If he dares to bully Harry, he'll have me to reckon with. However, we could ask Sissy to occasionally keep an eye on Harry, allowing me to spend the full moon with you. That sounds reasonable, Remus murmured, curling deeper into the blankets. Sleepiness overtaking him as Sirius continued to nuzzle against him. I'm so tired, big feet, please stop fidgeting. Sirius's hand lingered on Remus's soft flesh. His entire being draped over Remus, batting his beautiful eyes imploringly. Just look at him, Remy. He longs for you. Remus, half asleep and barely able to open one eye, found his big feet still energetically stirring. All right, it is indeed too early. The pup still has some energy to expend. The head of Gryffindor at Hogwarts might have persisted in playing with the dog for a while longer, but the married Mr. Lupin, now 2 years wed, had no intention of doing so. He tilted his head and fell asleep almost immediately, leaving Sirius with his spirited big feet. He suppressed his impatience and gently kissed Remus's lips. All right, let us take a cold shower. Yet Sirius resolved to collect more kisses tomorrow. All right. I must remind Harry not to be deceived by that little rascal from the Malfoy family. For reasons unknown, Uncle Sirius found his 2-year-old nephew exceedingly disagreeable. In the 3rd month, little Harry's wide eyes sparkled with wonder. Harry, wait a little longer. Your sister is about to meet you. Remus pinched Harry's earlobe, smiling. Hey, will I get to see her when I come back from Auntie S? That might be a bit early. You'll have to wait a while longer. Harry drooped his head in disappointment, but it feels like forever. However, when you and Big Feet return, there will be chocolate blueberry pies. Remus winked playfully. This was their customary agreement. Each time Harry returned from his dreaded aunt's house, he was greeted with a small surprise made by family, sometimes treats, other times magical toys, which helped to soothe the little one's spirits. Previously, they had both taken Harry to stay at the house, with Big Feet having generously provided the family with funds, securing a permanent residence in one of the rooms adequate for 3. However, with Remus's current condition, to prevent any potential mishaps from that family, Sirius decided to take Harry for an entire weekend by himself. Joy danced in Harry's green eyes as he touched his moon-shaped face. Then you and my sister must stay at home and wait for Harry. All right. Honestly, Moonface, do you really not need to go to Malfoy Manor? Can you manage alone? Sirius gathered his belongings and moved closer to Remus. I am quite capable of taking care of myself, especially with Dobby and Creature around. Dobby was a gift from Sissy, diligent and loyal, and Sirius felt far more at ease with him than with Creature. Very well. Sirius lifted Harry, unwilling to part as he showered Remus's face with kisses, while little Harry also reached up to peck Remus's chin, causing Remus to feel ticklish. All right, off you go. Contact us promptly if anything arises. By 5 months, little Moon began to stir restlessly. Observing his beloved's increasingly pallid complexion, Sirius was beside himself with worry. Are you feeling any better, Remy? Drink some water. Just a little more. Remus shook his head. If I drink more, I'll just throw it up. He slumped against Sirius, his face ghostly pale. The door swung open, and Harry entered, holding a tray, followed closely by Dobby. The little one carefully handed the tray to his godfather. I spoke to Aunt Sissy. She said you could have some sour plums and lemon juice. I asked Dobby to make some for you, Remy. Please drink a little. Remus was deeply touched. He accepted the lemon water, sniffed it, and took a tentative sip. Realizing it did indeed alleviate his discomfort, followed by another sip. Big Feet and Little Forks beamed with delight at the sight, and Sirius ruffled his godson's hair. Harry has done wonderfully. Harry beamed, and with Sirius's assistance, climbed onto the bed, leaning over to peck Remus's blanket. Be a good girl, sister. Don't make Remy uncomfortable. Tears glistened in Remus's eyes. Harry truly was a considerate child, steadfastly by his side since he had fallen ill, his little head finding countless ways to bring him joy. Sirius felt on the verge of tears. Due to the sour plums and lemon water, Remus finally began to regain his appetite. At dinner, he devoured 3 pies in one sitting, followed by a substantial portion of steak. Big Feet, your culinary skills have truly improved, Moonface remarked. Indeed, Sirius replied, having taken over the kitchen duties. As Remus had become quite the eater lately, incessantly consuming meals from dawn till dusk. However, in the late hours of the night, he felt too embarrassed to awaken the little sprite to prepare a meal for him. Thus Sirius had to take matters into his own hands. To his surprise, Sirius's culinary skills were commendable, and Remus relished the meal heartily. Even Harry, after sneaking a taste, began to pester his godfather for more of his cooking. Although Creature and Dobby also prepared delightful dishes, nothing seemed to surpass the flavors of Sirius's creations. Remus, with a mock seriousness, remarked on the matter, while Harry, perched in his high chair, nodded in agreement. Sirius, with great satisfaction, entered the kitchen, finding joy in watching his beloved wife and child devour the meals he had prepared. 8 months along, with one large foot and a little fork on either side, they took turns massaging Remus's legs, eliciting giggles from Harry. "Is it feeling any better, Moonface?" "Much improved, thank you, Master Little Fork," Remus replied, pinching Harry's cheek before planting a kiss upon it. At that moment, the larger foot began to protest, demanding a kiss of his own, insisting on 2. "All right, just one for you then," Remus acquiesced, ruffling the child's hair, and planting a quick peck at the corner of his mouth. A French kiss was out of the question in front of the children. Chapter 7. Antonine Lily Blacklupin. Upon awakening that morning, Remus felt an unsettling absence. His magical energy had vanished. The last time he visited the healer, he had been informed that experiencing magical fluctuations around the 8-month mark was normal, akin to the uncontrollable surges seen in childhood. However, when those surges dissipated entirely, it signified that labor was imminent. "Wake up, sleepy little dragon," came a delicate voice, stirring Draco from his slumber. "Huh? Why is Harry here?" Harry's forehead was pressed against Draco's, their eyelashes brushing together, causing a ticklish sensation. "How did you get here?" "I opened my eyes and found myself here. Sissy said Remus is having a sister, and I could stay at your house for a few days." "Wait, is the sister really coming?" Draco pushed aside the large doll that had been lying on him, a bright smile illuminating his face. "I want to see. I want to be the first to see her." "No way," Harry pouted, allowing himself to fall onto Draco's pillow. "Sissy said that if we go, we would be a nuisance. We have to stay home and behave." "Fine," Draco sighed in disappointment, collapsing beside Harry, their heads resting close together. "I'm hungry, Draco." Haven't you had breakfast yet?" "No, I was waiting for you." "Then hurry up. I'll ask them to make you delicious pumpkin pasties." "Yay." Sirius stood anxiously outside the operating room, fists clenched. Remus had been inside for an hour, and there was nothing he could do. A wave of helplessness washed over him as he recalled the day Lily gave birth to Harry. James sat in a chair anxious, face buried in his hands, while he and Remus stood vigil beside him, Peter across from them. Lily had endured for what felt like an eternity, even with magic's assistance. Childbirth was always fraught with pain. Watching his beloved suffer while feeling utterly powerless, Sirius finally understood the despair James had felt back then. His hands covering his eyes in anguish. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's end, casting a slanted beam upon Sirius, elongating his shadow. At last, the operating room door swung open, and a nurse emerged. Sirius straightened, his voice trembling with concern. "How is my beloved?" "He is well. The procedure was successful, sir." "Congratulations, you have a daughter." "Ah." Sirius let out a strained laugh, collapsing onto a cold chair, his right hand pressed against his chest. The tremors of emotion intensified, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Merlin bless, Remus is safe. He had already relinquished any notion of loss. "How do you feel, Remus?" Remus slowly opened his eyes, met by the sight of his beloved's bloodshot gaze. He chuckled softly, lifting a hand to caress the stubble on Sirius's face. "I'm all right." "But why do you look so disheveled, Largefoot?" Sirius grinned widely, clasping Remus's hand and placing a gentle kiss upon his palm. "I missed you." "Was it painful?" Remus shook his head. As a werewolf who underwent skeletal transformations monthly, his tolerance for pain was quite high, especially with the aid of spells. Yet, the more he denied it, the deeper the concern etched in Sirius's eyes grew. His Remus had always been adept at concealing his discomfort. "Oh, I truly hate to interrupt your tender gazes, but could you two new fathers please take a look at your daughter?" The nurse cradled the child, standing at the foot of the bed. "Oh right. Is it a boy or a girl? Is she healthy?" Remus's face lit up with joy, urging Sirius to take the child for a closer look. "A girl, quite healthy," the nurse replied. Sirius enveloped both his child and beloved in his embrace, leaning down to marvel at their daughter. Remus extended his left hand to gently trace her features, meticulously outlining her brows and eyes. "Wait a moment. What's the matter? Is this truly my child?" Remus queried, his expression skeptical. Sirius blinked in surprise. "It can't be wrong. I was right there in the delivery room. Where does she resemble me at all? She looks just like a miniature version of you," Remus exclaimed, frustration mounting. Sirius scratched his prominent nose, internally celebrating, "Haha. She looks like me." However, he kept that thought to himself, not wanting to upset Remus. Instead, he leaned in to give Remus a resounding kiss. "I must insist, gentlemen, that after your moment of sweetness, you should decide on a name for the child." Remus's face flushed with embarrassment, and he coughed to mask his discomfort. Observing this, Sirius immediately offered him a glass of warm water. The nurse's expression shifted to one of bemusement, as she began to suspect that these two might not be particularly fond of girls. "The name should follow our previous discussion. Antonine, what do you think?" Sirius suggested. "Sounds good. And her middle name, after her godmother?" "Of course. Antonine Lily Lupin, a lovely name." Sirius smiled. Remus furrowed his brow, aware that Sirius was not fond of his surname. However, the name seemed detached from him, especially since it was their shared child. Thus, he turned to the nurse and said, "Antonine Lily Black Lupin, thank you. We will use our married surname." Sirius briefly looked taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, a smile blossoming on his lips. In the wizarding world, same-sex marriages automatically formed a double surname, though one could choose to retain their original surname. Sirius was reluctant to allow Remus's name to bear the unwelcome black surname, hence the two remained unchanged, yet their child was a different matter altogether. This was the fruit of their love. The nurse swore she had never witnessed such an affectionate couple, even with the child still nestled in her arms. Their lips were intertwined. With a resigned sigh, she felt compelled to interrupt once more. "Gentlemen, I believe the new father has just awakened and still requires examination." Harry stood beside his sister's crib, his small hand grasping Draco's arm and shaking it playfully, while his other hand covered his mouth in astonishment. "How adorable! Look, Draco!" She yawning. Draco, feeling somewhat dizzy from the jostling, conceded that his sister was indeed charming. But he couldn't fathom how Harry had remained transfixed for an entire hour. "Aren't you tired yet, Harry? Oh, Harry, can we take a break? Perhaps we could have a little biscuit or something." Harry reluctantly sucked on his fingers, still wanting to gaze at his sister, who had finally awoken from her slumber. "I think Draco is right, Harry. The brother should have a snack, and the little sister ought to have her milk." Remus appeared behind the children, smiling as he shook the bottle of milk in his hand. "All right then." Harry hopped down from the stool, steadying himself on Draco's arm, and grabbed a cookie from the tray, his eyes sparkling with delight as he lavished praise upon Dobby, who was holding the platter, nearly bringing the little elf to tears. Draco wore a look of disdain. He still couldn't comprehend why Harry was so eager to converse with a house elf, yet he respected Harry's choices. However, the cookies were indeed delicious. Remus gently cradled his daughter, joyfully observing the milk in the bottle steadily diminish. It's worth noting that he wasn't a witch with an abundance of milk, so he had to resort to formula. Remus had been concerned about her nutrition, but thankfully, their little moonbeam was thriving, healthy and hearty. Their child was nearly half a month old. Remus's body was gradually recovering, and his magical energy was replenishing. Sirius could finally settle down to address matters within the Ministry of Magic. With the robust support of both the Malfoy and Black families, Sirius had ascended to the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement toward the end of Remus's pregnancy. Nonetheless, family remained paramount. Sirius had yet to meticulously tackle the affairs of his new office, but now he could finally free his hands to engage meaningfully. Chapter 8, Business Trip and Homecoming. The Ministry of Magic was rife with corruption, and Sirius was acutely aware of this fact. His first order of business was to rid the Ministry of Fudge's lackey, the loathsome, slimy Umbridge. This detestable woman had caused Harry considerable trouble, and had cast a shadow over Hogwarts. Fudge was a fool, concerned only with maintaining the facade of calm to preserve his power, and this pink toad was no better. Fortunately, this toad had yet to attain a high office, allowing Sirius to concoct a reason to relegate her to menial tasks, a suggestion from Remus, as it was safer to keep troublesome elements close at hand. There were far too many self-serving individuals like Umbridge, making it nearly impossible for Sirius to enact meaningful change, such as reversing the public's fear of Voldemort. He believed that confronting Voldemort was a responsibility every wizard should bravely embrace, a sentiment very much in line with Gryffindor ideals. However, he now had to focus on cultivating his own trusted circle, a skilled team of Aurors, and a fair cohort of Wisengamot officials. Sirius was exceedingly busy, and Remus was not faring much better. The Black family business was flourishing under his stewardship, and even after little Antony turned 1, Remus was expanding their operations into the Muggle world. Lucius scoffed at the notion, but could not resist the allure of substantial profits and soon found himself investing as well. Despite knowing of Remus's werewolf status, Lucius could not help but admire his remarkable capabilities. Remus possessed a high degree of affability, coupled with sharp wit, never exhibiting any airs, leading many rigid pureblood patriarchs to willingly collaborate with him. Regardless of how busy he was, Sirius always made it a point to leave work on time, for he had 2 little ones eagerly awaiting his presence at home. Remus, too, worked from home, remaining with their 2 babies except for necessary business meetings. Yet today was an exception. "Hey, I caught it!" Harry exclaimed, clutching a pink ball while riding a child's broomstick, flaunting his victory over Draco in a best-of-3 match. Having won the last 2 rounds, Draco, feeling frustrated, returned to the ground, stowing his broom. He had to admit that Harry was indeed a superior flyer. The proud Malfoy heir begrudgingly acknowledged this fact. Harry, grinning, flew over to Draco and planted a loud kiss on the young lord's cheek. "I'll let you win next time." "Humph." Draco turned his face away, his ears flushed red, prompting Harry to mischievously pinch his soft earlobe. "Hey, I told you not to touch my ears." Making a face, Harry darted away just before Draco could retaliate. The 2 little boys frolicked into the shade, where Antony was seated in her baby chair, sucking on her pacifier while fiddling with the trendiest toys from Diagon Alley. The little girl, now over a year old, had grown considerably, and Remus was delighted to see her eyes resembling his more and more. Her gentle brows and eyes perfectly softened Sirius's sharp features, making Antony even more beautiful. Narcissa often teased little Antony, calling her a beauty-to-be, wondering how many men she would ensnare in the future. Sirius vehemently declared that his little princess would never partake in a pure-blood marriage, insisting on love matches instead, though Narcissa had to abandon this notion. She genuinely adored little Antony. "Oh, little Moonbeam needs her fruit puree." Harry scooped his sister into his arms, while Draco took the bowl and spoon from Dobby, feeding her mouthfuls while chatting with Harry. "Has Uncle Sirius not returned from his business trip yet?" "No." Harry shook his head, wiping away the puree that dribbled from his sister's mouth. "Dad and Remus seem to be stuck in Germany for an important business meeting." "Oh. Then I guess we're staying at your place tonight." Harry winked, thrilled at the prospect of sleeping over with Draco. Draco raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference, yet inwardly overjoyed. He relished the comfort of snuggling with Harry more than with any toy. Indeed, Draco and Harry frequently swapped rooms. In reality, both the Malfoy Manor and the Black Ancestral Home had separate rooms set aside for them, but they always preferred to sleep together. Sirius was currently vigilant about the potential union of his daughter and his nephew, perhaps neglecting the art of affectionate parenting. The future would hold its own challenges, with wailing children and the complexities of growing up. Harry, wake up, little fork." "Huh." Harry rubbed his eyes, snuggling his face into the pillow, his emerald eyes reflecting his godfather's handsome visage. "Sirius, you're back." Harry shot upright, causing Draco's arm, which had been draped over him, to slip away as the young lord stirred awake. "Uncle, are you back?" Harry bounced excitedly on the bed, ultimately launching himself into Sirius's arms, who planted a hearty kiss on the boy's cheek. "Did you miss me, my darling?" "Yes. Come, let us go downstairs for breakfast." "But we haven't tea washed up yet," Draco interjected, exasperated. "Oh right," Harry said, retreating from Sirius's embrace. "Could you go down and wait for us, Big Feet?" "Of course." Remus sat at the dining table feeding Antony, while recounting the highlights of his trip to Germany to Narcissa. "The esteemed ladies over there have taken to adorning themselves with rhinestone jewelry. Upon their recommendation, I procured a box for you." With a light flick of his wand, Remus conjured a box of jewels before Narcissa. "Oh, thank you," Narcissa smiled. "Of course, Lucius will prepare even more for you." Remus winked, his green-brown eyes gleaming with mischief. "He also instructed me to inform you that he has not been enchanted by any German miss, and shall return shortly." Narcissa cleared her throat. Although she unconditionally trusted her beloved, the teasing caught her off guard, and she felt her cheeks warm. "Has Annie had enough to eat? Would you like some mashed potatoes?" Antony shook her head, rejecting the spoon offered by her aunt, her little legs kicking on the high chair as she sweetly exclaimed, "Daddy." Narcissa turned to see Sirius descending the stairs alone. "Where are the children?" "Washing their faces. Let me come down first." "Daddy." "Oh, my little princess." Sirius scooped up his daughter. Given that he had just showered Antony with drool upon their arrival that morning, he merely nuzzled her soft cheek. The little girl, irritated by his beard, squirmed and reached out towards Remus. "Papa." Remus took his daughter into his arms, casting an eye roll at Sirius. "I told you to tidy up that beard. Now your daughter finds it distasteful." Sirius grinned widely, stealing a kiss from Remus, the sound echoing across the dining table. This time, It was Narcissa who looked on with mockery, while Remus blushed, shooting a fierce glare at Sirius. Unfazed, Sirius shrugged and caught his godson as he leaped into his embrace. The Malfoy breakfast was delightful, and after expressing their gratitude to Narcissa, the family departed from Malfoy Manor. Harry felt somewhat glum as Draco had declined his invitation for a day trip to Diagon Alley, apologizing that he needed to prepare for tomorrow's gathering and promising to play with Harry another time. Chapter 9. A day trip to Diagon Alley. Today was a weekday, and the streets of Diagon Alley were not overly crowded. Sirius held his daughter in his left arm while grasping his godson's hand with his right, once again lamenting the limitation of having only 2 hands. He wished he could embrace Remus as well, as they had not enjoyed intimacy in quite some time. The moon-faced boy beside Harry rolled his eyes, uninterested in accommodating this insatiable fellow. In truth, the two had returned home the previous night. Sirius had intended to bring the children back, but Remus insisted it was too late, as it was only 7 o'clock when they arrived, and then took advantage of the absence of the children to indulge in their whims for half the night. Remus was immensely grateful that he had arranged for the 2 little elves to stay in the attic rather than the kitchen. Otherwise, he would have been unable to face Dobby and Creature. "Shall we go for ice cream, Harry?" Sirius suggested, absolutely not attempting to divert attention from his wife's increasingly darkening expression. "Can we?" Harry looked up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he turned to Remus. "Well, I suppose we can, but only 1 scoop, mind you. Too much will upset your stomach." "Yay. Long live Moonface," Harry exclaimed, eagerly dragging his 2 guardians into the ice cream parlor, where he ordered a child-sized vanilla cone topped with an abundance of fruit. Remus opted for a large adult-sized chocolate cone, enough to share with Sirius and still have some left for Harry. "Enjoy." "Thank you, sister," Harry chimed in a sweet voice, causing the young waitress to cover her nose, unaware of Harry's distinction from other children. Remus employed a clever concealment charm to hide Harry's lightning-shaped scar. Sirius and Remus had never shied away from discussing Harry's so-called savior identity with him. From the very beginning, they had informed him of the truth behind his parents' demise, and that Sirius would explain to Harry that he survived due to his parents' love. Dismissing anyone who made a fuss over his scar as foolish, Remus would tell Harry not to feel uncomfortable under the weight of others' gazes. The scar was merely a testament to love. The notion of a savior was utterly preposterous. How could anyone place their hope of vanquishing the Dark Lord upon a child? Sirius and Remus held this view in deep disdain. Harry understood only a fraction of these complexities. He simply knew that his parents loved him and recognized that he did not truly possess the power to defy the killing curse. But that was inconsequential. He was still young, and as he grew older he would come to appreciate his godfather's good intentions. Since the first time he brought Harry to Diagon Alley and received undivided attention, Remus devised this concealment charm to mitigate many troubles. Now, little Harry could delight in an entire bowl of fruity ice cream. "Oh no, Harry, just feed Annie a tiny spoonful. She cannot have too much." Remus halted Harry's motion to feed his sister, simultaneously reducing the amount of chocolate ice cream in Harry's bowl. Turning around, he discovered Sirius gazing longingly at him. His spoon had become a toy for Antony. "I want to feed her." Remus felt a vain throb on his temple. Could this fellow be any more childish? A father of 2, and still so unruly. "Feed me, Remus," Sirius exclaimed, his mouth wide open in a comical manner. In public, he was the authoritative head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but in reality, he was a clingy child. Oh no, a childish dog. Sirius blinked his starry-eyed gaze, once more successfully charming Mr. Lupin. With a resigned grumble, Remus scooped a large spoonful and shoved it into Sirius's mouth. Sirius squealed at the cold sensation, sending Harry into fits of laughter. Antony, unsure of the cause of her brother and Papa's mirth, simply grinned while holding onto her spoon. This heartwarming scene unfolded before Severus Snape, who stood at the street corner, peering through the window at the 2 individuals he once detested, along with that resilient child. He had merely come to replenish his potion ingredients, but found himself captivated by the shimmering green gaze of Harry, the only bloodline of Lily Evans. He still struggled to accept that Lily had married that Potter. Exhaling a breath, Severus suppressed the surging nostalgia in his eyes and turned to walk towards the alley's end. That child was being well cared for by his godfathers. Knowing this was sufficient for Severus. The broomstick, a veritable Potter magnet, drew 4-year-old Harry's rapt attention as he fixated on the latest model in the shop window, a children's version, attempting to ensnare the household's authority figure, Moonface, with his most pitiful expression. Oh, he succeeded. Remus placed an order for one. "It will arrive tomorrow," Sirius said, bending down to adjust Harry's collar. "I ordered one for your good friend Draco as well. You can play together." "That is fantastic." Harry beamed, revealing a gap-toothed grin. His missing front tooth making his cherubic face all the more endearing, prompting Sirius to shower him with kisses. All right, let us go. We still need to pick out a picture book for Annie. Yes, and a lovely poofy dress for my sister. Harry exclaimed, utterly delighted. He adored seeing his sister in poofy dresses, whether they were muggle or wizarding styles. They made Antony look like a princess from a fairy tale, utterly charming. Antony always drooled and smiled foolishly at her brother, perfectly playing along. This led Remus to order more and more of the revealing potion, filling their home with photographs of their two precious treasures. Can we go eat pizza at a muggle restaurant tonight? Of course, it has indeed been a while. Let us indulge Harry today. Can I have a treat too? Sirius tilted his head to glance at Remus, his gaze imbued with a childlike anticipation that was beyond comprehension. Well, one cannot perpetually flirt in public. Sirius found himself silenced by a spell cast by Remus, his lips adhering together. Anthony giggled as she pinched her daddy's unyielding mouth, while Harry was doubled over in laughter, his moon-shaped face always brimming with clever tricks to deal with big feet. The family's silhouette gradually receded into the distance, the wind carrying waves of laughter, as dark figures subtly emerged, only to vanish hastily. Severus vowed that this would be the last glimpse he caught of that boy. Healthy and vibrant, he clutched his chest, bowed his head, murmuring to himself, Lily, he is thriving. The grass of Godric's hollow rustled softly, butterflies flitted among the blossoms, pausing on a perfectly blooming lily. It seemed as if a stag treaded lightly through the woods, basking in the summer warmth, journeying deeper into the forest. Harry Potter was now an ordinary blissful little boy, destined to experience even greater happiness. Chapter 10 RAB. Anyone who had met Anthony could not help but remark on her striking resemblance to Sirius, though the child had inherited Remus's temperament entirely, gentle and humble. Devoid of the oppressive nature that accompanied lycanthropy, her spirit remained playful and lively. Sirius often gazed deeply at his daughter frolicking behind Harry, recalling how Remus must have appeared before the wretched werewolf had bitten him, a wave of anguish washing over him. In those moments, Remus would smooth the furrows on his lover's brow, softly reassuring him that the past was behind them, and that he was living well now. Indeed, he was thriving. Sirius would deliberately send the children to Malfoy Manor on the nights of the full moon, choosing to accompany Remus instead. The wolfsbane potion had been perfected, alleviating much of the agony. Moreover, Harry had begun to learn about the world, and the parents did not shy away from discussing lycanthropy with him. Sirius earnestly explained what a werewolf was, and why the moonlit face transformed into one. Under Remus's anxious gaze, Harry wept as he clung to his father's leg, repeatedly lamenting that it was all the fault of that detestable creature, persistently asking if it hurt Remus. The family's comfort provided Remus with ample strength, making him increasingly confident and radiant. Life is not always idyllic. Little interruptions often intrude. For instance, in recent days, little Anthony had begun to exhibit pickiness in her eating. It is entirely normal for a 3-year-old to be finicky, typically requiring parental intervention in such cases. However, Sirius found himself utterly unable to utter a harsh word in the face of his daughter's tearful eyes. In a bid to coax her into eating a morsel of vegetables, he had nearly promised her everything in the magical realm. To no avail. The 3-year-old was oblivious to the difference between precious jewels and shiny glass, and she already possessed all the trendy toys a child could desire. Next to step in was Remus, who wielded absolute authority in the household, his face stern as he attempted to persuade their daughter to consume a piece of broccoli. Anthony merely pouted, burying her head in Remus's embrace, plaintively exclaiming, "No, Papa, broccoli will hurt baby's tongue." Within 3 seconds, Remus found himself utterly conquered, exhaling a resigned chuckle. At that moment, the importance of an older brother became apparent. Not Harry Potter, who was easily softened by his little sister's charms, but rather, their cousin Draco Malfoy. Watching Harry chase after Anthony with a bowl of food, attempting to entice her into tasting pumpkin. The impudent little lord rapped his knuckles on the table, sternly warning Anthony that if she did not consume even a single vegetable, she would transform into an unsightly rat. Anthony abruptly halted, her large eyes welling with tears. "Really, is it true?" Draco nodded earnestly. "But Daddy said I would only turn into a little puppy at most. That's only if you eat your vegetables. If you don't, you'll lose your magic and turn into a dirty, ugly rat." Draco solemnly misled her, and as expected, the beauty-conscious little girl burst into tears, gasping that she did not want to become a rat, and reluctantly accepted the pumpkin puree from Harry's hand. Creature was nearly moved to tears. It was indeed the little lord of the Malfoy family, who had soothed his worries about Miss Anthony's reluctance to eat vegetables affecting her growth. The old elf mumbled about making the vegetables more palatable as he turned to head into the kitchen. Harry furrowed his brow, holding his sister close to comfort her. The little one still had pumpkin puree smeared on her mouth, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her tiny figure looking exceedingly pitiful. Couldn't you have chosen a gentler method, Draco? She is still a baby. Oh, come on, Harry, you all spoil her too much. My father says that will only teach her bad habits, Draco retorted, hands on his hips unyielding. When she grows a bit older, she will understand the benefits of eating vegetables. Thank goodness, Anthony eventually overcame her phase of pickiness, and a year swiftly passed. 4-year-old Anthony had developed a penchant for reading. In truth, she recognized only a few words, preferring to peruse picture books or have her father's read her stories. 7-year-old Harry Potter exhibited his father's fine genetics. As he began exploring every nook and cranny, his own home, Malfoy Manor, and even the Ministry of Magic, Sirius occasionally took the children to work, though his office evidently could not satisfy the curiosity of the little scamp. Today, Harry embarked on yet another adventure. We can't go in there, can we, Harry? Anthony clutched her puppy toy, timidly voicing her concern. In truth, Bigfoot and Moonface had never explicitly said no, but there's a lock on it. What if there are monsters inside? They're 1TB. All the dangerous items in the house are kept in a designated room. Remember? Moonface has placed 5 magical locks on it. Be brave, little Moon. This is our home. Don't you want to know what lies behind the door? Harry radiated excitement, coaxing his sister into agreement, his expression mirroring that of his father and godfather when persuading Remus to consent to their adventurous plans. He produced a key he had found in the attic, having meticulously planned for this day. Long before he had discovered this key engraved with RAB, which matched the inscription on the door. His curiosity had been piqued for ages. Who was RAB? Why had Sirius never mentioned him? Why was there a room in their home inscribed with his name? Finally, with Moonface out shopping and Bigfoot still at work, the 2 little sprites were busy organizing the basement. The entire upstairs was left to just him and Anthony. What an opportunity! With a click, the lock was undone, and Harry swung the grand door open, stepping inside. A cascade of silver green greeted his eyes. Harry had heard Draco mention that this was the signature color of Slytherin. Wow. This room is sparkling, just like Sissy's. It must be equally luxurious, as the room was adorned with exquisite vessels, carpets, curtains, and drapes, all crafted from precious materials. However, little Anthony could not discern value. She simply found the glittering decor beautiful. What's this on the floor? Harry poked around, finally fixing his gaze on a newspaper spread across the carpet. It appeared to be an old newspaper slightly yellowed. Anthony snuggled her doll closer, leaning against her brother as she studied it. What does it say? Little fork? Let me see. This one is about Voldemort's proclamations. Voldemort? Anthony gasped. For reasons tied to her family, she held a deep aversion to that name. Sirius and Remus treated both children equally, and had also informed little Anthony about the circumstances surrounding their godparents' demise. Harry furrowed his brow in perplexity, continuing to flip through the next chapter of the newspaper. Forgive him. He was merely a 7-year-old child with a limited vocabulary. Nevertheless, he could discern that the earlier sections were filled with praise for Voldemort, with circles and checkmarks adorning the text. The final pages, however, conveyed a starkly different sentiment. Harry perceived that the annotations expressed dissent, and a large cross marked the central image of the newspaper. So, was this individual a follower of Voldemort or not? Anthony hesitantly ventured to inquire. Harry shook his head, equally uncertain. As he contemplated tearing off the newspaper for further examination, a faint explosion echoed through the air. Creature appeared at the doorway in a state of panic. He had come to summon the young master and miss for afternoon tea, only to find the door to Master Regulus's room ajar. Master Harry was attempting to vandalize the place. No, stop. Get away from here. Creature shrieked. Startled, Harry paused, then retorted with displeasure. What are you shouting about? Annie is still here. You'll frighten her. Oh, Miss Anthony, Creature did not mean to alarm you. Please. You must leave this room. Vacate Master Regulus's quarters. No, Master Harry, do not touch Master Regulus's belongings. Creature continued to babble at the doorway. Harry, already exasperated, caught sight of a black notebook on the nearby desk, curiosity compelling him to pick it up. To his surprise, Creature lunged forward, attempting to wrest it from him. Hey. Are you out of your mind? Let go. Creature. Release me. Harry held the notebook high, while Creature clung to his clothing, tears welling in his large eyes. His oversized nose pressed against Harry. What are you doing? Remus appeared at the doorway, astonished by the scene. Creature, get off Harry. Return Master Regulus's belongings to me. Creature continued to holler, collapsing in a heap. Reluctantly, Remus resorted to using a spell against Creature, rendering the small elf limp on the floor. What on earth is going on? Chapter 11. Heroes should be revered. In the study, Creature stood before Sirius, his gaze fixed intently upon the diary in Sirius's hands. Sirius casually flipped through the notebook, before disdainfully tossing it onto the table. There's nothing particularly special about it. You nearly tore Harry's clothes over a mere notebook? Sirius narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the elf he had known since childhood. Do you not understand the difference between what is important and what is not, Creature? That is Master Regulus's notebook. No one else is permitted to touch it. Creature shrieked. Oh, come now. Sirius rose from his chair, looking down upon him. I am the master of this house. Is there anything within these walls that I am forbidden to touch? Harry is my godson, as long as he desires. This house belongs to him. Why should he not be allowed to touch it? No, it is Master Regulus's. You stubborn fool. Your precious master is hiding away somewhere, trembling in fear. He is a coward. Nonsense. Master Regulus is the bravest person in the world. Creature screamed, frantically clawing at his face, his feet immobilized by Sirius's magic. Otherwise he would have leapt and shouted. Master Sirius has no right to speak of Master Regulus. Master Sirius does not even know what Master Regulus has done. What has he done? Remus emerged from behind the desk, grasping Sirius's hand to indicate he should remain calm while furrowing his brow at Creature. Creature cannot say. It was Master Regulus's command. Creature suddenly fell silent, his head bowed, his diminutive body trembling. What do you know? Speak. Creature, this is an order. Sirius barked. No. Creature cannot say. Creature wrapped his arms around himself, shaking even more violently. Where is he now? Surely you can tell us that, Remus ventured. Master, master. Creature's bulbous eyes began to well with tears, his voice growing increasingly tremulous. Sirius's patience was wearing thin. He pointed his wand at Creature's head, his expression growing more menacing. I am his elder brother. I have the right to know his whereabouts. Reveal everything you know. Creature bit down on his lip, resolutely refusing to speak. The atmosphere in the study grew tense, with Sirius cursing continually in an attempt to pry open the elf's lips. Remus intervened, trying to dissuade Sirius from casting malevolent spells. Harry, eavesdropping at the study door with his sister, couldn't help but marvel at how tightly Creature's lips were sealed. He was ready to explode, pondering how to coax this obstinate elf into revealing the truth. Regulus? Who is that? Anthony tilted her head, looking at her brother with confusion. He is Bigfoot's brother. He just mentioned him, remember? Brother? Oh, that should make him our. What relation is he to us? Little Anthony was still grappling with the family ties. Uncle, to be precise, he is your biological uncle. Really? I have an uncle? Anthony's eyes sparkled with delight. Her good friend Eulina had an uncle with whom she got along splendidly. She only had Aunt Narcissa, but of course Narcissa treated her exceptionally well. However, children always yearn for additional affection. Anthony burst into the study, excitedly exclaiming, Hey Creature, where is Uncle Regulus? The two individuals in the study froze, dumbfounded, as their little daughter skipped toward Creature with a broad smile on her face. Does he like playing magic puzzles? Or sticking stickers? Oh, Quidditch could be fun too. We could team up since Papa doesn't really enjoy playing. Oh, does he like chocolate blueberry pies? I can share my portion with him. I could also share my mashed potatoes. Does he like those? The dark-haired little girl suddenly burst into Creature's view, chattering incessantly. Creature felt his mind buzzing. He seemed to see a glimpse of the young Master Regulus once more. Creature, play puzzles with me. Thank you for the mashed potatoes. Yours are the best, Creature. Pass me a cup of coffee. Creature, do not speak ill of Sirius. Creature, go with the Dark Lord. It is your honor. Leave this place, Creature. Find a way to destroy this item. Do not tell anyone about the cave. Momentarily lost in thought, Creature found himself back in number 12, Grimmauld Place, far removed from the ominous cave. Hey, what are you thinking about, Creature? Anthony tugged at his arm, pouting in displeasure. You still haven't answered me. Anthony, miss. Creature returned to reality, his throat inexplicably dry. Speak. Where is my uncle? Will he like me? He will like you, miss, but. You may never see him again. A thunderclap struck the air, and Sirius stepped forward, lifting his bewildered daughter into his arms, his wand pressing firmly against Creature's forehead. His tone laced with a fury he himself was unaware of. Stop with your deceit, you cunning wretch. Where is Regulus? Creature closed his eyes, his expression turning pained and numb. He did not wish to defy his master's command, but he was even less inclined to witness the master's family misunderstand him. Heroes should be revered. His lips quivered, and at last, Creature revealed everything. The shattering of faith, resolute rebellion, audacious deception, the bitter poison swallowed with great difficulty. And the young boy Remus, dragged into the lake's depths by a sinister corpse, closed his eyes in anguish and clenched his fists. Sirius sank despondently into a chair. And for a moment, the study was enveloped in an unbearable silence. So did Uncle and the godfather and godmother also ascend to heaven? Broke the stillness. Antony's innocent voice resonating. Remus nodded weakly, lifting his daughter from his large feet. His beloved's pallor was alarming, unfit for the children to remain in such an atmosphere. Harry, could you take your sister downstairs for a snack? I recall you haven't had afternoon tea today. Harry grasped his sister's hand, remaining motionless as he gazed up at his godfather's haggard visage, and at Creature, who wept inconsolably, and the moon-faced figure with a frozen smile. The 7-year-old boy comprehended everything. Is it Voldemort again? Did he harm Regulus? Did he hurt my large-footed brother? It is indeed Voldemort's doing, sighed Remus. I see. Let us go, little moon. Harry, burdened with thoughts, sat on the living room sofa, chewing mechanically on a biscuit. The elders never shied away from discussing the cause of his parents' demise. Harry understood the reason well enough. Rather than allow strangers to shout the brutal truth at him, it was far better to hear it from those closest to him. Instead of crafting a false illusion, it was preferable to cultivate his resilient spirit from a young age, so he could visit his parents' graves each year to pay homage to their spirits above. Large-footed always reminded him to study magic diligently for no other reason than to safeguard himself. In confronting dark forces, we shall protect you. Harry must learn to safeguard himself and grow up healthy. Sirius often repeated this. Harry Potter felt somewhat adrift. Regulus's courageous exploits left an indelible impression upon him. He aspired to be as brave as his parents and Regulus. Yet, what was he thinking? Little Fork? Antony nestled beside her brother, snatching away the pockmarked cookie he had been nibbling. Is this not delicious? You haven't finished even a piece after all this time. What is wrong, Master Harry? This is your favorite kind, Dobby interjected nervously. Oh no, it's quite delectable, Harry mumbled, hastily stuffing the biscuit into his mouth and offering a reassuring smile to Dobby. Little Moon, you said if one day Voldemort returns, what should we do? Of course, we should unite to defeat him, Antony replied, looking at her brother quizzically. But Large-footed always tells me to protect myself. That is indeed necessary. Antony exclaimed with wide eyes, bewildered. If we do not protect ourselves, how can we protect others? Just like if Daddy and Papa also went to heaven, who would protect us? Such a simple truth. Antony's storybooks contain many such narratives. Harry blinked his emerald eyes, reminiscent of his mother, leapt from the sofa, and laughed heartily, finally clearing the troubling thoughts from his mind. He joyfully twirled his sister around. No, Harry, don't bump into my cake. Chapter 12. Horcruxes. Sirius perched on the edge of the bed, flipping through the pages of the journal in his hands. In fact, this was the second time he had read it, and there was little content, not even Regulus's last words. It merely documented Regulus's adulation for the Dark Lord, followed by confusion, and the final page bore a solitary phrase. Evil things should be destroyed. Remus quietly approached him, offering a cup of sweet, rich hot cocoa. Drink something sweet. It may lighten your spirits. Sirius accepted the cup, took a sip, then set it back on the bedside table, wrapping his arms around Remus's waist and burying his face in Remus's embrace. Remus sighed, stroking the silky hair of the one in his arms, and neither spoke. Time ticked by, and eventually, Sirius could no longer contain himself, emitting soft sobs. Remus held him tighter. I always thought he was hiding in some corner of the world, waiting for me to find him, only to be met with my scorn, Sirius choked out. Perhaps we can still do something for him, Remus consoled. How about we erect a memorial for him? Sirius tightened his grip on his lover's waist, responding with a muffled agreement. This would be the second time he and Remus had erected a headstone for someone. The last was for James and Lily. They had buried them with their own hands and presided over their best friend's funeral. I will restore his name. He should not be branded with the stigma of a Death Eater. At this, Remus hesitated, releasing his beloved and retrieving the locket box Creature had just handed him. Creature said this is something Regulus insisted must be destroyed, but I have tried every method without success. What is this? A dark artifact left by Voldemort? It should be. But I do not know its specific function, and I have tried every offensive spell to no avail. Sirius was shocked. Remus's magical prowess was exceptional among his peers. How could he be unable to destroy it? I suspect this object is not so simple, so I wrote to Albus. He will visit tomorrow. Snow began to fall. Albus Dumbledore appeared at Grimmauld Place, clad in a thick, star-patterned robe, white hair cascading gently behind him. He extended his hand, catching a crystal flake. The freshly fallen snow did not bring a chill, but the cold would soon follow. Surely the prison has some warm sweaters, Albus mused. His azure eyes clouded with unfathomable emotions. With a flick of his wand, number 12, Grimmauld Place revealed itself, and he entered the warm abode. Antony was overjoyed. She adored Grandpa Albus immensely, especially burying her face in Dumbledore's beard, soft and imbued with a hint of lemon scent. Dumbledore chuckled as he planted a kiss on the little girl's cheek, and warmly embraced Harry. Annie dear, do not cling to Grandpa. Remus handed Dumbledore a cup of red tea, chuckling softly at his daughter, who was bouncing around Dumbledore. Oh, it's quite all right, Remus. This old body can withstand it. Dumbledore had come after work, arriving slightly earlier than Sirius, allowing him time to regale the two children with tales of magical history. Antony and Harry both enjoyed Dumbledore's storytelling far more than the tedium of magical textbooks. All right, after dinner, can Harry take his sister to play in their room? We have matters to discuss, Remus said gently, reminding Dobby to care for the two children as he led Dumbledore into the study. Albus adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, his expression turning grave. I never imagined he would create such a thing. What is this? Sirius interjected impatiently. A Horcrux, a manifestation of evil. Remus's pupils dilated. He had read extensively, and the Black Family Library held many tomes on dark magic. A Horcrux, a sinister black magic that splits one's soul in pursuit of so-called immortality. Seeing the pallor of his beloved's face, Sirius suddenly had a foreboding feeling. When Remus began to explain, Sirius felt a jolt of realization. Is this the reason Voldemort would resurrect during Harry's 4th year? All these years, he had been searching for ways to stop him. Yet he had merely been flailing about like a headless chicken. The wretched Barty Crouch, upon his rebirth, brazenly revealed his clandestine connection to the Death Eater's son, which led to his ousting from the position of chief of the Department of Law Enforcement, and the subsequent imprisonment of his son in Azkaban. However, the Death Eaters, who secretly revere Voldemort, continue to lurk in the shadows, causing Sirius considerable distress. Thus, he embarked on a quest to uncover the mystery behind Voldemort's resurrection, albeit with little progress to show for his efforts. Do we possess a means to destroy this locket? Remus inquired solemnly. Dumbledore raised his right hand and cast a silent spell, the crimson light striking the locket before vanishing. The countenance of the three men darkened, and Sirius clenched his fists, appearing as though he wished to shatter the locket with sheer force. Remus restrained his arm, shaking his head, his voice hoarse. If Voldemort intends to utilize Horcruxes for his revival, could he possibly have constructed only one? Dumbledore offered a wry smile, fully aware that the answer was, of course, negative. This implies that we not only need to devise a method to obliterate this malevolent object, but also ascertain how many exist, does it not? Sirius chuckled dryly. From another perspective, at least we have foreknowledge of his intent to resurrect, allowing us to prepare in advance, perhaps even thwart him. Remus's assertion rang true. The creation of Horcruxes is an intricate process, and he could not have left no trace behind. Dumbledore spoke. There exists a means to destroy even the most nefarious of dark magical artifacts. Haste makes waste. Furthermore, I sense that Tom is still quite weak, presenting us with an opportunity. Harry buried his head in the fireplace of his room, a portal crafted by Lucius specifically for the two close-knit boys to facilitate communication. Harry was conversing with Draco about the latest bespoke wizard chess set his godfather had commissioned, inviting Draco over to play, to which Draco readily acquiesced. Seated at her brother's desk, Antony immersed herself in her sketchbook, carefully poring over it. Her age-appropriate book had begun incorporating simple words and phrases, which captivated her interest. Wait, are you going to bake cookies for me, Draco? Harry exclaimed, filled with delight. No, it's not for you, Draco blushed. It's because I want some for myself. And I might share a bit with you. The young master turned his head, embodying a haughty demeanor. At 7 years old, Draco increasingly resembled his father Lucius, especially in his adorably awkward mannerisms. Harry, who had known this good friend since he was 1, grinned foolishly. Well then, thank you, young Master Draco, for your generosity. In truth, it was Draco who had insisted on learning to bake cookies after hearing Harry express his fondness for them, relishing the adoration in Harry's eyes whenever he looked at him. However, he kept this to himself, and Harry was well aware of it. Antony rolled her eyes dramatically, exasperated by the lengthy exchanges her brothers engaged in over trivial matters. Can they not be so nauseating? Will the cookies Draco made include some for me? Chapter 13 Cookies. The following morning, Draco Malfoy arrived as promised, pulling out 2 exquisitely crafted boxes under Harry's eager gaze. I made your favorite butter flavor, and the chocolate flavor that Antony likes. As Draco opened the boxes, Harry was prepared with a torrent of compliments. After all, Encouraging the young master was always prudent. And it might even lead to Draco cooking for him in the future, Harry mused happily. Then he beheld a lump of, well, something black and indistinct. It's shaped like a little deer. Do you like it? Draco said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Harry picked up a small fork, squinting as he examined it, utterly unable to discern where the deer was. Faced with Draco's expectant gaze, he forced a smile. I like it, haha, it looks like it. Then you should try it. Antony clearly observed the beads of sweat forming on her brother's forehead due to nervousness, silently encouraging Harry. The next moment, her cousin pulled out a second box, unveiling cookies that were even darker than the last. Antony should try some too. Under her pleading gaze, Harry Potter valiantly shoved a piece into his mouth, his face contorting in discomfort as he chewed. Bitter, so bitter and acrid. What did you sprinkle on top? Harry coughed uncontrollably, gagging. Antony, alarmed, quickly offered him a trash bin. After a struggle, Harry managed to spit it out, finally recovering after drinking half a cup of lemonade. Em alive. Harry collapsed on the carpet in relief, while Draco sat on the sofa, a look of guilt etched on his face. Seeing this, Harry turned, resting his head on Draco's lap, and poked his cheek playfully. See, I'm fine. Draco averted his gaze, sniffing to disguise the tears welling in his eyes. He had only wanted to make Harry happy by secretly learning from his mother and the house elf, but the outcome had been disastrous. Oh dear. Is my little dragon brother going to cry? Harry climbed onto the sofa, snuggling close to Draco, gently turning his head to see the tears glistening beneath his pale eyelids. At that moment, young Harry, unaware of the concept of pity, found Draco to be the most beautiful boy he had ever seen. He hugged Draco tightly, his tone instinctively affectionate. I said I'm fine, and I'm happy you'll make me cookies. Draco embraced Harry in return, wrapping his arms around his waist, resting his head on his shoulder. The warm and friendly scene unfolding before Antony caught her attention, leading her to momentarily envision her two fathers. She puffed out her cheeks, pondering why her brother seemed a tad off. She couldn't quite comprehend it at that moment. When Sirius returned home from work, he found the three children seated on the carpet, engrossed in play. Harry and Antony wore serious expressions, having just toppled the last piece on the chessboard, defeating the opposing king with a resounding thud, securing victory for the Marauders against the platinum-haired rabbit. Hooray! The little fork and little moon cheered, exchanging high-fives before leaning in to comfort Draco with grinning faces. Sirius gazed upon the playful trio with fondness, planting a resounding kiss on Remus's cheek as he helped him remove his scarf. However, Remus's expression bore a hint of worry rather than the usual playful reprimand. Sirius, taken aback, leaned in to inquire softly, what is it? Remus remained silent, directing his gaze towards the three children in the living room, specifically focusing on the Malfoy boy. Sirius followed his gaze and immediately comprehended his partner's concern. He inhaled deeply, patting Remus's waist. Go ahead and speak to him. The Malfoy family, once part of Voldemort's ranks, now maintained close ties with them. But should Voldemort return, would the peace persist? While the adults might fare well, what position would the three children, who had grown up together, be cast into? Remus, consumed by worry, nestled against Sirius's chest. Having contemplated this matter since encountering Draco earlier that day, do you think there is a way to persuade Lucius to renounce Voldemort? Sirius pondered for a moment. Renunciation seems unlikely. The dark mark is etched upon his arm, and open defiance would only lead to a dead end. Indeed, Remus sighed heavily, burying his face in Sirius's chest. However, perhaps Scorpius and the little rabbit could. Lupin lifted his head, catching sight of the familiar mischievous grin upon Sirius' face, an ominous premonition washing over him. Let us visit the Malfoy residence today, right now. Sirius bent slightly, addressing his nephew with a beaming smile. Draco, would it be alright if you stayed here tonight? Sure, Draco nodded, as he had already intended to stay for a few days. Both families had always allowed the children to come and go freely, with merely a call to their parents. We have some matters to attend to, so you three behave and enjoy yourselves at home, alright? Lupin affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. Do keep an eye on Annie and make sure she eats her vegetables at dinner. Are you not coming back for dinner? Harry set down the toy in his hands, his face a mask of confusion. Yes. I trust you three to look after the house. Rest assured, Uncle Lupin. I will take good care of my younger siblings, Draco replied earnestly. Hey, who is the younger sibling here? I should be looking after you. Harry huffed, hands on his hips. This was his home, after all. You just called me brother. And I'm 2 months older than you. Barely 2 months. The two boys fell into another endless squabble, while Antony yawned in boredom, signaling to the fathers that they could feel at ease, for she was present. Lupin chuckled helplessly. bestowing a farewell kiss upon his daughter before he and Sirius made their way to the fireplace. I am the older brother. You are not. So childish. Little Moony thought in exasperation, summoning Creature to begin preparing the evening's feast. No, no, Miss Antony, you cannot have a feast of solely meats, as the lady has commanded. Honestly, Creature, you are becoming increasingly disobedient, Antony pouted. I want to have cream fudge, brother. She tugged at Harry's sleeve. You can only have one piece before dinner. Harry busily intervened to prevent his sister from attempting to stuff 5 candies into her mouth at once. So what exactly is happening? Lucius regarded Sirius, who was languidly lounging on the sofa, idly toying with a decorative object, with a look of frustration. Draco is in my hands. Sirius set the ornament down, resting his hand on his knee and lifting his chin. His overly smug demeanor was rather infuriating, but also undeniably handsome, as was Lupin's inner monologue. Of course. My insipid cousin Narcissa knows where her son has gone. What I mean is, if you do not agree with what I am about to say, I will take Draco hostage. Ha. Chapter 14. The Malfoy family above all. Enough of this foolishness, Sirius, speak plainly. Narcissa frowned, dismissing her brother's words entirely, though she detested anyone using Draco's safety as leverage. I am not jesting, Madame Malfoy. I possess your son's life. Will you go to any lengths for me? Sirius' smile faded, his expression turning serious as he regarded his sister and brother-in-law. Lucius sprang to his feet, pointing his wand at Sirius' prominent nose, blood surging in his veins. What do you mean? Sissy, go retrieve Draco at once. And what if I say, I cannot bring him back? Sirius remained unfazed by the wand directed at him, carefully scrutinizing the expressions on the Malfoys' faces. You, Sirius Black, this is a terrible joke. Narcissa spoke in a low tone, still unable to believe that the 2 graduates of Gryffindor could resort to such measures. Yet a mother's instinct compelled her to breathe unevenly, desperately yearning to see her son. Enough, Bigfoot, Lupin interjected in a grave tone. All right, for us it's merely a jest. Sirius raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The Malfoys visibly relaxed, only to hear the man's words take a sharp turn. However, it is no joke for Voldemort. You what? Lucius' words caught in his throat, disbelief etched upon his face. He began to grasp Sirius' implication. He would return, and not far off. Lupin restrained his inclination to mock the black dog, conveying the ultimate purpose of their visit. When that moment arrives, what will the Malfoy family do? Continue to dangle their lives as his servants, or turn to the light? Lupin's gaze shifted to Narcissa, a mother. Do you think Voldemort would use Draco as leverage to compel you into serving him? Or if he found him displeasing, eliminate him outright? Narcissa pressed her hand against her thundering heart, sinking into the couch, while Lucius extended his arm to support his wife, struggling to speak. Are you so certain he will return? That madman Dumbledore. It is the Horcruxes, Sirius interjected. Lupin shot him a disapproving glance. Such information should not be disclosed without the Malfoy family's consent, lest Lucius inform on them. Sirius shrugged, gesturing to his head, indicating that he was rather adept at forgetting. What did you say? Narcissa exclaimed in astonishment. That evil dark wizard created Horcruxes to split his soul, and likely more than one. Are you truly willing to follow such a deranged and bloodthirsty tyrant? The room fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, Lucius spoke up. You know I cannot defy him. His voice was hoarse as he rolled up his sleeves, the dim snake-shaped mark appearing before everyone. If you need me to convey any messages, I will do so, but the condition is that you must ensure the safety of Sissy and Draco. I demand an unbreakable vow with Dumbledore himself. Sirius raised an eyebrow, surprised to see the fence-sitting Malfoy display considerable bravery for the sake of his family. He had underestimated Lucius. So you intend to join the Order of the Phoenix? Lucius' gaze wavered. Conveying messages did not necessarily mean he had to join the Order. Adhering entirely to Dumbledore's wishes felt a bit too unwilling. If he was to wait for his manor to be usurped by Voldemort, considering the Malfoys were among the wealthiest Death Eaters, such a vast estate was perfect for a band of lunatics to wreak havoc upon. Sirius rose, adjusting his collar, taking Lupin's hand as if to depart. Join. We shall join, Narcissa sighed, halting her brother's theatrical display. Rather than be controlled by a fractured madman, it was better to ally with the light wizards and fight for their lives. They had the advantage for now. Voldemort had yet to make a comeback, and covertly joining the Order of the Phoenix was not a loss. A pleasant collaboration. Sirius plopped back down, grinning at his astute sister and brother-in-law. I will contact Dumbledore tomorrow to establish the vow, of course, regarding the protection of Sissy and Draco. I trust Lucius would not jest about his wife and child. Would he? Lucius let out a weary sigh. A blatant threat, yet he had no choice. The dark mark would not vanish simply because he fled from Britain, and he did not wish to spend a lifetime on the run with his wife and child. How did you come to learn about the Horcruxes? Lucius could not help but inquire, observing the fading white light between the wands. Didn't he, Sirius and Lupin, tell you? No. Ask them, after all. This is considered your family matter. Dumbledore's eyes dimmed. Every mention of those who had perished in the war weighed heavily on his heart. Family matter? Confused. Lucius stepped out of the study, only to find his wife waiting at the door, her eyes red-rimmed. What has happened, sissy? Lucius wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, his expression anxious. Narcissa merely shook her head, signaling for Lucius to attend to their guest first. As Dumbledore and the Black Lupin couple departed in succession, Lucius seized the opportunity to embrace his wife, seated upon their bed, and learn the truth. To think it was Regulus? I had assumed otherwise. Sirius proclaimed that it was not yet time to vindicate him, but suggested erecting a memorial in the Black family cemetery. Let us attend his funeral when the time comes. Lucius tenderly wiped away the tears from his beloved's eyes. Narcissa nestled against her husband, softly weeping for her younger brother who had sacrificed so much. It is well known that the Black family ardently supported the ideology of pureblood supremacy, exhibiting an air of arrogance and eccentricity. Undeniably, the blood coursing through their veins bore a certain ferocity. For instance, her elder sister Bella, an unwavering supporter of Voldemort, wielded a cruel hand and had taken countless lives. Yet, it was from such a family that the last two male heirs of the main line joined the fight against Voldemort. Her elder sister Andromeda had long severed ties with the family, and now she too had clandestinely joined the Order of the Phoenix. The Black name had evolved beyond being synonymous with pure evil, while Berga had spent her life championing the highest ideals of pureblood supremacy, only for her sole heir to turn out to be a half-blood. Narcissa could not help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate. Though she still looked down upon Muggle-born wizards, she sensed that continuing to support Voldemort and his so-called pureblood doctrine would only lead the Malfoy family into decline, spiraling into an abyss. She rolled up her husband's sleeve, gazing at the serpent-shaped mark upon his arm. She simply could not permit her son to be tainted by that mad, malevolent, soul-splintering fiend. The path ahead would only grow more arduous. Yet the Malfoys must remain united forever. Chapter 15. The Unpleasant Portrait on the Wall. In the master bedroom of the Black estate, deep crimson drapes concealed a world of passion. It was the weekend, and the air was thick with a decadent atmosphere, effortlessly evoking thoughts of the fierce battles of the previous day. Remus found himself unable to open his eyes once more, yet he could feel the fervent breath behind him, warm and playful, eventually morphing into tender kisses upon his neck. A small scar adorned the nape of his neck, a favorite spot for Sirius, who could never resist licking and nibbling there, much like a dog. Indeed, he was a dog in every sense. The dog owner, Remus, sighed in resignation. His heavy eyelids refused to part, compelling him to voice a gentle protest against the large foot that was playfully nudging him. Upon opening his mouth, a familiar hoarse sound emerged. Go check on the children. No, it's too early. Sirius clung to his lover's waist, pouting, while simultaneously applying just the right amount of pressure in a gentle squeeze. Remus relished the sensation, sinking deeper into his partner's embrace, savoring the warmth of their shared moment. Sirius's disheveled locks sprawled across the pillow, a few strands brushing against Remus's cheek, provoking a ticklish response that made him elbow the strong chest behind him. You need a haircut. Sirius, nestled against Remus's neck and shoulder, hummed in protest, restlessly shifting until Remus, thoroughly exasperated, flipped him onto the floor with a nonverbal spell. Go do whatever it is you need to do. Let me sleep. Sirius clicked his tongue in discontent, then climbed back onto the bed to steal a kiss from Remus's lips, only to be met with a playful pillow smack before he finally exited the bedroom, satisfied. What a splendid weekend. What shall we do today? Sirius hummed a tune, donned an apron, and resolved to commence the day by preparing a lavish breakfast for his family. Good morning, Bigfoot, Harry exclaimed as he hopped onto a chair, his eyes sparkling as he greeted his godfather. Morning, little fork. Today, we have your favorite pumpkin pasties. Sirius set down the plate he was holding and bestowed a kiss on Harry's forehead before turning back into the kitchen. Harry swung his legs from the chair, having just awakened his sister before descending the stairs, which meant that soon, he would have a not-quite-awake little Moonbeam in his arms. Sure enough, little Moonbeam plopped down into her brother's embrace, nuzzling her head against him. Harry expertly patted his sister's back, soothing her. At last, enticed by the aroma of breakfast, Antonine fully roused, leaping from her brother's arms to sit in a chair. Antonine adored weekends when the family was together, and Daddy had the time to prepare meals for them. However, breakfast typically only included the three of them, as moon-faced Luna always struggled to rise from her slumber. Perhaps she works too hard, Harry and Antonine mused in understanding. After breakfast, Harry coaxed his sister and Bigfoot to play a puzzle while he darted back to the bedroom. Antonine's birthday was the next day, and he intended to craft a doll for his sister. The fabric had been chosen with Remus's assistance, and he had learned the sewing skills from Narcissa. Now, he merely needed to stuff the doll with cotton, and sew it shut. As Harry surveyed the doll he had painstakingly crafted stitch by stitch, he nodded in satisfaction. Little Moonbeam would surely adore it. April 28th, Antonine's birthday. The little girl, surrounded by her father and brothers, approached her pile of gifts. Mine first, mine. Harry raised the gift box high, eagerly watching as Antonine tore off the wrapping paper. Wow. It's for me. Antonine's hazel green eyes shimmered with surprise as she lovingly caressed the doll her brother had made. A curly-haired girl holding a black puppy, dressed in her favorite frilly dress. Overjoyed, Antonine planted kisses on her brother's cheeks. This gift, though less intricate than her other dolls, was the most heartfelt she had ever received. Thank you, brother. Your craftsmanship is exquisite. I shall cuddle it while I sleep. Harry grinned widely. I'll make you an even prettier one next time. Antonine showered her brother's cheeks with more kisses before continuing to unwrap her other gifts. Draco had sent a box of homemade cookies. Delightful and visually appealing thanks to Auntie Sissy's help. Auntie Sissy gifted a beautiful witch's dress, while Uncle Lucius bestowed a sapphire brooch. Her dear friend Eulina presented Antonine with her favorite picture book, and Grandpa Albus sent an enormous box of lemon sherbets. A flavor Antonine had fallen in love with ever since he had shared one with her. Upon seeing Dumbledore's gift, Antonine looked up. Papa, will Grandpa Albus be joining us for dinner tonight? Yes, he wrote to say he would definitely return, Remus replied. Ever since the matter of the Horcruxes had come to light, Dumbledore had become increasingly busy, attending to Hogwarts affairs while also delving into Voldemort's past in search of the remaining Horcruxes. Of course, the Black family had not been idle either. Leveraging Sirius's position at the Ministry, he had tirelessly hunted down several escaped Death Eaters, with the Malfoys covertly contributing their resources. Nevertheless, the search for the Horcruxes had yielded little success, as Voldemort had hidden them far too well. Returning to the present, Antonine unwrapped the last two gift boxes. Daddy's gift was a stunning emerald necklace that complemented Antonine's eyes beautifully. The little girl smiled as she asked Daddy to put it on her. Papa's gift was a toy wand, much like the one Harry had received on his 6th birthday, allowing a child of Antonine's age to practice controlling magic and adapting to a wand. Antonine delightedly played with it. And then the unexpected occurred. A child's uncontrollable overflow of magic was unleashed through the small toy wand. A tempest swirled through the spacious living room, prompting Sirius to instinctively turn to shield the two children, while Remus, wand in hand, cast a spell to halt the chaos. It's all right, my darlings, Remus said soothingly, his hands deftly restoring the affected areas of the room to their former state. Sirius exhaled in relief, ruffling his daughter's hair and laughing joyously. It seems our little one is quite the magical prodigy. Daddy at your age certainly did not experience such a grand display of magical fervor. Antony stuck out her tongue apologetically, feeling a flicker of pride within her. She too aspired to become as formidable as her two fathers. Harry, swelling with pride, playfully pinched his sister's cheek, teasing that the great sorceress Antony would one day protect him. In the midst of their playful banter, a shrill scream pierced the air. Ah! How did my house come to look like this? The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing a series of portraits that had long been concealed by black cloth, and Volga's voice erupted in panic. Damn it! Sirius muttered under his breath, rising to search for the black cloth, while Remus attempted a summoning charm, yet to no avail. Ah! Sirius Black, how could you allow that filthy werewolf and half-breed to reside in the Black House? How could I have such a son? Sirius's expression darkened with fury, grateful that his wand was not at hand, for otherwise he might have been unable to restrain himself from destroying the portrait. Instead he could only roar. Shut your mouth. How dare you speak to your mother like that? You rude creature. Volga's shrieks grew louder, her words increasingly vile. Enraged, Sirius turned to storm into the study to retrieve his wand, determined to obliterate that portrait. At that moment, Remus finally spotted the black cloth caught in a crevice. Just as he was about to pull it free, a sound of shattering glass echoed from the living room, followed by Volga's frenzied screams. Harry looked on in alarm at his sister's pale face, realizing that Antony had just smashed a vase, sending shards straight into the center of the portrait. No one can insult my family. Little Moon's youthful voice, thick with indignation, bore an uncanny resemblance to Sirius when he was furious, her pretty face contorted with a hint of ferocity. She was genuinely incensed by this indiscreet woman she had just met. Harry quickly patted his sister's back, trying to soothe her, while Remus draped the black cloth over the damaged portrait, and Sirius strode back to the children. Little Moon buried her head in Daddy's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks in frustration. All right, you can't cry on your birthday, okay? Daddy will teach that person a lesson for you. Why does she have the right to insult my papa and brother? She said you were rude. Humph, she is the rudest of all. Little Moon exclaimed, out of breath. Sirius ruffled his daughter's hair, half-heartedly agreeing that he would find a way to get rid of the portrait by tomorrow. Both father and daughter clenched their fists, glaring fiercely at the portrait now shrouded in black cloth. Remus felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Could genetics be so powerful? Chapter 16. The Austrian Journey. Thank goodness, aside from occasional bouts of temper, Little Moon remained a well-behaved child. Remus focused intently on the children's moral education, hoping that these two young saplings would grow healthily and positively. Naturally, he insisted that Sirius lead by example, treating the two little sprites with kindness, forbidding any foul language in the household. Volga's portrait was magically relocated to a separate bedroom by Remus, and Sirius was strictly prohibited from arguing with his mother in front of the children. Moreover, Remus ordered that Sirius should refrain from displaying overly affectionate behavior in the children's presence, even when Sirius batted his sorrowful puppy eyes, claiming that the children might misunderstand their relationship. No way, Remus firmly pushed the clingy giant away, his teeth gritted in frustration. It was no wonder he was upset. Just the other day his daughter had asked him, "Brother and Draco always hug and kiss. Will they also have little babies in the future?" Unbelievable. For the first time, Remus realized that he and Sirius might influence the sexual orientation of the two little boys in their household. Of course, he wouldn't impose restrictions on Harry's preferences. Harry was free to like whoever he wished, be it boys or girls. However, it was unacceptable for his own behavior, and that of Sirius, to lead Harry to mistakenly believe he favored boys. Harry was free, everything about him was, and he couldn't allow any misguidance in his education. "You are being overly anxious," Sirius retorted. "Is it abnormal for the two little ones to grow up together and be close? Harry and Little Moon hug all the time. What's wrong with that?" Sirius believed that Remus was subtly depriving him of his privileges, so the perpetually unsatisfied dog had no choice but to seek his rewards at night, even resorting to Muggle toys. How did he acquire those toys? Oh, during his fatherly excursions to the Muggle world. Sirius certainly didn't spend all his time at the Dursleys' house. He frequented Muggle shopping malls. Thankfully, Harry was oblivious to the adult-themed shops and their ambiguous signage. Strutting into his office clad in a turtleneck sweater, Sirius reveled in the spring air, much to the astonishment of his assistant. "Sir, aren't you hot?" The assistant couldn't help but inquire. Sirius tilted his head back, tugging at his collar to reveal a glimpse of the black collar beneath. He then flashed a smile, utterly unaware of the allure he exuded, as his assistant's eyebrows twitched in response. "Hurry up and finish your work. In a couple of days, we'll take a holiday to travel with the wife and kids." Ever since Harry turned 6, Sirius had taken advantage of his position to secure keys for travel to various countries, and every year, during their vacation, the family would embark on adventures. From nearby destinations like Germany and France to more distant locales like Egypt and China, this year's destination was Austria. Remus wished to visit Vienna to immerse himself in classical music and see the renowned Muggle landmarks, such as the Hofburg Palace. Harry and Sirius yearned to ski in the Alps, while Antony was eager to admire the mountains and the Danube River. The plunderers' family packed their bags and set off. Before arriving in Austria, they first paid their respects to James and Lily, and then visited Madame Bathsheba Bahat. Harry was exceptionally cordial to the elderly lady who had once cared for his parents, bringing her a plethora of gifts. Old Bathsheba warmly welcomed the family, and even prepared an upstairs room for them to occasionally rest. Antony also adored the cakes made by the elderly lady. "Have a delightful journey, children," Bathsheba beamed as she bid them farewell, not forgetting to hand them their favorite snacks. The trip went smoothly. Remus was utterly enchanted by classical music and purchased numerous records. Harry and Sirius, true athletes, quickly mastered skiing techniques, with Sirius discreetly using a bit of magic to cushion Remus's falls. However, a small mishap occurred when Antony went missing. Children sometimes encountered unexpected incidents when using fireplaces without uttering the correct incantations. Initially, Sirius remained calm, promptly contacting the Austrian Ministry of Magic to request assistance in locating her. But when he discovered where his daughter was, his composure shattered. At Nurmengard, a fireplace that had lain dormant for years suddenly erupted with flames, and Antony appeared bewilderedly in the soot-filled hearth. "Daddy? Papa? Brother?" The little one took a few steps forward, surveying the dilapidated surroundings of the house, puzzled by the state of the village's transport point. Before she could exit the room, a wand was pointed at her. The guard, upon sensing a magical disturbance emanating from a small girl, frowned in confusion but remained vigilant, for a dark wizard was imprisoned here. And no one could ascertain whether this seemingly harmless child was a dark witch under the effects of a de-aging potion. "Hello, is this Hallstatt village?" Antony bravely inquired, her innocence shielding her from the perceived threat of the wand. "This is Nurmengard. Who are you, and why are you here?" "Nur what?" Antony blinked in bewilderment, wondering if she had taken a wrong turn in the fireplace. Complying, she shared her name with the stern-faced uncle and mentioned that she seemed to have lost her way, also adding that she hailed from England and her knowledge of German was limited. The guard, proficient in English, discerned the situation and escorted Anthony out of the castle, standing at the entrance to await the arrival of her guardians. Throughout this time, he cast several glances at her. The daughter of the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the British Ministry of Magic, she certainly had a notable lineage, and her magical aura seemed potent enough to have reactivated even the long-dormant fireplace. Fortunately, the dark wizard remained imprisoned at the tower's pinnacle. Any unforeseen incident would be beyond his capacity to bear. Anthony stood obediently at the doorway, yet an unsettling sensation permeated her. As if someone were watching her. Was it the uncle beside her? Nevertheless, she found solace in her bracelet, handcrafted by grandfather Albus, which she and her brother possessed, capable of warding off a degree of magical attacks, thus granting her a semblance of self-protection. The young girl steadied her nerves, entirely oblivious to the penetrating gaze emanating from the tower's heights. Grindelwald had sensed her presence the moment she set foot in Nurmengard, a peculiar aura of magic that felt both foreign and strangely familiar. Albus, standing behind the narrow window of his cell, fixated his keen gaze on the unwitting girl. Though aged and unable to discern the source of Anthony's resemblance to Albus, his deep, mismatched eyes narrowed in focus. Anthony was now cradled in her father's arms, playfully sticking out her tongue, and giving a reassuring kiss to her pale-faced brother. Daddy was expressing gratitude to the Austrian Minister of Magic, while Anthony snuggled closer, silently conveying that she was truly unharmed. "Your containment measures have been remarkably effective," Sirius commended, with Remus nodding in agreement. "Who is he?" Anthony tilted her head, instinctively seeking clarification from her ever-reliable brother. Harry shook his head, having gleaned from the elders that a dangerous criminal was confined here, yet the specifics eluded him. Well, they would eventually find out, and Anthony popped another comforting chocolate into her mouth, disregarding the gaze that lingered upon her. Chapter 17. The Resurrection Stone. "In truth, you need not have accompanied me, Remus." Dumbledore pushed open the dilapidated door, which creaked ominously, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. He turned his head, clearing his throat as he regarded the man behind him. "The more hands, the greater the strength. Besides, I am here to inspect the affairs of Hangleton." With a flick of his wand, Remus transformed the ramshackle shed into a less dismal state, peering into the abode with a furrowed brow. "Is this truly the ancestral home of Salazar's descendants? Come, let us search separately." Dumbledore lowered his head, having traced the lineage of Voldemort's mother back to the fallen Gaunt family. Given Voldemort's fervent advocacy of blood purity, it was plausible he might have left some trace within this ancient domicile. "Hey, there's a box." "What?" In stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated and inexpensive items, this ring box was impeccably preserved, nestled beneath layers of wooden boards. At that moment, Remus marveled at the utility of a werewolf's acute sense of smell, as he caught a whiff of an unusual scent. "Oh no." Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, leaning in for a closer inspection, his expression growing grave. "Another Horcrux." Our previous suspicions were indeed correct. He created more than one. Dumbledore took the box from Remus's hands and cautiously opened it. Within lay an ancient, black gemstone ring, adorned with intricate engravings. "Let us take it back. Once we discover how to destroy it, we shall annihilate it." "What are you doing?" Dumbledore could no longer restrain his thoughts upon seeing the gemstone. "The Resurrection Stone. It must be." He stammered, his lips trembling. He barely registered anything else. His mind fixated on donning the ring, longing to become the master of one of the Deathly Hallows and bring back his tragically departed sister, Ariana. The black stone shimmered with an eerie glow, while a hissing serpent flicked its tongue, twisting its body as if to invite the onlooker into the abyss. Dumbledore's gnarled fingers trembled as he extracted the ring. "Come forth, great white wizard, Saint Dumbledore. The curse left by Voldemort will not weaken because of his feeble existence. He is dragging his most feared enemy step by step into the abyss." With a swift motion, Remus Lupin struck Dumbledore's hand away, his green-brown eyes filled with alarm. "Wake up, Albus. This is Voldemort's Horcrux. How can you consider wearing such a perilous object?" The once wise eyes regained a glimmer of clarity. Albus steadied himself, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. He offered a rueful smile, perhaps speaking to Remus or murmuring to himself. This is the resurrection stone. It can bring them back. The resurrection stone? Isn't that from storybooks? No, the Deathly Hallows are real, declared the current master of the Elder Wand. Remember? The invisibility cloak passed down in the Potter family. You've worn it numerous times. Remus stood frozen, incredulous, pointing at the tiny black stone within the ring box. So, this thing can truly resurrect the dead? Dumbledore opened his mouth, then shook his head. I do not know, but do you not wish to bring back James and Lily? And every soul lost in the battle? For the first time, Remus witnessed the calm, composed elder's eyes ignite with a glimmer of hope and yearning. He suddenly realized that even Dumbledore harbored regrets over loved ones lost to death. Yet reason prevailed. This remarkably patient werewolf closed the ring box, speaking solemnly. I think of them every moment, but Albus, at the very least, we must destroy the remnants of Voldemort's soul first. If it can truly bring them back. I wish to offer them a happy, peaceful life, free from the pain of death. A happy life. Dumbledore's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Even if Ariana were truly resurrected now, could he forsake everything in the wizarding world to remain by his sister's side? At least not now. He self-deprecatingly smirked, lifting his gaze to this young, resolute man, feeling ever more assured that choosing him as head boy was indeed a wise decision. You are right. Let us find a way to break Tom's Horcruxes first before we consider whether the resurrection stone can genuinely restore life. Thank you for inviting me to dinner, Remus. Dumbledore observed as Remus secured the ring box within the most concealed cabinet of the Black residence, his demeanor returning to its customary elegance and affability, as they agreed to safeguard the secret of the resurrection stone. Do not be so formal. I believe Annie and Harry would be delighted to see you. Oh. Speaking of which, I heard from Sirius that little Annie got lost by accident? What happened? Just a child being confused and mispronouncing the name of a place. But we contacted the local authorities immediately and found her. It was nothing serious. That's good to hear. However, it did frighten me at the time. Who could have anticipated that Anthony would teleport to such a perilous location as Nurmengard? Remus patted his chest, still shaken. Where did she go? Dumbledore's mood that day was akin to a roller coaster. Upon suddenly hearing a familiar yet strange place name, he found himself at a loss for words. To the very place where Grindelwald is imprisoned. Do you not recall? Remus blinked, remembering that Grindelwald had been defeated by a young Dumbledore. Of course I remember. But did she happen to encounter, Grindelwald? Dumbledore pressed down on his restless heart with great effort. After so many years, anything related to that person would always leave him feeling unsettled. Fortunately, the guards found her in time, and he was relieved that the consequences were not as dire as they could have been. Indeed, it was a relief that the child was safe. Dumbledore exhaled, thankful that he had not seen her. Antonia was secure. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a pang of discomfort washed over him, as he pondered whether she was faring well. At his age, he found it rather absurd that a mere name could stir such tumult within him. He chuckled bitterly to himself, chastising his youthful disposition. He would never see him again. What was the point? Dumbledore silently berated himself. However, his melancholic thoughts were swiftly disrupted by the arrival of the children. Antonia leaped into his embrace, seeking affection, while Harry eagerly tugged at Dumbledore's robes. When will I receive my letter from Hogwarts, Albus? Harry inquired, his bright emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dumbledore flashed a mischievous smile, winking playfully. What do you think? Oh, come on. You won't tell me. And neither will the Bigfoot and Moonface. Harry pouted, plopping down onto the sofa. I want to go now. I want to attend Gryffindor. Harry was adamant about joining Gryffindor. Naturally, he proudly thumped his chest. Both my parents, Bigfoot and Moonface, were in Gryffindor, so I must go too. Dumbledore affectionately ruffled the boy's tousled black hair, listening as Harry continued. How does Hogwarts sort the houses? You will find out soon enough. Another vague response elicited Harry's displeasure. He wriggled, hopped off the sofa, and grabbed a biscuit, not forgetting to offer a piece to his sister. Antonia chewed on the biscuit, still years away from attending Hogwarts, and thus did not fully comprehend her brother's current impatience. Chapter 18. The letter arrives. The long-awaited letter from Hogwarts finally arrived, albeit first at the Malfoy residence. Draco, brandishing the letter triumphantly, approached Harry with a smug expression that provoked clenched jaws. Oh look, seems like being a month older than someone has its advantages. Harry, envious of the floating letter adorned with the Hogwarts crest, lunged forward, pinning the self-satisfied Draco onto the blanket, his arms braced on either side of Draco's head. Draco's silky blonde hair fell over his forehead, his slate blue eyes sparkling with mischief as he arched an eyebrow. What's this? Little Harry wants to claim his brother's letter for himself? You. Harry glared fiercely at his insufferable childhood rival, opening his mouth to nip at Draco's shoulder, leaving a wet mark on his white shirt that revealed the tender skin beneath. Ouch. Are you a dog? Let go, Harry Potter. Harry straightened his torso, reveling in Draco's discomfort with a triumphant tilt of his head. My father's Agamonies is a stag, so I should be a stag too, not a dog. Do you concede? Draco rolled his eyes dramatically, finding Harry's immaturity tiresome as he pushed him off with some force. That trait certainly doesn't run in the family. How can you and Antonia both believe such nonsense? Harry made a face, snatching Draco's letter from him, opening it to scrutinize, only to sulk against Draco's shoulder, pouting. When will I receive mine? Hogwarts won't reject me, will they? Impossible. It's simply because you haven't turned 11 yet. Draco rested his head against Harry's, comforting him. Come on, one more month won't make a difference. We'll be off to school soon enough. Will we be in the same dormitory? Harry asked eagerly. Oh well, Draco scratched his head. If we're sorted into the same house, I can persuade father to place us together. But if we're not, will you be sorted into Gryffindor then? Harry rubbed his head against Draco's neck. What do you think? Draco sighed. If I'm sorted into Gryffindor, father will disown me. Then you can come to my house. Harry laughed until tears streamed down his cheeks, vividly imagining Draco's outraged expression should he find himself in Gryffindor. He grasped his childhood companion's shoulder, and together they tumbled onto the luxurious carpet of Malfoy Manor. Draco only let loose when he was with Harry. They would roll in the grass during Quidditch matches, or embark on quiet adventures around the manor. In his childhood, he even plucked feathers from his father's peacocks. At all other times, he was the epitome of a dignified Malfoy. Master, Mr. Snape has arrived. A house elf appeared out of thin air, bowing respectfully. Sirius? What brings him here at this hour? Draco rose from the carpet, noting that neither Narcissa nor Lucius were home. He took Harry's hand. Come. Let us greet our future potions professor, who is also a good friend of my father. Harry hesitated. Accompanying Draco to meet a guest was fine, but a potions professor? He shivered at the thought, recalling the book Remus had prepared for him, which included a section on potions. Honestly, I find the other subjects quite intriguing, but this one utterly perplexes me. It gives me a headache just looking at it. Would this professor be as amiable as Headmaster Albus? Perhaps he too would come to love potions. Sirius, good day. Draco greeted the elder with decorum, pulling Harry to sit on the sofa. Father and mother are not home. You may speak with me. Nothing much. I merely came to deliver the potions Lucius requested. Sirius spoke slowly, his sleeves waving as several potion vials appeared on the coffee table. Very well, I shall inform him. Sirius's gaze finally shifted from the curious boy silently observing him to Draco, his friend's son. I received my letter from Hogwarts, Draco said somewhat shyly. Knowing Sirius would likely be his future head of house, eager to cultivate a closer bond. Oh, by the way, this is Harry Potter, my good friend. Harry. This is Sirius Snape, our future potions professor. Hello, Professor Snape. Harry greeted politely, noting that the man before him differed from his expectations. Clad entirely in black, with slightly long hair slicked back, his expression was rigid, making him seem unapproachable. Professor Snape, we are not well acquainted, Potter. Well, he certainly was unapproachable. Harry gulped, managing to stammer, Professor Snape. Sirius diverted his gaze from Harry Potter, his fist clenching within the confines of his expansive sleeves, his nails embedding into his flesh. This was his first encounter with Lily's child. He bore a striking resemblance to that insufferable James Potter. The tousled hair alone was enough to irk him. Even seated on the sofa, he could not remain still, constantly glancing around, leaving Sirius perplexed as to how the Malfoy boy could befriend him, appearing so intimately connected. However, those eyes so reminiscent of Lily's. Sirius shut his eyes, then quickly reopened them, signaling to the house elf that tea was unnecessary, and standing up, addressed Draco. I must be going. Won't you stay for dinner? Perhaps father and mother will return shortly. Draco stood, wishing to keep the enigmatic potions master around, as he aspired to master potions himself one day. Not today. Sirius Snape strode toward the fireplace, where the roaring flames engulfed him, leaving two children exchanging glances. Harry stuck out his tongue. He doesn't seem to like me much. Not really. He treats everyone that way, Draco shrugged. But Sirius is quite decent. He brewed a potion for my cold when I was younger. Speaking of which, I think in a couple of days we need to head to Diagon Alley to purchase our school supplies. Indeed, but when is my owl going to arrive? Harry lamented, collapsing onto the sofa. On July 31st, Harry Potter's 11th birthday, amidst a warm birthday celebration, an owl finally landed on the balcony of number 12, Grindelwald Place, delivering Harry's acceptance letter to Hogwarts. At that moment, surrounded by friends and family, Harry was joyfully cutting the birthday cake. Having mischievously smeared cake on Sirius's face when Dobby appeared, his withered fingers clutching a letter. Master Harry, your letter has arrived. Chapter 19. Severus's gift and preparations before school. The already warm and affectionate atmosphere in the room surged to a new height, leaving Harry dizzy with joy. He dashed into the room where his parents' photographs were displayed, triumphantly holding up the letter. I'm going to Hogwarts. I will become as formidable a wizard as my parents. Sirius's eyes glistened with tears as he recalled how, in his previous life, Harry had received his Hogwarts letter at this very moment. He was all too familiar with the disdainful demeanor of the Dursleys, having silenced their derogatory remarks with countless bribes over the years. Yet, what kind of life did Harry lead without his godfather's support? Sirius, feeling a wave of sorrow, watched as Harry was surrounded by his daughter and nephew, radiating happiness, and his guilt intensified, instinctively tightening his grip on Remus's hand. What's wrong? Remus tilted his head, observing the despondent black dog, and chuckled softly. Are you reluctant to let Harry go? A little, Sirius confessed, resting his head on his lover's shoulder, seeking solace. He couldn't share anything about his rebirth with Remus, not from a lack of trust, but from a fear that Remus might not want him anymore. Others might find it amusing that the once arrogant Black was now timid in matters of the heart, but he couldn't help but worry. If his beloved were to fall for someone else, what would he do? Come on, let us take a look at the gifts, Remus gently urged. Noticing Sirius's fixation on the past, he pulled Harry along, leading him to the pile of presents, casually handing him a box. Let us see what you've got. Harry rubbed his hands together in excitement as he opened the box. What's this? Potions? A row of small vials came into view, and Harry was puzzled. He had never received such a birthday gift before. Who sent this? Sirius examined the wrapping paper, noting the absence of a card or signature. Remus picked up a vial. White Essence, Bone Regeneration Potion, Healing Elixir, Cold Remedy. These are all high-quality potions. The person who made them must be quite skilled. The couple exchanged glances and then turned toward the Malfoys, who had come to celebrate. Narcissa shook her head. She had sent a box of fine chocolates, while Lucius typically gifted jewelry to the children. This seems to be the work of Severus, Lucius noted, sniffing the vial of Cold Remedy. It's identical to what he made for young Draco. It's his unique creation. What? That sniveling git did this? Both Sirius and Harry exclaimed simultaneously. And then Sirius realized, Harry, how do you know him? He hasn't done anything to you, has he? Sirius scrutinized Harry's arms, searching for any signs of harm. Harry, bewildered, replied that he had only seen him at the Malfoy residence. We can't accept this gift from him. Dobby, take it away. Remus halted Dobby's movement, frowning. Don't be like that. Severus is merely being kind. Remember, he was a friend of Lilias. What? Have you forgotten what he has done? How can he possibly be worthy of being Lilias' friend? There could be some sinister dark magic curse hidden in there. Sirius's anger grew. He had never had a favorable view of that greasy git in his previous life, and his opinion hadn't changed. Moreover, how could Severus possibly treat James's child well? I don't think so, Padfoot. Professor Snape seems to be a good person, Harry countered, surprising Remus with his defiance. I really like this gift. Please don't throw it away. Meeting his godson's hopeful gaze, Sirius swallowed his indignation. How could Harry trust someone he had barely met? If you like it, that's what matters, Harry. You should write him a thank you letter, Remus encouraged, bending down to ruffle Harry's dark hair gently. Despite the tension, Sirius suppressed his frustration for Harry's birthday. He would confront that greasy git another day and ensure he kept his distance from Harry. He also needed to ask Albus to keep an eye on Harry at Hogwarts, ensuring he wouldn't fall victim to any lurking dangers. Unlike his godfather's profound distrust, Harry found himself not particularly averse to the professor, perhaps influenced by Draco, who had shown a rare respect for someone else. Moreover, since he had given him a gift, he likely wasn't a bad person, right? In Diagon Alley, Harry yawned in boredom, standing before Draco, who was being measured for his robes. The alley was bustling today, with the four parents divided into groups to procure their school supplies. He and Draco were left waiting to have their school robes fitted. Ice cream is here. A cheerful voice chimed from behind as Little Moon approached, holding a serving of ice cream, followed by Aunt Narcissa. Fantastic! Harry exclaimed, leaping from his chair to joyfully accept his portion from Narcissa. Thank you, Aunt Sissy. You're welcome. Anthony sat beside his brother, licking his ice cream while curiously inspecting the school robes taking shape on Harry. Is this the Hogwarts uniform? It doesn't he look very pretty? Narcissa chuckled, ruffling her niece's hair. Don't worry, dear. Auntie will make you a lovely shirt and sweater to wear underneath, and you'll look absolutely beautiful. Okay. Anthony continued to savor her ice cream as her brother devoured his in a flash, and stepped forward for measurements. Soon, the four of them exited Madame Malkin's shop, colliding with their three fathers. Cauldron, materials, robes, books, quills. We just need wands now. Oh right, Harry still needs to choose an owl. Ollivander's wand shop. Hawthorn wood. Unicorn hair core 10 inches. This wand is perfect for you, young Malfoy. Draco nodded with feigned calmness, his heart brimming with elation. He finally possessed his own wand. Expressing his gratitude to Mr. Ollivander, he turned to his childhood friend beside him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Harry scratched his head, understanding that Draco's gaze sought praise. Yet he pondered what exactly he should commend. Was it appropriate to applaud him for acquiring his first wand? Minutes later, Harry realized the significance of the moment. As he himself had yet to find a suitable wand, and had inadvertently caused a chaotic mess in the shop, helplessly returning the wand to its place, he turned to his godfather. Sirius strode forward, patting his protégé's shoulder, and gently reassured him, "Do not fret, little fork. It is essential to select the wand that best suits you. We are all here to support you." Ollivander withdrew a new wand box from the wall, and opened it before Harry. Give this one a try, my child. Hollywood 11 inches. With a phoenix feather core. As Harry took the wand, he suddenly felt a warmth at his fingertips. Raising the wand high above his head, he waved it downward with a swift motion, cutting through the dust-laden air. A brilliant red light erupted, and sparks cascaded from the wand's tip like fireworks, illuminating the walls with dancing motes of light. Harry's earlier agitation dissipated, his emerald eyes reflecting the brilliance around him, as applause and cheers erupted from all sides. He turned to see Ollivander nodding in approval, while Remus gave him a thumbs up and Sirius joyfully pulled him into a bear hug, ruffling his hair. Splendid, little fork. You are about to become a wizard. Chapter 20, Platform 9 3/4. The mornings at number 12, Grimmauld Place are typically serene and cozy, yet today chaos reigned. Oh no, it should be described as a raucous frenzy. Remus Lupin was on his fifth inspection of Harry's luggage, which consisted of 2 oversized trunks, the latest Firebolt 2000, an owl cage, and a bag brimming with muggle snacks. Perhaps inheriting from Lily, Harry possessed a modest craving for treats and exhibited remarkable self-control, never indulging excessively. However, concerned that Hogwarts would not provide his favorite muggle crisps, the fretful wolf father had packed in abundance for him. He completely overlooked the presence of the observant Antony, who witnessed the entire scene unfold. "Harry, have you put on your school uniform?" Remus secured the luggage by the door, and ascended the stairs toward Harry's room, pushing the door open just in time to catch sight of someone slipping prank toys into Harry's robe pocket. "Sirius, I told you Harry is too young for school. You cannot give him dangerous items." "But dear, these are merely harmless little toys." Little toys? Were they referring to skyrocketing fireworks or candies that could cause an eruption of green pustules? Veins bulged on Remus's forehead as he stepped forward to rummage through Harry's pockets, producing a cascade of items. Sirius Black. All right, I was wrong. I just feared Harry might be bullied." Sirius expertly wrapped his arms around his partner's waist, playfully ignoring his godson's wistful expression, retrieving all the toys he had given. Yet he slyly winked at Harry, who understood the unspoken message and patted his pocket in response. The exchange of glances between godfather and godson did not escape Remus's notice. He sighed and crouched down to ruffle Harry's hair. "If you encounter any conflicts with your classmates, remember to reach out to us if you cannot resolve them. We do not seek trouble, but we must not shy away from it, understood?" Harry nodded earnestly, appearing obedient. "I won't be bullied, Moonface. I believe there are no bad people at Hogwarts, right?" "Who said that?" "Be wary of that sniveling brat and that Malfoy scoundrel. He might very well cause you trouble." In his previous life, Harry had endured quite a bit of annoyance from the insufferable Malfoy during the Triwizard Tournament, and Sirius had not forgotten. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. This Draco was now a good friend of Harry's, so when he heard his beloved godson speak, "Draco? He wouldn't dare. He listens to me." This statement was indeed true. The proud young master would immediately yield to Harry's whims whenever he playfully pouted. Sensing Sirius's growing ire, Harry instinctively shifted the topic, jesting that it was time to depart, as Antony was still waiting downstairs. The family of 4 arrived at King's Cross Station, and Harry curiously gazed around, searching for platform 9, 10, And where might platform 9 3/4 be? He looked up at the two increasingly amused adults beside him. Sirius and Remus simultaneously recalled their own bewildered attempts to locate the platform when they were students. The difference was that Remus had the gentle guidance of his father, while Sirius had only cold, unfeeling relatives. Nevertheless, it was all right, for soon after, Sirius would encounter the two most important individuals in his life. Soft warmth flickered in his dark gray eyes as he clasped Remus's hand resting on the luggage rack. Enough reminiscing about your youth. Can you please tell us how to get in, dear fathers? Antony exclaimed, rubbing her temples, exasperated at her seemingly serious yet carefree fathers. Remus cleared his throat awkwardly and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Now dear, can you see the third pillar? All right, prepare yourself, 3, 2, 1. With a gentle push from his elders, Harry Potter stepped through the barrier into platform 9 3/4, embarking on his thrilling and anticipated journey to Hogwarts. Harry, you made it! Draco exclaimed as he weaved through the crowd, rushing to join Harry and his family. Draco! Harry exclaimed excitedly, embracing his childhood friend. Thrilled at the prospect of attending Hogwarts together, Remus greeted the Malfoy couple, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of Lucius burdened with as much luggage as their own. It seemed that everyone was quite concerned about their children's boarding life. The bustling atmosphere of platform 9 3/4 during the back-to-school season dazzled Antony. She spotted Draco's two loyal companions, the brawny Crabbe and Goyle, along with a dark-haired girl, presumably from the Parkinson family, who always seemed to trail after Draco. Antony wrinkled her nose. She held no fondness for that girl, having once been disrespectful to Harry, and thus felt no warmth towards her. To her right stood an entire family of redheads. Could they be the fabled Weasleys? To her left, a bushy-haired girl exuded the aura of a Muggleborn, curious about everything in the magical world. Oh, that little boy has a toad? That creature is so slimy and unpleasant. Antony pouted, withdrawing her gaze to her two brothers. Were they all about to depart? Would she be the only child left at home? She felt a twinge of sadness. The train's distinctive whistle echoed, and Remus embraced Harry once more, imparting every piece of advice he could muster. Sirius watched with a smile as his eager godson broke free from the warm embrace, crouching down to meet his gaze. Life at Hogwarts will be as wonderful as you envision, Harry. Harry gazed into his godfather's clear eyes, nodding vigorously. Should anything arise, remember you can always contact home. We shall forever be your steadfast support. And do remember to make good use of your birthday gift, the one from Albus. The two exchanged knowing winks before bursting into laughter, as Sirius playfully beckoned Harry to follow in the footsteps of the marauders, cleverly utilizing the invisibility cloak to explore the campus. Remus, hands on his hips, shook his head, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Recognizing how much Harry resembled James in this regard, he would never extinguish the child's spirit. The sound of the boarding horn grew ever louder, and Harry embraced both of his fathers one last time, gently ruffled his sister's hair, and took Draco's hand as they stepped onto the train. Antonin gripped Papa's small hand with increasing strength, unwilling to part from her two brothers whose figures faded from sight, quietly wiping away her tears. In the next moment, a familiar black head popped out from the nearest window. Annie, your brother will write to you, don't be sad. Antonin's tears transformed into a smile as the train began to move, Harry's voice drifting further away. I've left the two-way mirror on the coffee table in the living room. Remember to respond. And don't eat too many sweets, eat more vegetables. I will miss you. The train gradually receded into the distance, but love never truly departs. Chapter 21, Funeral and Rebirth. We are quite fortunate. This compartment is entirely unoccupied. Harry gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, before turning to converse with Draco, who was fiddling with his wand beside him. The young master retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into his waiting mouth. Ah, delicious. Harry puffed his cheeks, resting his head on Draco's shoulder. Why haven't we arrived yet? How much longer? I'm feeling a bit sleepy. The initial excitement had faded, leaving both children somewhat bored. Draco patted his thigh and leaned his head against the door, while Harry expertly curled up on his lap, a ball of warmth. Let us rest for a while. When we arrive, Goyle will come to fetch us. Goyle and Crabbe were in the compartment opposite them. The young master preferred not to squeeze in with the two hulks and had sent them away. The boy on his lap soon fell into a steady rhythm of breathing, and with the warm sunlight streaming through the window, Draco succumbed to slumber. Godric's Hollow. It was Draco Malfoy's first visit to this sparsely populated, Muggle-infused place. Also renowned as the birthplace of the legendary Harry Potter, the final resting place of the Potter couple. Now Harry Potter too lay buried here. A multitude had come to pay their respects, and Draco stood at the periphery of the crowd, feeling somewhat out of place. Beside the coffin stood Potter's wife, Ginny Weasley. Inconsolable, collapsing weakly into the arms of her brother Ron, while 3 tear-streaked children stood nearby. The service was led by Potter's former friend, now Minister of Magic, Hermione Weasley. Since graduating, Draco had seldom seen this renowned Muggle-born witch, the Granger from the Daily Prophet. He still struggled to adapt to calling her Weasley, always so stern and meticulous in demeanor. Perhaps it would be more fitting to describe her as unperturbed in the face of calamity. Yet now, her face was etched with sorrow and heaviness, her once eloquent lips stammering through the eulogies. Draco could perhaps empathize, who could accept that Harry Potter, having narrowly escaped the killing curse, would meet an untimely demise? Harry Potter, aged 35, perished in a tragic explosion while fleeing from dark wizards. To save an innocent girl, Harry had sacrificed his precious life. Hermione continued to recite the eulogy, and all present were deeply moved. The now much older Molly Weasley fainted from grief, having lost yet another son. Standing by the Weasley family was a boy with pink hair. Draco recognized him as Teddy Lupin, Potter's godson, who was also mourning for his godfather. Draco observed everything with indifference, a sneer forming in his heart. St. Potter, always orchestrating some selfless act to capture the attention of others. Mourners approached one by one, offering flowers, one by one departing, until Harry Potter's coffin was finally interred in the earth. With 2 other members of the Potter family standing by the gravestone, he had finally returned to the embrace of his parents. This is what the mad girl Luna said. Her ethereal voice echoed in Draco's ears. Luna looked at Draco with pity. Perhaps she knew something, or perhaps she did not. Humph. Draco scoffed inwardly. A bunch of fools. Believing in this Potter? He was surely faking his death, just as he had before, hiding in the shadows, waiting to spring a surprise. The crowd gradually dispersed. Ron, still seething with indignation, was led away by Hermione. Draco stood alone by Potter's gravestone, holding a white rose. Have you had your fun yet, Potter? Everyone has left. Are you not coming out? The rose thorns pricked his pale fingers, but the man remained oblivious, staring blankly at the inscription on the gravestone. Here lay the valiant savior, and buried alongside him was the love he had harbored since their school days. A few raindrops fell from the sky, landing on the white rose in Draco's hand. The petals adorned with dew, a sight that should have been beautiful. Draco was too distracted to appreciate it. He knelt before the gravestone, his bony fingers gently tracing Harry Potter's name. His meticulously groomed blonde hair fell obediently across his forehead. He could not remember when it began, but that reckless scar-headed boy had taken root in Draco's heart. Despite bearing the weight of his family's safety and the threats from Voldemort, he would still choose to assist that boy as much as possible. The moment his wand slipped from his grasp, Draco felt a sense of relief. At least Potter had gained a glimmer of hope for survival. He scoffed at himself for such a sentiment. This elusive infatuation, was it worth risking his life? Draco did not know, but the battle had concluded, and Harry Potter had triumphed. His love was now at an end. He relocated to France with his parents, completely severing ties with this country that had brought him both joy and despair. Yet the savior refused to release him, the deluge of reports inundating Draco's study, also ensnaring his heart, which hung suspended, unable to fall. Draco Malfoy could not forget Harry Potter. The unbearable truth swelled within his chest. He defied his father for the first time, rejecting an arranged marriage. Time and again, he gazed at reports of Potter's brave deeds, and in the depths of night, Harry Potter would appear to redeem him. He also harbored unrealistic fantasies, wondering if among the countless letters, there might be one from him. Draco did not receive a personal letter from Potter. Instead, he received an invitation to Granger's funeral. He knelt helplessly before Potter's grave in the pouring rain, the downpour drenching the fragile rose in his hand, soaking his once radiant blonde hair, seeping into his thin black suit, and equally washing away the tears from Draco's face. What use was it to deceive oneself? Harry had forever departed this world, and he was grateful to Granger for granting him a moment of solitude. Perhaps that clever witch had already seen through his thoughts. But what did it matter? His love had long since met its end, and the feelings he had concealed during their school days would never have another chance to surface. If only Merlin would grant him one more opportunity. He would do everything in his power to hold Potter's hand, to ensure his life was safeguarded, even at the cost of his own. The rain continued to fall, washing away the dust from the ground, but unable to cleanse the bitterness within. Draco's tall figure loomed over the gravestone as he reached out to embrace the stone, offering the hug he had failed to give in life. The rain poured down relentlessly, and the dark silhouette gradually faded from view. Potter. Harry groggily opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of green. He heard his pillow murmuring incessantly. Have we arrived? Are we at Hogwarts? Draco. He thought he heard Potter's voice. No, it couldn't he be. Potter calling his name? Hey, wake up. Did you have a nightmare? Draco. The body felt as though it were being gently pulled and swayed. And Draco suddenly opened his eyes, locking gazes with the pair of enchanting orbs he had long yearned for. Why are you crying? Harry asked, tenderly wiping away the tears from his childhood friend's face. Harry Potter? Draco murmured in disbelief. Is this a dream? He lifted his hand to caress the youthful cheek before him but hesitated midway. Whether it was a dream or not, it mattered little. A warmth enveloped his hand as Harry instinctively nestled his head against his palm. Still not awake, are you? I could nibble you. Are you awake yet? Harry teased, playfully gnawing at the flesh of Draco's palm, a sight he rarely witnessed from Draco. The sensation of pain surged through him as he observed Harry's diminutive form contrasted with his own hand, which now appeared shrunken. It finally dawned on Draco. He might have been reborn. Chapter 22, The Trio. Draco Malfoy, the current headmaster of St. Mungo's, master of the Malfoy estate, and a favored child of Merlin, now felt as though he were walking on air. A sense of ethereality enveloped him, making the unfolding reality seem almost surreal. His former nemesis, Harry Potter, was introducing him to what appeared to be his future lifelong friend, proclaiming him as his steadfast companion. Ron Weasley, notably larger than the other two, regarded him with incredulity. What are you staring at, you Popper Weasley? Draco thought, though he managed to suppress any biting remarks, grateful that his inner self was no longer that of a child. However, he still tilted his chin, directing his nostrils disdainfully at the bothersome Weasley. Despite Ron's silence, he felt an uncomfortable chill run down his spine, as if he had been scrutinized. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, deciding to focus on the illustrious savior instead. Hey, I can perform a spell that turns this ugly little rat yellow. Wow, that sounds cool. Show me. Harry's excitement prompted Ron to straighten up, clearing his throat as he aimed his wand at the small rat nestled in his arms, a gift from his parents procured in Diagon Alley. The compartment door swung open once more, and the trio instinctively looked up. Draco squinted, and indeed, the Gryffindor trio was destined to converge. The newcomer was none other than the meticulous Hermione Granger, her brown hair tousled and chin slightly raised. Has anyone seen a toad? No, Ron shook his head. Are you going to cast a spell? Let me see. Ron recited a spell, and a flash of yellow light illuminated the compartment. The rat, still squeaking, appeared unchanged. But Harry leaned closer and exclaimed, Hey, its tail has changed color. You did it. Really? Merlin, it's my first time attempting this spell. I might have been a bit nervous, Ron exclaimed, clearly elated, as it seemed Fred hadn't deceived him. Hermione frowned, sensing it was merely a half-baked spell. With two boys seated on one side of the compartment, she took her place beside Ron, launching into her usual chatter. To be honest, Harry felt a bit dazed but remembered she had grown up in a Muggle household, and that her name was Hermione Granger. Draco remained composed, recognizing the future Minister of Magic's articulate manner. Yet he was surprised by her clarity from such a young age. What are your names? Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. And this is my friend Draco Malfoy. Harry interjected before Draco could respond, knowing Draco's disdain for Muggles, but feeling it inappropriate to be rude to a classmate. He discreetly pinched Draco's soft flesh at the small of his back, a silent threat. To his surprise, young Malfoy merely nodded at the girl with decorum. Hello. Given the opportunity she had provided him to attend Harry's funeral, Draco felt compelled to extend his courtesy. Hermione nodded back at the boys and turned her attention to Harry. Is it really you? I've read books about you. Yes, I've purchased several extra books. Those are just publishers' fabrications. I'm just an ordinary boy. Harry smiled, tousling his hair to reveal the lightning scar. Perhaps I just have more scars than you. That's not it, mate. You defeated. Oh, that name we cannot speak. Ron covered his mouth, glancing around furtively, looking like a thief. Hermione nodded in agreement. You are indeed quite famous. Come now, those are just foolish articles written by a bunch of idiots. Do you really believe a 1-year-old could defeat the Dark Lord? Draco scoffed. In both this life and the last, he found it utterly absurd that the magical world relied on a boy to vanquish an evil dark wizard. He grasped Harry's hand firmly. I grew up alongside him. He is just an ordinary person, better than anyone else knows. Perhaps due to his years in a position of authority, Draco exhibited a hint of adult sharpness, causing Ron to lose some of his bravado. He muttered to himself. Yet this was a story he had heard all his life, and changing his perspective on it was no easy feat. All right, Draco, they mean no harm. Harry gently patted his childhood friend's hand, and offered Ron and Hermione a sincere smile. Once we start attending Hogwarts together, you'll understand. I'm nothing special at most. Particularly mischievous? My uncle often says I'm as slippery as my father, impossible to catch. The timely jest lightened the atmosphere in the compartment. And after a few exchanges, Hermione rose to her feet. "We're almost at our stop. You'd best hurry and change into your robes." Even after Hermione Granger had exited the compartment, Draco still felt the world was somewhat magical. He had managed to coexist peacefully with the Gryffindor trio for such an extended period, and found himself speaking up for Harry Potter. Wait a moment. How exactly did I become Harry Potter's childhood friend? Draco pondered, reflecting on the starkly different 11 years. His life at Malfoy Manor had not changed much from his previous existence, the only and greatest difference being his close relationship with Uncle Sirius. Sirius? No. Wasn't he imprisoned in Azkaban for causing the Potters' demise in the previous life? This time, it was Peter Pettigrew who had been imprisoned, and it seemed he was indeed the true culprit. But what or who had brought the real culprit to light? Draco felt a twinge of frustration. As he had been but a mere infant in swaddling clothes at that time, unaware of the precise events that had transpired. However, it was clear that Sirius's transformation had set off a series of butterfly effects. Draco stroked his chin, realizing he needed to find time to have a serious discussion with his uncle. Draco? Draco. Draco snapped back to reality, noticing Harry waving his hand in front of his face. "What's wrong?" "We've arrived," Harry urged. "Quick, help me straighten my robes." Draco paused momentarily, his mind still catching up with his body's instinctive reaction. Memories flooded back, vividly reminding him that for the past several years, they had shared such intimacy. He often helped the disheveled Harry tidy up, and Harry frequently accompanied him in playful escapades, indulging in the limited entertainment available. It seems he still requires some time to acclimatize. Chapter 23. The First-Year Freshman. As the night air grew increasingly frigid, Harry could not help but shiver, drawing closer to Draco and slipping his hand beneath Draco's robe for warmth. Draco was still piecing together the fragments of his past life, when an unexpected chill grazed his waist, an undeniable sensation even through the fabric. Startled, he nearly leapt to his feet, disregarding decorum. Fortunately, muscle memory prevailed, and he did not shy away from Harry's intimacy, which offered him a small sigh of relief. "Hey, I think I recognize him." Harry, oblivious to his childhood friend's unease, pointed towards a burly figure in the crowd holding a lantern. "That must be Hagrid, right? I remember Bigfoot mentioning he held me when I was a child." "Ah. He seems to be the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts as well." Encountering this half-giant again stirred a myriad of emotions within Draco. His last memory of this giant was walking out of the Forbidden Forest cradling Harry's lifeless body. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Draco adjusted his demeanor to that of a first-year student, grasping Harry Potter's hand as they moved forward with the throng. First years gather around. Hagrid's warm smile illuminated the bustling crowd. Spotting the disheveled-haired boy and recognizing the scar on his forehead, Hagrid's smile widened. "Hey, you must be Harry, right? Come this way." "Ha. I knew he recognized me." Harry tugged Draco towards Hagrid, with Goyle and Crabbe instinctively following, their larger frames parting the way for the two boys. Ron trailed alongside Harry, finding delight in the loquacious boy, although he couldn't shake the feeling that Harry was perhaps too close to that Malfoy. After all, he and his brothers never held hands wherever they went. "Come along now, first years." Hagrid's booming voice interrupted Ron's thoughts, as the thrill and anxiety of approaching Hogwarts consumed him. They followed Hagrid, seemingly stumbling down a rocky path. The way brightened, and the shimmering surface of the Black Lake once again captured Draco's gaze. For some reason, he felt a twinge of homesickness, his palms beginning to sweat. "What's wrong?" Harry asked as they boarded the small boat. Hagrid instructed them to row across to the other side. Sensing his friend's discomfort, Harry teased, "Nervous? Even the great Malfoy gets nervous." As dusk settled, the dimming light obscured Draco's expression. Receiving no reply, Harry instinctively inched closer, seeking to convey a sense of security through their physical connection. "We're still together, don't be anxious." Draco blinked, firmly returning Harry's grip, his gaze fixed on the approaching castle, his lips pressed into a thin line. A sense of apprehension enveloped him. He was acutely aware that once they entered this castle, it was likely he and Harry would part ways. Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been at odds. Harry would undoubtedly gravitate towards that pack of Gryffindor lions, and gradually, his childhood friend would fade from memory. It mattered not, as long as he ensured Harry's survival. That was all that truly mattered. Oh, and he needed to devise a way to keep the Malfoy family out of Voldemort's clutches. Damn it. He certainly did not wish for Malfoy Manor to fall into the hands of Death Eaters once more. Speaking of which, he recalled that Harry had ended up in the hospital wing at the end of his first year, and he had secretly sent a gift, though it had gone unacknowledged. In this life, Draco hoped such occurrences would not repeat. His gray-blue eyes turned towards the boy beside him, who was anxiously clutching his arm. Draco lowered his gaze. Harry had always loved adventure, in both this life and the last. Could he truly succeed in preventing him? It seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, if he couldn't beat them, he would join them. After all, he was the youngest head of St. Mungo's. He could cure any ailment, as long as he could keep up. Upon reaching the entrance of the Great Hall, a tall witch in a green robe appeared before them. Professor McGonagall, Draco silently called. Though she was still a professor at this point. The first years followed Professor McGonagall into a small alcove at one end of the hall, where she began to explain the sorting ceremony. In just a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence. I advise you to tidy yourselves up and pay attention to your appearance. Oh dear Draco, please check if my tie is straight, Harry whispered, tilting his neck. Draco attentively adjusted his collar, repeatedly assuring him that he looked impeccable. Only then did Harry lean in to discuss how the sorting might unfold. Will it be through some sort of test? Fred mentioned it might hurt a little, but I think he was joking, Ron interjected. A test? Harry's eyes widened. I've only learned a smattering of basic spells from Moonface. Merlin, it can't be too difficult, can it? Harry quickly scanned the room, noting the silence. Save for Hermione whispering incantations to herself. Moonface? Ron asked, puzzled. Oh, that's just what I call my uncle. It's his nickname, and my family uses it. Oh, I see. Ron nodded, having just learned that Harry was raised by his godfather and uncle. It was the first time he noticed their family's unique nomenclature. However, this did little to alleviate the anxiousness felt by the two bewildered boys. Harry quietly leaned against Draco for support, trying to tune out Hermione's murmurs. Draco found it amusing that even his childhood hero had such an endearing moment. Wait, Draco recalled. Harry had always been quite charming over the years. Professor McGonagall soon returned. Line up and follow me, she instructed, leading the first years into the Great Hall, where they stood before the assembled students. Harry heard Ron exclaim from behind him how luxurious the place was, and upon scrutinizing it, he concluded it was merely slightly larger than Malfoy Manor, which he still considered more opulent. Yet, he was weary of Malfoy Manor. This place appeared far more challenging. As he looked up, he beheld a starry canopy above. He then overheard Hermione softly remark, I read in Hogwarts a history that this place has been enchanted, so it looks almost like the real sky. Really? Some people actually read the school history? Harry exchanged incredulous glances with Draco, and upon witnessing the shared astonishment, they averted their gazes, each mentally contemplating whether to ask Bigfoot to create a magical starry ceiling for Little Moon. Anthony adored the stars. Draco pondered whether the secret to becoming Minister of Magic lay in reading books others overlooked. He had read extensively on potion research. Did that count? Not that he particularly desired to be minister. The head of St. Mungo's was already quite busy, and he excelled in potions and healing. Professor McGonagall ascended to the center of the stage, holding the sorting hat. Here it comes, Draco thought. The sorting ceremony was about to begin. Chapter 24. The Sorting. The pointed wizard hat sang a lengthy, peculiar song, and the newcomers began to grasp the situation. Ron resumed his complaints about his brother, while Harry covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, finding Ron's brother quite amusing. Catching sight of Draco standing quietly beside him, Harry suddenly recalled how he had called him brother for a brief period during their childhood. Merlin, what an embarrassing memory. It would surely give this fellow bragging rights for a lifetime. Now as names were called, the respective students would step forward, don the hat, and await their fate in the sorting. A few boys and girls whom Harry did not recognize ascended and descended, each assigned to different houses. Uncertain of where he would be placed, Harry eagerly hoped to be sorted into Gryffindor, as his entire family hailed from that esteemed house. However, it was almost a certainty that Draco would be sorted into Slytherin, which meant they would be separated. Yet that did not concern him much, for they would still be in the same school, and he possessed a family heirloom that would enable him to slip into other houses with ease. Hermione Granger. The sorting hat called for Gryffindor. Ron let out a dissatisfied huff, which caught Draco's attention as his thoughts wandered. He recalled how these two would eventually have numerous children, and he was taken aback by their initial dynamic. Was this the beginning of a journey from adversaries to lovers? The unmarried and secretly infatuated head of Slytherin pondered in confusion. When it was Neville Longbottom's turn, he remained the same as in his previous life. A bit daft and clumsy, inadvertently causing the hat to tumble off, eliciting peals of laughter. Draco couldn't help but snicker. Longbottom was still the same Longbottom, and it was hard to imagine this fellow would one day become a professor of herbology at Hogwarts. At last, it was Draco's turn. He squeezed Harry's palm and, just as before, strode forward. The moment the hat touched his platinum blonde hair, it shrieked Slytherin. With no surprise, Harry shrugged and watched as Draco joined his two burly friends, nodding slightly in Harry's direction. In response, Harry returned a cheeky grimace. Draco chuckled inwardly, relieved that his mental barriers were impenetrable, and the Sorting Hat had not detected anything amiss. Harry Potter. Finally, it was his moment. Harry rubbed his hands together, ignoring the murmurs behind him discussing his name, and strode confidently forward. As the hat descended upon his head, obscuring his vision, he heard a faint voice whispering in his ear. "Ah, courageous, kind-hearted, and talented. Yes, it shall be that one. Perfect for you. Gryffindor." The hall erupted in raucous applause, and Harry could no longer contain his joy. He removed the hat and dashed to the Gryffindor table. Draco observed as the Weasley boys took turns shaking Harry's hand, their thoughts drifting to the Weasley girl, Harry Potter's future wife. He mused, Will I ever have the opportunity to be Harry Potter's best man in this lifetime? He had never envisioned any romantic spark between himself and Harry, especially since the latter had shown interest in two girls, while he himself was a staunchly masculine figure. It seemed he would forever remain the humble secret admirer. How vexing. Seated across from the ghost, Harry's gaze met Draco's, who was lost in thought. Harry raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Congratulations, we have achieved our desires," before turning his attention to the staff table. Oh, Hagrid was quite near, giving him a thumbs up, to which Harry responded with a smile. His gaze then settled on a familiar figure at the center, Albus Dumbledore, who was smiling warmly at him. Harry reminded himself to address the professors appropriately while at school, avoiding the use of their first names. However, he recalled his sister's suggestion to find a moment to offer Dumbledore some chocolate frogs from his backpack, a new product from Remus. As for Professor Snape, this was their second encounter. Harry thought to extend a gesture of goodwill. Yet the dark-robed professor did not even glance in his direction, having not replied to the thank-you note Harry had sent previously. Perhaps Draco was right. He was a man of cold demeanor but warm heart. With only 3 students remaining, Ron was sorted into Gryffindor and took a seat beside Harry. He sighed in relief and whispered to Harry, "Thank goodness we're both in Gryffindor like the others. If I had been sent to Slytherin, my parents would have killed me." "It's not that dramatic," Harry chuckled, and the two settled at their respective tables as the sorting ceremony concluded. Dumbledore stood, beaming at the students, welcoming the newcomers. Once the meal was finished and the cups drained, Dumbledore delivered his lengthy address filled with important reminders. After a rather clumsy rendition of the school song, they were finally allowed to retire to their dormitories. The food at Hogwarts was delightful, yet Harry found himself somewhat nostalgic for the culinary prowess of the Dursleys. Or perhaps Creature or Dobby's cooking. He worried about whether Luna was eating well. She would surely keep an eye on her. Following the procession through the long corridors, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. The portrait of the fat lady reminded Harry of the painting at home, nearly ruined by Luna, which Sirius had yet to restore. That was to be expected. Voldemort was most certainly not well liked. Nestled in the comfort of his bed, fatigue washed over Harry, and he drifted into a deep slumber, dreaming of whether he could sit next to Draco in class the following day. Meanwhile, Draco found it hard to sleep, plagued by the cacophony of snores around him. As he lay in this somewhat uncomfortable bed, he struggled with insomnia. He had finally confirmed that his rebirth was not a mere illusion, yet he began to fret about whether he could affect any change in the world. But it seemed the world had already been altered in some ways. Would it continue to follow the original timeline? Draco had never contemplated that he could single-handedly defeat Voldemort armed solely with his memories from his past life. For he had no specific knowledge of Harry's numerous adventures throughout the years. He could still recall the atrocities Voldemort committed at Malfoy Manor. He turned over in bed, clenching his fists. Think positively, he told himself. If only I could convince my father to distance himself from the Death Eaters. Oh no. The dark mark still lingered on his father's arm. Even if he intended to escape with his parents until everything calmed down, he could not bear to be away from Harry. Did he truly have to distance himself again? Knowing Harry would suffer time and again, perhaps even sacrifice his life. Could he remain a mere bystander once more? What was the purpose of all his healing magic if he could not protect him? Yes. I must find a way to stay by Harry's side and protect him. At the very least, he could heal him promptly, couldn't he? Ideally, he could persuade his parents to join Harry's side and completely sever ties with Voldemort. The more he thought about it, the more hopeful he felt. However, Draco's 11-year-old body could not withstand the strain of staying awake, and he ultimately closed his eyes, sinking into a deep sleep. Chapter 25, Letters. To Antonin. Dear Luna. Life at Hogwarts is just as wonderful as we imagined. The castle is incredibly cool. The staircases move about, and there are rooms beyond imagination. The Gryffindor common room is so cozy, adorned in gold and scarlet, with comfortable chairs, although there are none of your beloved hanging chairs or swings. I wonder if the other houses have those. I haven't had the chance to explore them yet. Gryffindor is in the tower, while Slytherin is in the dungeons. So Draco and I live quite far apart, making meetings a bit inconvenient. However, we share many classes together. Speaking of which, some subjects are truly amazing, like transfiguration, charms, and herbology. You would definitely find herbology fascinating, with so many magical plants we've only seen in books. You won't believe it. But history of magic is not taught by Albus. Instead, the professor is a very old ghost and incredibly dull. His lectures are monotonous, leaving everyone on the brink of sleep. I struggled to pay attention, only to find that he covered the same material Albus had already shared, making it even more tedious. As for the defense against the dark arts professor, Draco referred to him as a garlic, claiming he has a terrible odor and delivers long, stinky lectures. Why on earth did Albus choose him as a professor? I think it would have been better to have Moonface teach. Even the Dursleys would do a better job. I haven't attended the other classes yet, but I will tell you more later. Oh, indeed, I have made a new acquaintance, Ron Weasley. He is quite intriguing and excels at wizard's chess, skillfully matching Draco's prowess. However, it seems there is a certain rivalry between them. The Weasley family boasts 7 children. Yes, 7. Merlin, is that not impressive? I miss you dearly, as well as Bigfoot and Moonface. Please be sure to eat well at home. And if anything troubles you, do confide in your brother. With love, your brother Harry. What are you up to, mate? Ron casually draped his arm around Harry's shoulder, leaning into converse. I'm riding home. I need to make a trip to the Ollery. Would you like to join? Sure thing. Hedwig, my dear, I hope you don't mind. Harry affixed the letter to the owl's leg, gently stroking its soft feathers. Hedwig, a gift from Sirius, was a strikingly pure white owl, obedient and intelligent, and Harry cherished her immensely. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow, Harry's smile widened while he chatted with Ron. Making their way back to the castle. Are you referring to Professor Snape? Is it true he shows favoritism towards his own house? That's what I've heard. But I can't say for certain. Harry brushed the dust off his robes. He does seem rather unapproachable, yet he did give me a birthday gift. That would be splendid. Perhaps he might assign us less homework. Indeed, let us hope it's not as burdensome as Professor McGonagall's. Hey, why are these stairs moving again? As the shifting staircase jostled Harry, he grasped Ron's arm to regain his balance, glancing up to see Ron's expression fall. Oh no, brother, we're lost again. Seriously? Ron sank to the ground in despair. This was not their first instance of losing their way. He looked around, growing more despondent upon realizing there was not a single portrait or ghost in sight to guide them, let alone a living person. Merlin, we're not going to be stuck here all night, are we? Harry echoed his friend's despair, realizing they had been going in circles. The answer was a resolute no. Foolish little Potter. A familiar, languid drawl emerged from the shadows, causing Harry's emerald eyes to widen in delight. Before the figure even stepped into view, Harry leaped into their embrace. Draco, what a joy it is to see you at this moment. Draco wrapped his arms around Harry's waist, feigning annoyance. What? You don't want to see me at other times? Harry chuckled, confessing he did want to see him, and whispered in his ear that he wished to visit the Slytherin dormitory over the weekend. Draco agreed, noting that having Harry Potter join him and Blaise in their shared dormitory would hardly raise an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Ron observed the two, puzzled by their intimate banter. Were childhood friends truly this close? Come on, I'll escort you back, Draco offered, patting Harry's back. It'll be curfew soon. Do you know the way? Ron inquired curiously, wondering how a first-year like Malfoy could navigate so confidently. Indeed, Weasley. Not everyone is directionally challenged. Ow! Don't pinch me, Harry. Imph. You brought it upon yourself by calling me directionally challenged. Now lead the way. I merely said, fine, I concede. Draco rubbed his arm where Harry had pinched him, reluctantly leading the way. Yet, Harry slipped his hand into Draco's, which made the young Malfoy feel a sense of pride. He considered their long-standing friendship advantageous. After all, Harry would never hold hands with a Weasley, would he? By the way, how did you end up here? Harry finally remembered to ask once they reached the Gryffindor common room's entrance. Oh, I was merely wandering about. Hurry inside. I must return to Slytherin. The corridor was bustling with red-clad Gryffindors, making Draco somewhat uncomfortable as he hastily bid farewell to Harry. In truth, he had encountered Harry and Ron on the 8th floor while searching for the Room of Requirement. He intended to preemptively destroy the Vanishing Cabinet to prevent Death Eaters from infiltrating Hogwarts. However, no matter how he called, he could not gain entry to the Room of Requirement. What was going on? Was the timing not right for the desired object to appear? Just as he decided to visit the library for more information, he heard Harry's voice and opted to escort the lost little savior back. Alas, Draco sighed. The road is long and fraught with challenges. During breakfast on Friday, all swooped into the great hall, and Harry eagerly watched as Hedwig approached, delighting in feeding her some crumbs of bread. The Weasley twins sidled over, their eyes gleaming with curiosity at the letter in Harry's hand. Is that another letter from home? Harry nodded, recalling the attention he garnered when he first received a letter from home. Unlike others, his howler letter erupted with fireworks and ribbons upon opening, swirling through the air before coalescing into a welcoming message. Welcome to Gryffindor. Then came Bigfoot's enthusiastic voice, fantastic. Little Fork. You've been sorted into Gryffindor. Your father would be so proud. Moonface and I are proud of you too. And I declare your allowance doubled for this term. Following was Remus's gentle voice, so proud of you, Harry. Remember to reach out to home if you need anything. I've sent you some clothes to change into. What followed was hardly noted by anyone. The twins, especially, were astounded by the unique howler letter. The two identical boys eagerly bombarded Harry with questions about how it was accomplished. Harry shrugged, saying he had not learned it, but during the holidays, they could visit his home and learn from his godfather. Returning to the present, Harry realized he had received 2 letters, which puzzled him as he had only written to little Moonface. Another howler? Eagerly urged by the twins, he tore it open, this time finding no fireworks or surprises. Only his sister's youthful voice. Could you kindly ask my estranged cousin why I have yet to receive a letter from Slytherin? Harry doubled over with laughter, turning to the very cousin in question. Draco's spoon had plummeted into his soup, with Goyle and Crabbe stifling laughter beside him. Even Ron leaned in, grinning as he asked, could she be referring to Malfoy? Indeed, he is in trouble. Before leaving, he promised to write to little Moonface every week, yet he hasn't done so. What will happen? Ron asked, perplexed. He had a sister too, but Ginny never insisted on him writing back. Harry raised a finger mysteriously. If he doesn't write soon, he might find himself without a place to stay during the holidays. Little Moonface might just blow up his room. Chapter 26, Snape and Hagrid. Enough already. Can you stop laughing? Draco's expression was a picture of exasperation. For days he had been preoccupied with the issue of the vanishing cabinet. But how could he have forgotten to write to Anne? That little witch might just turn all his collectibles into a flowery mess. Harry was nearly in stitches, his laughter echoing as they made their way to potions class. Honestly, you're doomed, little dragon. Half of Anne's handwritten letter was spent critiquing you, Harry said, giving Draco a friendly pat on the shoulder, though he struggled to suppress his grin. Meanwhile, Ron, stationed beside him at the table, had laughed enough for one meal. As he had yet to meet, and was unaware of the true terror of her pure-blood lineage, he was far more concerned about the impending potions class, fervently hoping that Snape would not live up to his notorious reputation for harshness. Don't worry too much, mate, Harry reassured him amiably. I believe that Severus Snape would make an excellent teacher. Do you still hold this opinion, my friend? Observing Harry, who stood beside him with a perplexed expression, Ron found himself at a loss whether to laugh or mourn for Gryffindor's scores. After all, he was equally clueless about what concoction would result from the addition of a daffodil root into some liquid. Harry, nervously scanning the room, noticed that Snape was deliberately overlooking Hermione's eagerly raised hand. He swallowed hard and flashed Snape a self-proclaimed charming smile. The same one that often softened Remus's heart when he aired at home. It seemed to have little effect, as Snape's noxious potion had already splattered onto his hair. Ah. It appears that fame does not equate to knowledge. Can you not provide an answer, Mr. Potter? Harry's emerald green eyes darted around, and lowering his gaze, he finally spotted his childhood friend offering assistance, a note inscribed with the answer. Excellent. It is the water of life, Professor. Where might one procure a piece of bezoar? Oh, from the stomach of a cow. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, attempting to ignore the subtle antics of young Malfoy, and inquired further. What is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? There is no difference. They are collectively referred to as aconite. His deep, dark gaze bore into Potter, and ultimately, he found himself defeated by the glimmering sincerity in Harry's eyes. Take a seat. It seems the illustrious Potter possesses a knack for winning hearts. I trust that next time you might rely on your own intellect. Slytherin receives 2 points for their helpfulness. Merlin, Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening. They can earn points for Slytherin? Snape truly lives up to his reputation. I shall no longer claim that Fred and George have duped me. Thankfully, Harry had Malfoy as assistants, preserving Gryffindor's standing, though not entirely intact. Despite Harry navigating through Snape's lethal gaze with Malfoy's guidance, Seamus still lost a point, and Neville even found himself in the infirmary. At last, the tormenting potions class concluded, and Harry and Ron leaned against each other in their dormitory. Exhaling a sigh of relief, I hereby declare that potions has ascended to the top of my most detested subjects list, surpassing history of magic. At least I have a better grasp of history of magic, mate. The assignments in potions are utterly bewildering, Harry lamented, never imagining that Snape would assign more homework than Professor McGonagall. Well, Ron replied, turning to face Harry, why not rely on your good friend Malfoy? Ha! Harry elongated the sound, then immediately shook hands with Ron. Excellent idea. Draco must be quite adept at writing. It wouldn't be inappropriate to draw inspiration from him. Certainly not. Suddenly, Harry leaned closer to Ron, whispering, I plan to visit the Slytherin common room tomorrow. Will you join me? Ron's eyes widened. How will you get in? Has Malfoy gained such influence? Of course not, Harry retorted, rolling his eyes. He jumped off his bed and rummaged through his belongings, seizing a hidden treasure brought by Remus. As they were alone in the dormitory. Cool. You possess an invisibility cloak. Ron marveled, reaching out to feel the smooth fabric. Where did you acquire it? A family heirloom. Harry beamed, shaking his head in pride. Just tomorrow on our day off, are you in? Let us set off. Ron crossed his arms, pondering. I don't think I'll be returning to that snake pit. It's cold and damp. Glancing at Draco, who was nonchalantly leaning against a pillar while munching on a green apple, and at Harry snuggled under Draco's blanket, he could only helplessly hug himself while seated. That was Draco's final concession. He would never allow a weasel to occupy his bed, let alone lie beneath the covers. I say, having toured enough, Harry. Shouldn't we return? Ha! Harry poked his head out from beneath the covers. It's still early, Ron, and I wish to stay here tonight. What? Absolutely not. The one expressing doubt was Ron, while Draco firmly rejected the idea. Why not? Harry protested indignantly. Didn't you say Zabini wouldn't he be back today? Why can't I stay here? For heaven's sake, if Draco were still an 11-year-old child, he could sleep beside Harry without a care. But he is now a man in his 30s. Although his body had yet to fully mature, absolutely not. Draco's eyes darted around, and he needed to devise a way to divert Harry's attention. Hey, didn't you mention wanting to meet Hagrid? He lives in a little hut by the Forbidden Forest. Should we pay him a visit? Sure. Harry sprang up from his cocoon, turning to Ron. Shall we go now? Let us go. Frankly, rather than witnessing the two of them exchange glances, it would be more enjoyable to spend time with Hagrid, who seemed quite interesting. Yes. Ron had already categorized Harry and Draco's interactions as flirtatious. After all, he would never be so close to Fred or George, nor would Percy ever consider it. Hagrid's little wooden hut lay on the outskirts of the castle. The three boys exited the castle, leaving small impressions on the lawn. Harry mischievously stepped on Draco's shadow, prompting Ron to follow suit in the shadow play. Draco rolled his eyes at the two childish companions. Oh, Harry, it's splendid to see you, Hagrid exclaimed as he opened the door, welcoming the trio inside his hut. Who are these? Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, they're both my friends. Oh, Weasley. Those two twin troublemakers from your family always venture into the woods. Hagrid hurriedly set chairs for the three boys, suddenly realizing that the platinum-haired boy was Malfoy. Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that the child from that family was friends with Harry. Indeed, good to meet you, Hagrid, Draco greeted politely. Having lived two lives, he knew the importance of maintaining appearances, and refrained from openly disliking anyone. Besides, he held no real disdain for the untidy half-giant, considering the kindness he had consistently shown to Harry. Ignoring the silence from the others, Hagrid quickly served them hard rock cakes and red tea, turning to chat with Harry, whom he hadn't seen in years. The bearded giant was quite animated, even starting to discuss Harry's father. James was truly one of the finest people I ever met. Hardly anyone at Hogwarts disliked him. Hagrid took a sip of red tea and continued, though not everyone liked that S. What? Harry bit into a cake, finding it impossibly hard to chew. He pretended to savor it, enticing Ron to give it a try. So tough. My teeth. Ron glared at Harry, only to realize Hagrid had suddenly fallen silent. He looked up in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I was rambling, haha. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hagrid, under the scrutinizing gazes of the three boys, redirected the conversation to inquire about their classes. Chapter 27. Encountering Andromeda. Exiting Hagrid's hut, Draco keenly sensed Harry's discontent as the boy kicked at scattered stones along the path. His head hung low. What's wrong? I just feel that when Hagrid mentioned my father's disputes, he might have been referring to Professor Snape, Harry mused. It's possible, Ron remarked, gazing up at the blue sky. After all, he seems to be around the same age as your parents, and he appears to have an inexplicable grudge against you. Harry nodded in agreement, recalling the anger in his godfather's demeanor when he first mentioned Snape's name. Was there some unresolved conflict between them? Inquiring with Uncle Sirius would suffice. Draco shrugged, pondering the triviality of the matter. Sirius harbored no secrets from Harry, and they were both well aware of that. Well, I suppose I should indeed ask, Harry replied, his face lighting up as he and Ron engaged in playful banter, racing toward the castle entrance. Draco interjected. I'm heading back. You two ought to return early as well. No, I intend to accompany you back to Slytherin. Harry revealed the invisibility cloak he had retrieved from his robes, which he had magically expanded prior to their arrival. Draco felt a sudden lump in his throat. He had assumed Harry had long forgotten this matter, his mind racing in vain. Yet it was futile. Harry had already bid farewell to Ron, donned the cloak, and grasped his hand as they made their way toward the dungeons. Harry, wait, Draco attempted to protest. Shoo, you'll reveal me, Harry whispered in his ear, intertwining their hands beneath the concealment of Draco's robes, as they successfully returned to Draco's quarters. Once inside, Harry discarded his robe and flopped onto Draco's soft bed, burying his head in the plush duvet, sighing contentedly. Indeed, Draco's bedding was the epitome of comfort. Draco rubbed his temples in exasperation, contemplating whether he should take refuge on Blaze's bed for the night, but the freshly bathed Harry Potter left him with little choice. Harry lay on one side of the duvet, patting the empty space beside him. Come on, it's time for bed. By Merlin's undergarments, Draco thought, feigning nonchalance as he cautiously settled beside Harry, feeling the warmth of his limbs entwining with his own, striving to remain relaxed, oblivious to Draco's internal turmoil. Harry found solace in his presence. In truth, he had no obligation to reside in Draco's quarters. However, he had recently been troubled by the state of their relationship. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor was more pronounced than he had anticipated, evident from the fervent exchanges with his peers, Ron and the Weasley twins, who often conveyed the intensity of the discord between the two houses. While Harry harbored disdain for many of Slytherin's inhabitants, particularly the insufferable Parkinson, Draco was a different story altogether. He held an undeniable affection for him. The young boy grappled with the uncertainty of whether his friend would remain by his side, and the repeated physical contact provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Draco, we ought to," Harry murmured sleepily, his arm draped across Draco's chest. Draco lay staring at the ceiling, silent for a long moment. There was no such thing as forever in this world. Hedwig, having just enjoyed a day of rest, resumed her duties on a Sunday morning, alighting upon the balcony of number 12, Grimmauld Place. At that moment, Andromeda was savoring her breakfast, accompanied by a mountain of dog food. Since Harry's departure for Hogwarts, this delightful task fell solely upon her shoulders. Why does Daddy, in his 30s, still require Papa to feed him bread? I was independent by 5. Just then, Dobby descended from the heavens, a fluffy white bird perched upon his shoulder. Hedwig. Andromeda buried her head in the owl's soft feathers, rubbing against them, while Remus retrieved the letter, raising an eyebrow at its contents before passing it to Sirius. The ever-reckless man felt a wave of embarrassment upon reading the letter from his godson, pondering how he might explain to Harry their complicated history with Snape. Receiving a pleading glance from Sirius, Remus maintained his composure. The large black dog then approached, adopting the most pitiful expression in an attempt to soften his lover's heart. Oh. He succeeded. Remus waved the letter, indicating he would respond to Harry, while also preserving some dignity for himself and James. I've finished, Andromeda exclaimed, hopping down from her chair. Today, I've arranged to learn painting with Sissy, and I'll be back for dinner. Off I go. The little girl's figure vanished amidst the flickering flames, prompting Remus to blink, realizing he had no pressing matters to attend to. What shall I do today? He murmured. What to do? A warm breath brushed against his neck as Sirius's arms quietly encircled his waist. What do you think, my dear? Remus still pondered how, despite being the same age, Sirius possessed such boundless energy. The poor werewolf struggled to massage his aching waist, feeling overwhelmed by the chaos that surrounded them. Sirius, ever the charmer, moved closer, offering to massage Remus, invigorated by the delightful breakfast he had enjoyed. Shall we visit the shops this afternoon? Remus cast a sidelong glance at him. Let us sleep first. The Muggle shopping malls had become increasingly vibrant, and Remus hummed softly, planning to purchase a new doll for the closet. Andromeda would surely adore it. Sirius circled around him, equally intrigued by Muggle toys. Sirius? A feminine voice called from behind. Sirius turned to see Andromeda, his long-lost cousin, accompanied by the youthful, pink-haired Nymphadora Tonks. In a moment of shock, Andromeda quickly embraced her cousin, who stood frozen in place. It's been ages. How have you been? I'm well, Sirius replied, breaking into a broad smile. Andromeda was a bright beacon from his childhood, and he was elated to see her again. Tears welled in Andromeda's eyes. She never anticipated encountering this child once more, yet this was hardly the ideal setting for a reunion. Sirius invited them to the Black family residence, stating that it had changed immensely since their last visit. "I never imagined you would marry," Andromeda remarked, sipping her tea with a hint of nostalgia. "Sirius?" Remus nudged his chest. "Andromeda is speaking to you." "Ah," Sirius exclaimed, snapping back to reality. "Yes, I am married. I wed Remus," he confessed, locking eyes with Tonks. Biting his lip. Never had he dreamed of encountering her before she became an Aur. Chapter 28. The Flying Lesson. The mistakes of his past weighed heavily upon Sirius. He had once doubted Remus's fidelity while naively trusting Peter, enduring the harrowing escape from prison only to shy away from his feelings. Harry had overwhelmed him. He mused that the past should remain buried. The Sirius of your deliberately avoided Remus's sorrowful gaze, recognizing he had no choice but to remain confined within the house. Consumed by regret and worry for his godson, gazing into the mirror at his ravaged reflection, Sirius could only manage a bitter smile. He had long ceased to be worthy of Remus's affection. It was only natural for Remus to find love elsewhere, especially with someone as captivating and exceptional as Tonks. Pain and anxiety once again engulfed Sirius, leaving him uncertain whether he should relinquish his feelings once more. If Remus were to fall for Tonks, where would that leave him? The innocent voice of Andromeda's daughter pulled Sirius from his reverie as little Andromeda bounded into the room, hands raised in triumph, brimming with excitement. "Daddy, Papa, look. I drew a white peacock." "Oh, do we have guests?" Only then did Andromeda notice the two unfamiliar women seated on the sofa. She dutifully handed her artwork to Creature, positioning herself between Sirius and Remus. Remus smiled warmly, ruffling his daughter's hair, then glanced at Sirius, who immediately responded, "This is my cousin, your Aunt Andromeda, and this is her daughter, whom you should call." "Just call me Tang Kasi," Nymphadora smiled. "Oh, Sirius," Andromeda exclaimed in surprise. "Is this your daughter?" "Hello, Auntie, I am Antonine Blacklupin." Antonine greeted politely, her vibrant green eyes sparkling. Andromeda crouched down, gently caressing the girl's tender cheek, astonished and delighted. "My goodness, darling. You look just like your father did when he was a child." "Oh, but wait, those eyes resemble Remus's beautifully." Antonine willingly allowed her aunt to stroke her face, her lips curling into a broad smile. She adored this first meeting with her aunt, who imbued her with an overwhelming sense of security. She nuzzled her small head against her aunt's hand like a kitten. "Auntie, you smell so lovely, just like Cece," she remarked. Sirius chuckled, patting his daughter's shoulder, softly encouraging her to take her sister to her room to play. The nightmares that had plagued him for years shattered the moment his daughter appeared. He and Remus had formed a blissful family, leaving no room for anyone else. Remus, seizing the excuse of work, retreated to his study, granting space to this long-separated brother and sister. "I truly did not anticipate this," Andromeda mused, watching the small figure ascend the stairs. "What?" She turned to gaze at her rebellious and defiant brother, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. "You have found a lifelong companion, and a lovely child. So, you have put down roots, haven't you, Sirius?" "Indeed," Sirius replied, his gaze also fixed on the staircase, where his beloved was instructing a house elf to prepare some snacks for the children. Remus had already become the head of this household, and Sirius was confident in his ability to keep him forever. "I thought you would be a rogue for half your life, ending up alone," Andromeda teased. "Hey, I'm not that kind of person," Sirius retorted with a playful shrug, his eyes twinkling with mirth. His silly brother had not changed, still as endearing as in their youth. "By the way, since you are here, why not go meet Cece?" Sirius inquired as he sat beside his sister, picking up the drawing board his daughter had forgotten. "Well, all right, their little princess certainly lacks artistic talent. Those lines hardly resemble a peacock." Andromeda sipped her red tea, shaking her head. "There will be opportunities to meet." Harry Potter was in the midst of his favorite class, flying. The sounds of excitement echoed across the grassy field as Harry skillfully mounted his broom, soaring into the air, executing a loop and performing a couple of simple tricks before landing beside Ron, pouting. "This broom is truly average. Why doesn't the school allow first-year students to bring their own brooms?" His good friend was still grappling with how to command his broom, rolling his eyes at Harry's boasting remarks. "Hey mate, most of us haven't even mastered flying yet," Ron exclaimed, glancing around as many were discussing Harry's impressive performance, casting admiring glances in his direction, while Harry remained blissfully unaware, even leaning closer to help Ron. "Don't feel down, mate. Bigfoot told me that when I first learned, I couldn't control my broom either." "Hey, I did it, Harry," Ron cheered, finally managing to grip his broom. Draco stood among the Slytherin team, watching Harry from afar as he enthusiastically assisted those around him. His light golden lashes fluttered down. He despised Harry Potter in this guise. His emerald eyes capable of holding everyone except him. Taking a deep breath, Draco clenched the tattered broom in his hand, forcing himself to look away. His peripheral vision caught sight of the memory ball in Longbottom's hand, and Draco suddenly recalled. How could he have forgotten? It was in this very lesson that he inadvertently helped Harry become the youngest Seeker. Of course, he had no intention of repeating the foolishness of his past life, nor did he wish to provoke Harry unnecessarily. All right, that guy really enjoys Quidditch, Draco muttered, gritting his teeth as he approached the clumsy Longbottom, successfully diverting Harry's attention to snatch the memory ball away. Draco, what are you doing? Harry questioned, tilting his head in confusion. What is it to you, Potter? Care to have a little competition? Draco taunted with a smirk, raising an eyebrow at the savior while tossing the memory ball up and down in his hand. If you want it, come and take it, Draco challenged as he mounted his broom and soared into the sky. Hey. Harry, momentarily taken aback, shook his head in resignation, a smile creeping onto his lips as he remarked, It's not like you've ever beaten me. Harry turned and patted the panicked Neville on the shoulder, reassuring him. I'm sorry, Neville, but don't worry, Draco is just being mischievous. He'll definitely give your things back. I'll apologize on his behalf. With that, Harry mounted his broom and sped into the sky. Is that all you've got, Potter? If you don't catch up soon, I might just throw it away. Harry's expression darkened slightly as he executed a spin, catching the memory ball Draco had tossed, preventing it from crashing against the tower. He descended, returning the memory ball to Neville amidst the crowd's admiration before being summoned away by Professor McGonagall. The sequence of events mirrored Draco's memories, and he exhaled in relief, returning to the Slytherin team without realizing the enormity of the trouble he had stirred. Chapter 29, Reconciliation. For an entire week, Harry had not acknowledged Malfoy. Amazing, was the only thought Ron could muster. Harry wore a perpetual scowl, ignoring Malfoy, except during classes. They hardly crossed paths otherwise. Ron found it peculiar that these two typically inseparable boys were now at odds simply because Malfoy had snatched Neville's memory ball. Ron was at a loss, unable to fathom why his friend was so upset. He needed Malfoy's potion homework and couldn't he endure his friend's gloomy atmosphere. Equally perplexed was Draco, unable to comprehend that Harry would engage in a cold war over Longbottom. Had their childhood friendship truly become so insignificant? Rubbing his temples, Draco slammed his palm against the wooden table in their dormitory, startling Blaise, who turned to find Draco in a furious state. The dark-skinned boy patted his chest, muttering to himself, I'm used to it, Draco must be fighting with his boyfriend. Shut up, Blaise. Harry is not my boyfriend. Draco shot him a fierce glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Harry likes girls. All right, so when do you plan to go find your little Harry and make up? Blaise inquired, and Draco slumped in his chair, feeling deflated. He longed to reconcile with Harry, but what if Harry didn't want anything to do with him anymore? What if he had already realized that the Gryffindors were his true family? He didn't want to know if he had been abandoned. That thought was too disheartening. Draco raised a hand to cover his eyes. Malfoy, your package. The knock accompanied Goyle's booming voice, prompting Draco to rise and open the door. Goyle, munching on a small cake sent by Antonine, disregarded Draco's disdainful expression and shoved the package into his hands. I brought it back for you. No need to thank me. Just remember to return. After the door closed, Draco opened the package to find a bag of filled cookies, the note written in Antonine's childish handwriting. Papa's newly developed filled cookies, your favorite green apple flavor. Draco's simmering anger began to dissipate. At least Antonine remained his dear sister. However, the next line sent a chill down his spine. I heard from Little Fork that you don't want to be friends with him anymore? What's going on? I advise you against indulging in any mischief. He has penned countless letters denouncing your reprehensible behavior. Before he brings this matter before the parents, it would be prudent for you to apologize swiftly. Otherwise, with Daddy and Lucius teaming up, I cannot promise to rescue you. Draco felt as though his mind was on the verge of explosion. When had he ever wished to sever ties with Harry? It was Harry who had been ignoring him. Damn it. What on earth was Potter thinking? He absolutely had to find out. As he observed the figure storming out, Blaise picked up the parchment that had fallen to the ground and sighed upon reading its contents. Honestly, two brothers quarreling while expecting their sister to mediate? Such immaturity. Immature Draco hurried to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, but hesitated just before stepping through. Truly, it was the weekend. Harry might not even be in the common room, and he had Quidditch practice to attend. Draco pressed his lips tightly together. lingering for a moment before becoming conflicted about whether to retreat and confront Harry at the classroom door the following day. Malfoy. A crisp female voice called out. Draco looked up to see Miss Know-It-All. Hermione, alone and clutching a pile of books, was emerging from the common room. Typically, she would not converse with a Slytherin, given their disdain for muggles. However, she recalled that Malfoy had been rather polite. Here to see Potter? Huh. Oh right. Draco momentarily faltered, realizing he had forgotten that the Gryffindor trio had yet to become inseparable friends. Of course, Granger would call Harry by his surname. Yes, not in the common room. Ah well, thank you. Draco expressed his gratitude politely, his gray-blue eyes dimming. Perhaps it was best to wait until tomorrow, he mused. Oh my god. I can't believe my eyes, Harry. Malfoy is here to see you. Ron's excited voice rang out. Draco turned around to see a disheveled Harry Potter standing there. Instinctively, he stepped forward and brushed the dust off Harry's robes, frowning. What have you been doing? You look a mess. Harry froze, and in the next moment, he wrapped his arms around Draco, a regrettable reflex born from muscle memory. Ron, witnessing this, quickly sidled up to Hermione, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he awkwardly took the large book from her hands. Are you returning a book, Granger? I can help. Hermione found Ron's behavior amusing. Was it really necessary? It was just a friendly hug. Nevertheless, she did not refuse, leading Ron away to give Harry and Draco some privacy. This is hardly a suitable place for a conversation, Draco said as he guided Harry to a corner by the staircase, embracing him. He missed this feeling. Weren't you ignoring me? Harry mumbled in his ear. You're the one who's been ignoring me, all right. Let us be reasonable. You always call me Potter. Harry raised his voice. And you hardly ever come to Gryffindor to find me. Since the beginning of term, it's been like that. Draco found himself at a loss for words. He indeed did not frequent Gryffindor territory, and Harry often came to him cloaked in invisibility, so he had never truly noticed. How could you call me Potter in front of so many people? You know how hostile Gryffindor and Slytherin are to each other. Do you truly wish to sever our connection? As Harry spoke, his eyes grew red-rimmed. He was unsure why he felt so melodramatic and indecisive. But ever since stepping into this castle, he had felt an incessant urge to distance himself from Draco. He despised this feeling. Draco was one of his most cherished individuals, and he never wanted to part ways. Why are you biting me? Draco recoiled as Harry, in a fit of frustration, nipped his ear. Who told you to remain silent? Harry exclaimed fiercely, beginning to struggle as if to escape Draco's embrace. Why are you thrashing about? Draco exerted a bit of strength, holding the little savior firmly in his arms, sighing in his ear. I'm sorry, Harry, it's my fault. He murmured an apology close to Harry's ear. What a ridiculous misunderstanding. Had it not been for Antonin's letter, Harry might have continued to harbor this misconception for who knows how long. Draco felt utterly foolish. Harry Potter was a person of deep loyalty. How could he possibly sever ties over something as trivial as a memory ball? He had nearly made his little savior shed tears. Chapter 30. The Quidditch match beneath the radiant sun and gentle breeze. Exuberant cheers erupted from the Quidditch pitch as Harry Potter participated in his inaugural Quidditch match. Under the guidance of his godfather, Harry exhibited remarkable prowess, effortlessly executing complex maneuvers. Coupled with the Quidditch bloodline inherited from his father, his agility rendered him a natural on the field. Ron's cheeks flushed with excitement. His brother Fred had just scored a goal. How cool was that? Hermione stood beside him, equally exhilarated. Perhaps it was fate. When the giant trolls invaded Hogwarts, Hermione did not cower alone in the bathroom, but instead forged a friendship with Harry and Ron. The last time Ron assisted her in delivering books to the library, he witnessed a side of this somewhat peculiar girl that was different. As Hermione listened to Ron complain about Harry and Draco's past closeness, she couldn't help but chuckle at how well they got along. Indeed, it often makes me feel as if I'm not part of the same scene. Hey, do you understand what I mean? It's like that thing on Muggle telephones, where little people move around. That's called a television, Hermione replied, exasperatedly elongating her words. I'm a Muggle, of course I know. Oh right, how could I forget that? You undoubtedly know more than Harry does. Ron exclaimed eagerly, his sapphire eyes sparkling as he leaned closer to Hermione. Hey, have you ever watched television? Hermione stifled the impulse to roll her eyes. Given that her book was still in this fellow's hands, she chose to ignore Ron's nonsense. However, Ron was undeterred, following closely behind Hermione as he excitedly discussed his and Harry's differing perspectives on Muggle artifacts. Truth be told, although he frequently spent time at Muggle homes, he did not understand everything. While helping Hermione return her books to the shelf, he noticed her head was bowed. Gazing at her fluffy chestnut hair, Ron paused, realizing he could hear Hermione sniffling. "Hey, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Ron asked, feeling somewhat helpless. Hermione's sobs grew louder, filling him with guilt. He was unsure if he had indeed done something wrong, but making a girl cry was never right. He would never allow Ginny to cry at home. Ron gently patted Hermione's back, lowering his voice as he whispered an apology in her ear. Hermione hastily wiped her tears, avoiding Ron's concerned gaze. How embarrassing. How could she possibly be crying simply because someone was willing to engage in conversation with her for so long? Watching Ron whirl around her like a frantic top, Hermione burst into laughter and shook her head. "It's not because of you. I just feel that you and your friends share such a strong bond. Ha! Unlike me, who has been at Hogwarts for so long without a single person willing to speak to me." Hermione lowered her gaze, reflecting on her nature, which had never particularly attracted others. After living in the Muggle world, she arrived at Hogwarts with only a rudimentary understanding of everything, and it seemed this place was not particularly welcoming to Muggles. Over time, she had found herself isolated from the other girls in the dormitory. She had no choice but to fend for herself. "Hey, I'm willing to talk to you. We can be friends," Ron said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "I find you quite intriguing, and you just promised to assist me with my homework, so you mustn't renege on that." Hermione abruptly lifted her head, her gaze colliding with that of a boy with red hair, freckles, and a goofy grin. By Merlin, her school life had finally taken a turn. She had two inseparable friends. Perhaps not just two, as Harry and Ron were well-liked, and gradually, Hermione acclimated to her school life, developing a long-overdue sense of belonging to Hogwarts. Back on the Quidditch pitch, Harry spotted the golden snitch, diving and accelerating, leaving his opponents far behind. Draco's expression grew increasingly intense as he fixated on every spectator in the stands. He recalled that someone had tampered with Harry's broom during the match, yet he had no idea who it could be. The blonde boy tightened his grip on his wand, prepared to cast a counter curse at a moment's notice. Oh no! A chorus of shouts erupted as Draco squinted. Harry's broom was indeed spiraling out of control. To avoid drawing attention, Draco quietly recited the counter curse, standing on the very edge of the stands, scrutinizing every teacher and upperclassman. There. Someone was casting a spell. Was it Professor Snape? No, that couldn't be. He would never harm Harry. Surely he had realized someone was targeting Harry and was trying to help. But who else could it be? Draco resumed his search. While Hermione had also noticed Snape casting a spell, she stealthily left her seat, attempting to disrupt the professor's incantation. Of course, the young girl failed to notice that her reckless movement collided with another professor, and in that instant, Harry's broom returned to normal. However, it did not escape the keen eyes of Draco, who observed everything clearly. Damn Quirrell. Why would that garlic-headed fool want to harm Harry? With the broom restored to its former glory, Harry, wielding the Firebolt 2000, executed a dive and caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor. He was hoisted by his teammates in jubilation, his emerald eyes darting around, suddenly brightening. Draco. Harry rushed to his childhood friend and opened his tightly clenched right hand, revealing the tiny snitch as he beamed. Look, I've caught my first golden snitch. Draco paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, playfully pinching Harry's cheek. Cherish it, Scarhead. Once I join the Slytherin team, you might not be so fortunate. Police. You can't possibly outplay me. Harry huffed, swatting away Draco's hand, feeling utterly unappreciated. Especially since he had intentionally left the opportunity for him. As he watched the boy storm away in a huff, Draco stood rooted to the spot, gazing up at the golden snitch soaring freely in the air, muttering to himself. I will never outplay you, Professor Snape. Impossible? Harry expressed disbelief at Hermione's claim. I truly saw him casting a spell, and when Hermione burned his robes, your broom returned to normal, Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry's shoulders with wide eyes. Yet Harry remained somewhat skeptical. He couldn't fathom what warranted Snape's animosity toward him. Remus had mentioned that his father and godfather had had disputes with Snape, but he would never harm Harry because of that. However, Ron and Hermione insisted that Snape had indeed cast a spell on Harry's broom. Draco leaned against a pillar, disdainfully surveying the filthy washroom. Why are you discussing matters here? It's disgusting. Chapter 31. The heart speaks differently. Don't be so picky, young master. This is precisely the place Hermione meticulously selected for secret discussions. Harry stood, stretching, and pulled the Slytherin into their circle. Draco continued to frown at the unsanitary surroundings, but begrudgingly took a seat among the Gryffindors, sharing his observations from the pitch. Quirrell? Hermione furrowed her brow, struggling to recall if she had ever encountered him. However, what motive could this timid, stuttering defense against the dark arts professor have for harming Harry? By your logic, what motive does Snape have to harm Harry? Draco entirely disagreed with Hermione's perspective. Ron slapped his thigh, eager to contribute. Well, Snape certainly has kept a close watch on Harry in class. Perhaps he wanted to teach Harry a lesson during the Quidditch match. Yet Draco remained adamant that he had seen Quirrell casting a spell, and that once his incantation ceased, the broom had returned to normal. Draco and Ron argued vehemently, leaving Hermione with a headache. Enough, the girl exclaimed, banging her hand against the nearby pillar. Can you allow Harry to think for a moment? Harry, who do you think it is? Ron and Draco chorused in unison, glancing at the silent dark-haired boy. Harry stroked his chin, surveying his two friends. Grinning, he suggested, "Why don't we simply ask Professor Snape?" Ask him? Indeed. After all, Remus mentioned that we could seek his help with anything at school. Since he is so trustworthy, we might as well lay everything out in the open and clarify things. Hermione met Harry's earnest gaze and ultimately decided to support this audacious course of action, though she felt conflicted, knowing Snape held little regard for the three Gryffindors. How could they approach the professor? Upon hearing this idea, Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows in unison, with Ron teasingly remarking, "When did our wise queen ever find herself perplexed? This matter is so simple." Indeed. Such an easy fix. Right, little dragon? Harry winked, resting his arm on Draco's shoulder, eliciting a shiver from him, while Hermione's eyes widened in realization, causing Draco's scalp to prickle. Then he found himself standing before the potion's professor. "Do you even know what you're saying, Draco?" Snape's face darkened as he looked down at his prized pupil. I certainly know you would never harm Harry. But I wish to understand why Quirrell would do such a thing." Snape stepped away from his desk and approached Draco. "A Slytherin should not meddle in affairs that do not concern him. This is not meddling, Severus. It pertains to Harry's safety." Draco bit his lip. Even though his spirit was that of a self-reliant adult, he still felt an innate fear when facing his mentor. Yet for Harry's sake, he steeled himself and spoke up. "I believe you do not wish for him to be threatened, do you?" Snape's gaze bore into the boy's golden locks before shifting to the three Gryffindors peering curiously from outside. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "All of you, come inside." The three little redheads squeezed together, chattering as they entered the office. Harry stood beside Draco, tilting his head back to meet Snape's gaze, stammering, Professor. I just want to know why he would want to harm me. I don't mean to imply any suspicion." Snape scoffed. "Do you suffer from paranoia, Potter? Why would I have any particular desire to harm you? You would do well to read more and wander less. Stay in your dormitory. Get out." With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, ejecting the four children. Before they could catch their breath, the door swung open again, and a large snake-like bag was shoved into Harry's arms. "Go back and tell that foolish wolf that I do not require his charity. Tell him to keep his distance." "What?" Harry was still processing when the door closed once more. Looking down at the bag in his arms, he felt a rush of excitement. "Hey." The table was laden with treats that Remus usually forbade me from indulging in, claiming they were detrimental to my dental health. Harry, beaming with delight, produced an apple pie, and just as he stuffed it into his mouth, the snakeskin bag nestled in his arms suddenly levitated, gliding through the gap of the door. Ron's hand was still suspended in midair, having yet to procure a single snack. What on earth was going on? Ron scratched his head. "I suspect Snape is one of those adults who says one thing but means another," Hermione replied. "He mocks Harry while simultaneously advising him to stay in a safe place, rejecting Harry's family's goodwill, and then hears that these treats are harmful to Harry, prompting him to take them back. On the way back to Gryffindor, Hermione logically analyzed the situation. So, Harry, should you perhaps discuss this with your godfather? Threats lurking in the shadows are the hardest to defend against. Who knows when he might cast a spell on you? I'll wait until I'm home. Christmas is just around the corner, and I'll speak to Sirius then. During this time, you should be with us or Malfoy." "All right." Harry, ever the carefree Potter, promptly forgot about the matter upon arriving home. Swept up in an excited embrace from his godfather, who spun him around joyously. Sirius was truly proud. James's son had inherited his Quidditch talent. "Our little fork is the youngest seeker in a century." Anthony came bounding down the stairs, exclaiming, "By Merlin's beard, this is the first time I've been separated from my brother for so long." She leaped into her brother's arms, her fluffy head rubbing against his robes as she made soft sounds of contentment. Moonface was responsible for bringing Little Fork back, but upon arriving home, he was immediately summoned by Narcissa to prepare for the Christmas banquet, as this year their two families would be celebrating together. Sirius had just finished work, and could only remind Dobby to care for the two children before being whisked away to Malfoy Manor. With so many house elves at home, why must we all come over to help? Bigfoot whispered to his wife. Remus soothingly patted his head. You know how busy Sissy and Lucius are. You understand the significance of this banquet. Just do your job well, alright? Sirius buried his head against Remus's shoulder, pouting slightly, and whispered into his lover's ear. Don't forget to make it up to me later, oh great Professor Lupin. Remus rolled his eyes, perplexed as to why Sirius insisted on calling him Professor. What a peculiar quirk. Moonface exerted a bit of strength to shake off the clingy one. Get lost. Chapter 32 Christmas. Harry felt somewhat glum. As Sirius had just informed him that on the last day of the Christmas holiday, he would be going to his detestable aunt's home. Draco could only offer him consolation by ruffling his tousled black hair. Anthony was preoccupied admiring her newly tailored party dress in front of the mirror, turning back occasionally to comfort her little brother. I'll go with you. We can treat it as a day out in the Muggle world. Harry sighed deeply, collapsing into Draco's lap on the carpet, wrinkling the impeccably neat shirt of the young master. Draco rolled his eyes dramatically. You've already promised to buy some Muggle snacks for Weasley. It's a trivial matter. Now keep your filthy paws to yourself. Harry chuckled, continuing to wreak havoc on Draco's shirt, delighting in making him just as disheveled. Draco shoved the little troublemaker away. He needed to change into his formal attire as the Christmas banquet was about to commence. Malfoy Manor typically refrained from hosting banquets during Christmas, and Draco was acutely aware of this. Thus, as he surveyed the room, he squinted at the familiar faces, those who shared close ties with the family, some accompanied by children and spouses. Yet the one person who shouldn't be here was Professor Slughorn? How did he end up here? As Sirius would say, the old toad was indeed difficult to handle, had it not been for the serendipitous occasion of Christmas when he had no one to spend it with. They wouldn't have been able to invite him at all. As Voldemort's most favored teacher during his time at school, Dumbledore believed he might possess knowledge regarding the Horcruxes. They had been relentlessly searching for Horcruxes for years with little success. However, fortunate enough to be inspired by Slytherin's locket, Dumbledore had thought of Gryffindor's sword, a treasure forged in justice and named for courage, which proved to be an excellent tool for vanquishing evil. The two Horcruxes they had were destroyed. Dumbledore held the Resurrection Stone, devoid of dark magic, but chose not to use it. Remus's words from that day resonated with him. Would Ariana wish to return to the side of her incompetent brother? And could the Resurrection Stone truly bring someone back to life? Dumbledore resolved to set aside this legendary artifact for the time being, focusing his heart on confronting Voldemort. Thus, they sought out the retired Slughorn, hoping to glean insights into Voldemort's past from his memories. When it came to flattery and building trust, they relied on the seemingly harmless and gentle Mr. Lupin. Remus, holding a glass of fire whiskey, sat beside the former potions professor. I never expected this, Lupin. You've become quite the renowned businessman, managing the entire Black family's affairs. The plump old man mused. What a twist of fate. Who could have predicted that the boy once clad in patched robes would rise to such heights? Remus remained silent. Aware that the old professor enjoyed conversing with those in power, he began employing a gentle strategy, introducing the guests present as influential figures and elites while subtly pouring him more drink. Dumbledore had initially intended to persuade Slughorn to divulge his memories through conversation, but Lucius promptly vetoed this approach, knowing all too well how much the man valued his pride and how adept he was at self-preservation. If he truly possessed information regarding the Horcruxes, he would never willingly divulge it. Better to use a bit of force, intoxicate him, and then extract the information. Sirius concurred, stating that the old Slytherin needed to be handled with Slytherin's own cunning. Before the banquet concluded, the old professor was already slumped over the table, and as the host, Lucius instructed a house elf to take him to a guest room to rest. Soon, Sirius found a pretext to leave the center of the whirlpool. His skills in soul extraction had improved significantly. A wisp of white smoke floated from the old man's mind, which Sirius carefully captured in a vial before using apparition to return home, where Dumbledore awaited with the pensive. Alcohol had relaxed the wizard's magic, and the memories Sirius extracted were the most genuine. After viewing them, he gasped sharply. 7? Voldemort truly was mad. He intended to create 7 Horcruxes, which meant he would have to kill at least 7 people. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. This was undoubtedly heavy news. Although they now possessed means to destroy Horcruxes, they were far from adequate in number, and he had recently sensed that Tom was drawing ever closer. Let us not act rashly, Sirius. As the storm approaches, remaining calm is our foremost priority. Regardless, today was Christmas, a day for family reunions. The banquet concluded earlier than usual, and Sirius and Remus returned home with the children. Harry relished the moments spent with his family by the fireplace, basking in the warmth of the flames as they played wizardess chess with Little Moon. Merlin, After learning so many moves with Ron, how can I still not beat you? Little Fork lamented as he collapsed into Moonface's embrace, while Anthony leaned against Daddy, grinning widely, never forgetting to have Papa stick a little note on her brother's face. Sirius smiled, reflecting on the myriad of troubles they had faced since being reborn. Yet seeing his family of 4 together in happiness made every hardship worthwhile. Dumbledore declined Remus's invitation and returned to Hogwarts. Today was a day of reunion. Yet he lingered momentarily at the entrance of the Hog's Head Inn before choosing to depart. Twirling the ring upon his finger, Albus gradually made his way back to the school from Hogsmeade. What significance did the resurrection stone hold for him? He still lacked the courage to confront the portrait of his sister, to face the disdainful gaze of his brother. The solitary white wizard returned to his abode. Hogwarts, in a certain sense, was his home, even if he found himself alone within its walls. The vibrant blue of Albus's eyes became clouded with a thin veil of mist, rendered incongruous by the rich, festive atmosphere of Christmas in Hogsmeade. "Merry Christmas," the aged wizard murmured to himself, raising his hand to catch a snowflake drifting down from the sky. With a subtle movement of the wand concealed within his sleeve, the swirling snowflakes around him coalesced, gathering in the center of his withered palm. A smile graced Albus's lips as he gently stroked the head of the tiny snowbird resting in his hand, striding back towards the castle of Hogwarts. In Nurmengard, Grindelwald opened his mismatched eyes, the passage of time within the prison failing to diminish their allure. Rising to his feet, he peered through a small window high above, observing the snowflakes cascading outside. Another Christmas had arrived. Yet he had lost track of how long he had been confined within this tower. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the world beyond still held his concerns. He raised his hand to catch a snowflake that had floated into the room, feeling its dampness against his skin, and tightened his grip. "Alaric, wait for me." Chapter 33, The Philosopher's Stone. The holiday slipped away in the blink of an eye, and Harry, with great reluctance, embraced each family member before boarding the train back to school. Ron had already claimed a compartment in anticipation of their arrival, and upon seeing the Muggle sweets Harry brought, his eyes sparkled with delight. He paid no mind to Draco's disdainful remarks about him being a glutton, happily sharing tales of his Christmas experiences with Harry. "Did you hear? Gringotts was robbed." "Yes, wasn't it reported in the Daily Prophet?" Harry replied, chewing on a piece of candy. Sirius had even worked overtime because of it, dispatching numerous Aurors to investigate, though they had failed to apprehend anyone. Fortunately, the vault was empty, having been cleared long before. "Draco, are you really not going to try a chip? They're absolutely delicious." The blonde boy wrinkled his nose in disgust, dodging Harry's attempts to feed him. However, Harry was relentless, and as they tussled, the door swung open to reveal Hermione, who sighed in relief. "Finally found you too. Hey Hermione, how was your holiday?" Ron mumbled indistinctly. "Harry, did you talk to your godfather about Quirrell?" The girl did not answer immediately. She cautiously closed the compartment door and cast a muffliato before inquiring. Upon hearing this, Harry's spirits sank, and he brushed the crumbs of chips off his hands, speaking resignedly. "Sirius said we were overthinking it. There's nothing to worry about." "Ah." Ron nearly choked. They had all seen it. How could it possibly be a mistake? Did Remus say the same? Has he spoken to Dumbledore? Draco interjected. His brow furrowed tightly. Harry nodded, recalling how both elders had appeared quite concerned when he first mentioned the matter, only to suddenly change their tune after speaking with Albus, insisting that it was merely his imagination. The boy was perplexed. Draco felt a chill run through him. He understood now that Harry Potter, despite having his godfather by his side, could never become a sheltered flower in a greenhouse. Dumbledore must have intended to prepare him for the trials ahead. Yet, while the 3 Gryffindors engaged in fervent discussion, Draco's mind drifted elsewhere, his fists clenching and unclenching as he wrestled with his tumultuous thoughts. Ultimately realizing he had to make a decision, he was not inclined to interfere with Dumbledore's plans. Harry needed to endure the storms of life to mature into a worthy savior. Draco was filled with frustration. In this second life, he found himself utterly powerless. He had once believed he could persuade his father to abandon Voldemort's ranks, yet it appeared that his father had already reached an accord with Sirius, and the Malfoy family had embarked on a new path. He had hoped to assist Harry in smoothly navigating his school years, but now he was compelled to let go. Alas, what use were all his memories if he had no knowledge of how Harry had defeated Voldemort? Draco hung his head in despair. "What are you thinking about?" Harry's face loomed large before him, and before Draco could react, a piece of candy was thrust into his mouth. "It's time to get off." Harry clapped his robes and followed Ron and Hermione out of the compartment, completely oblivious to the flush of Draco's ears and the slight pressing of his lips. Upon returning to campus, Harry's nocturnal adventures became increasingly fervent. Despite his attempts to persuade Draco to join, he instead entangled Ron in his schemes, and the invisibility cloak perfectly enveloped the three children as they successfully stumbled upon Fluffy, the three-headed dog, and narrowly escaped in a state of panic. The following day, they learned from Hagrid about the creature guarding the Philosopher's Stone. On the way back to the castle from Hagrid's hut, Hermione felt a sense of familiarity with the term Philosopher's Stone, as if she had encountered it in a book she had read. Determined to uncover the truth, she led Harry and Ron to the library. Merlin's socks. Harry struggled amidst the sea of books. How could Hermione have read so many? Where could there possibly be information about the Philosopher's Stone? Oh dear, is there a spell for rapid reading? Harry lamented, burying his head in a large tome. There's no familiar, languid voice here, and remember, we mustn't speak loudly in the library, you fool. Draco stood beside Harry, arms crossed, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe. Harry didn't lift his head, merely shifting it towards Draco, who sighed, accustomed to this intimacy, as he ruffled Harry's tousled hair and glanced at Hermione, still engrossed in her studies, and Ron, who wore a pained expression. What are you looking for? We want to know what the Philosopher's Stone does. Harry blinked his vibrant green eyes, pulling Draco to sit beside him, and whispering that Hermione had seen it in one of these books, asking him to help them find it. A cold sweat broke out on Draco's forehead. It felt as if the flow of blood had slowed. He knew full well the purpose of the Philosopher's Stone. Who would have use for such a thing? The answer was singular. Taking a steadying breath, Draco forced a smile. Where did you hear about this? Hagrid mentioned it. The half-giant, Dumbledore's loyal aide. Draco lowered his gaze. Very well. He hastily scribbled a note on parchment and handed it to Hermione, who was still buried in her search, before turning to leave with Goyle and Crabbe. The Malfoy family had not severed ties with the other two families, but Draco vividly recalled Crabbe's past reckless use of fiendfire, and he could not afford to let his guard down. His father had never brought them into the fold of the White Wizards, and he would not trust these two, even if they were merely 11-year-old children. Hey, where are you going, Draco? Harry inquired, puzzled, but the Slytherin did not turn back. Harry glanced toward Hermione. Hermione read the note, and suddenly slammed her hands on the table, standing up sharply. Ron and Harry leaned in curiously. And the note contained but a single line. The Philosopher's Stone can produce the elixir of life. Hey, then the thing Fluffy is guarding must be that. Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. Harry pressed his lips together, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The frequency of Dumbledore's visits to their home had increased during the Christmas holiday, and his large feet were always out early and returning late. The school was now abuzz with talk of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, watching his two enthusiastic friends, saying nothing further. He hoped he was merely overthinking it. Suppressing the unease within him, Harry and his friends continued their life at school. As the end-of-term exams approached, Hermione fell into a state of intense anxiety, while Ron and Harry often dared not breathe a word, simply accompanying her dutifully in the library. Fortuitously, Harry found himself aided by his elder brother, the dragon, while Ron languished in despair, slumped at the table, his gaze vacant as he stared at the entrance of the library. Was that Hagrid? Chapter 34. The Dragon Egg and the Final Challenge. What could he be doing at the library? Ron and Harry whispered to each other, and the dark-haired boy shook his head in uncertainty. Shall we go see? Onward. The two boys made a quick agreement, while Draco felt an emptiness in his arms as the little savior dashed out of the library with his rascally friends. Alas! The Slytherin sighed in resignation, casting a glance at the ever-absorbed Miss Granger, who remained oblivious to their departure. No need to concern ourselves. Moments later, the two boys returned, their faces alight with excitement. Harry, with sparkling eyes, looked at Draco and exclaimed, Hagrid seems to have a secret, something about dragons. Let us go check his hut. Draco blinked slowly, suddenly recalling that at this very time in his previous life, Harry and Hagrid were conspiring about something, which he had inadvertently stumbled upon. However, Draco was unaware of the specifics. He only had time to report it to a professor, inadvertently implicating himself. Truth be told, he had no desire to visit that filthy, dilapidated wooden shack. Yet he could not withstand the unassailable charm offensive from the savior, resignedly standing at the door of the hut, awaiting the Gryffindor trio to knock. Hagrid flung the door open in a flurry, visibly relieved to see the four of them, and invited them inside. Wow, it's quite warm in here, Ron remarked, fanning himself, as the temperature inside was significantly higher than that outside. What are you doing? Hermione inquired, her sharp gaze quickly honing in on the roaring fireplace. All right, Hagrid said, halting Hermione's approach as he donned gloves to retrieve something hidden away. Merlin, this is a dragon egg, Harry exclaimed, bouncing with delight. Where did you get it? Hagrid? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hagrid explained that he had exchanged information for it at the Leaky Cauldron. Hermione immediately sensed something amiss. How could anyone trade a dragon egg for the weaknesses of a three-headed dog? Could it be that someone intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts? As they spoke, the dragon egg suddenly began to tremble violently, and a baby dragon burst forth. Hagrid, excited, scooped up the newborn dragon, only to have his beard singed in the process. Hagrid, I don't think you can keep it here, Hermione cautioned. Indeed, dragons grow rapidly. Your little hut cannot accommodate it, Harry concurred, suggesting they find it a new home. Ron's eyes lit up. Hey, my brother Charlie studies dragons. We can ask him to take it. Hagrid appeared reluctant. He regarded Norbert as his own child, and was loath to part with him. Draco, who had been silently observing, forced himself to divert his gaze from the dragon and spoke eagerly. Why not sell it to me? We have space in our backyard to keep a dragon. Harry nearly choked on his tea, incredulous as he looked at his childhood friend. You want to keep a dragon? Would Lucius agree? My father will. We can hire a professional dragon trainer and caretaker. It would be perfect for protecting the manor from external threats. Draco became increasingly animated, envisioning a day when a dragon might serve as the guardian of Malfoy Manor, making it difficult for Voldemort to seize it. Hagrid, sorrowful, declined Draco's proposal, explaining that if Norbert were sent to Malfoy Manor, he would never see his beloved pet again, as Lucius would never allow him to set foot on Malfoy grounds. Draco tapped his fingers on the table, determined to persuade Hagrid to relinquish the dragon. I can hire you to take care of him, of course, when you have the time. I will convince my father. Hagrid remained somewhat skeptical, but this indeed presented an opportunity for him to continue seeing Norbert, especially since Harry patted his chest and assured him he would write to Sirius to persuade Lucius. Ultimately, the giant agreed, and Draco nearly leaped from his seat in excitement, rushing back to the Slytherin dungeon to write to his father. When Lucius first read the letter, he was opposed to his son's idea, but could not resist the persuasive words of Sirius whispering in his ear. Surely the Malfoy family can afford a dragon? He succeeded. The head of the Malfoy family was incensed and quickly hired a professional dragon trainer, selecting a site in the backyard for the construction of a dragon-nest dwelling. For several days, Draco was in high spirits. He had always held a fondness for dragons, and the thought of the dragon being of significant use in the future delighted him even more. However, Draco and the three Gryffindors could not escape their journey into the Forbidden Forest. On their way to deliver the dragon, they were intercepted by Filch, as the invisibility cloak was not sufficient to conceal 4 children entirely. Just like in his previous life, Draco and Harry were tasked with escorting Fong on patrol. In stark contrast to Draco's reluctance, Harry was elated. He had longed to explore the Forbidden Forest, having heard tales of adventures from the likes of the Great Foot and the Moon-Faced. The boy eagerly looked around, tugging on his best friend's arm, ready to dash off recklessly. No, Harry, remember what Hagrid said? The Forbidden Forest is dangerous right now. We can't run about recklessly, Draco said resignedly, his peripheral vision capturing a shadowy figure. Hey, what is that? Harry exclaimed, having noticed something amiss as he pulled Fong in that direction, with Draco following closely behind. Oh, is that a unicorn? Harry gasped, spotting the ethereal creature weakly collapsed on the ground, blood pooling around it. The shadow had long vanished, and Draco, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings while Harry called for him to hurry and think of a solution. The healing prowess of St. Mungo's head was not to be underestimated, and Draco quickly staunched the bleeding. Why can't it stand? Harry lamented, cradling the unicorn's neck. It's too weak. I don't have any restorative potions on me, Draco said, disheartened. I can only preserve its life. The unicorn, possessing a sense of understanding, comfortingly nuzzled Draco's hand. Suddenly, Harry had a flash of inspiration. He still had the birthday gift Snape had given him. Look, is there something here that could be useful? This one can work. Draco supported the unicorn's head, carefully administering the potion. The beautiful, pure creature soon regained its vitality and affectionately rubbed against Harry and Draco before bounding off into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Who do you think would want to harm a unicorn? Harry furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The blood of a unicorn can grant longevity. It has the same effect as the Philosopher's Stone, Draco spoke gravely. Only the wicked, those who seek immortality, would dare to lay hands on them. Harry fell silent for a moment, gazing up at the starry sky, and amidst the sound of hooves trotting, he resolutely declared, I will defeat him. As time marched on, the Gryffindor trio embarked on their fated adventure. Hermione wiped away her tears as Ron had just sacrificed himself, leaving the opportunity for advancement to her and Harry. The girl swiftly unraveled the potion riddle, and Harry, clutching a potion clearly meant for one, cast a determined gaze toward his tearful friend. "Leave the rest to me, Hermione. Take care of Ron." The boy downed the potion in one gulp and stepped into the roaring flames, his focus unwavering, for perhaps his destined adversary awaited him just ahead. Yet Harry was unafraid. Before him stood a mirror, and a familiar figure emerged. "It's you, Quirrell." Quirrell slowly turned, his voice dripping with feigned innocence. "Ah, Mr. Potter. How did you come to suspect me?" "Ha," Harry retorted sarcastically, "you're simply too foolish." "Ha, Mr. Potter, you must be accountable for your words. Disarm him." Harry's wand was knocked from his grasp, and he was unceremoniously dragged to stand before the mirror of Eriste. "Tell me, what do you see in the mirror?" The sinister voice of Quirrell resonated, laced with malice. Harry clenched his fists, bewildered by the mirror's purpose, until unfamiliar images began to materialize within its depths. No. Not unfamiliar. Was that his home? Hey, is that a grown-up version of myself? The visage of Harry Potter in the reflection stirred, raising an arm to encircle the waist of the figure before him. Was that Draco? Harry was perplexed. What was the true nature of this mirror? The two figures in the image embraced, their heads drawing ever closer, when suddenly the scene shifted. Before him appeared his long-cherished parents, James and Lily, with a young Harry standing between them in shirt and shorts, appearing the same age as he was in reality. Tears brimmed in Harry's eyes as he witnessed his parents smiling at him. The boy in the middle moved first, pulling a stone from his pocket and offering a mysterious smile, a finger pressed to his lips. Shoo. In the mirror, James affectionately ruffled his son's hair, reminiscent of how Sirius would caress his godson, while Lily wrapped her arms around her son, speaking softly. "Remove your disguise, my son." Harry was taken aback. He understood his mother's words, but did not grasp their meaning until James pointed to his forehead, and the boy suddenly comprehended. Quirrell, growing impatient, pressed his wand to Harry's throat. "Speak. What did you see? Where is the Philosopher's Stone?" As the fog lifted from Harry's gaze, he erupted in fury, yanking the purple turban from Quirrell's head. "I certainly want to tell you. Voldemort." Chapter 35. For the Ones I Love. "Oh no. How dare you?" In an instant, Quirrell lost his turban, and Harry sent the wand flying far away. The boy leaped back, creating distance, watching as Quirrell, in a flurry of panic, apologized and pleaded about the filth on the back of his head. A cold smirk crept across Harry's lips, flames igniting in his heart, consuming him whole. The filthy, loathsome creature had finally revealed its true form. For the first time since his memories began, Harry Potter stood face to face with his enemy. "Oh, Harry, clever child." Voldemort's distinctive, raspy voice echoed. Harry did not respond. His right hand, crossed over his arms, tightened into a fist as he stared down this wretched being that could only inhabit the backs of others' heads. "You know my purpose, hand it over. And perhaps we can have a civilized conversation," Voldemort coaxed. Suddenly, Harry broke into a grin, looking past Quirrell's body to see his mother cheering him on in the mirror, while his father waved his fist, chanting fervently, "Go get him, son." The two souls merged as one, caught off guard by the boy's sudden charge towards Quirrell. Harry raised his still innocent fist and struck that ugly, serpentine face with all his might. Having been nurtured by his godfather, Harry possessed a physicality that far surpassed that of Quirrell, who had merely survived on scraps. Fueled by the boundless love his parents bestowed upon him, Harry rained down blows upon the adult figure before him, shattering the man's form. As Voldemort's pained, reluctant wails filled the air, Harry could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Just before closing his eyes, he seemed to glimpse his mother's tearful expression. "Don't cry, Mum. I defeated him." Years later, Sirius stood once more outside the hospital wing at Hogwarts. He held a deep aversion to this place, for during his school days, it often housed his beloved, and now it was occupied by his godson. Remus stood beside him, gripping his trembling hand. "Madame Pomfrey said Harry will be fine once he wakes up. Don't worry." Sirius exhaled a shaky breath from his quivering lips, entwining his hand with Remus's. And moments later, the man abruptly shut his eyes. "Perhaps we should leave England, go to another country, France, Egypt, America, China. Anywhere but here. I cannot bear to see Harry suffer at the hands of Voldemort again." Remus let out a soft, bitter laugh, caressing his partner's stubbled face, the same unkempt state adorning his own. Since Harry embarked on this adventure under Dumbledore's gradual guidance, sleepless nights had plagued both of them. "Avoidance will not solve our problems, you know that, Padfoot." Sirius understood well the consequences of evasion. He had witnessed it once before. The specters of James and Lily's bodies drifting past him like a fleeting memory. He knew he must help Harry grow stronger, to possess the ability and courage to protect himself. Yet he is but a child, Remus. He is only 11. Do you remember how we were at 11? We were still playing childish pranks in the castle, Faced with Remus's complex gaze, Sirius fell silent. Recalling that Remus had already endured the agony of the full moon far longer than any child should have. "You've arrived," came Dumbledore's voice, and the couple turned to see his eyes, tinged with sorrow. Sirius was tempted to chastise Dumbledore for placing a child in peril, to question him what would happen if Quirrell harmed Harry. But meeting the elder's profound, equally pained gaze, Sirius averted his eyes in frustration. Contrarily, the usually composed Remus spoke up. "Albus, I understand your urgency for Harry to grow, but is it too much to ask that he not face Voldemort alone? He still requires the protection of guardians. How could you leave him to fend for himself without informing us?" Breathless, Remus knew he should not confront a respected elder who orchestrated the greater plan. Yet Harry was the sole remnant of James and Lily they cherished, the son they had painstakingly nurtured. Rather than allowing Sirius's emotions to overwhelm him, Remus chose to speak. "I apologize, Remus, for not briefing you beforehand. But I believe you understand that only Harry can truly defeat Voldemort. He must be prepared before the moment of danger arrives." "That is utter nonsense." Sirius could no longer contain himself, his voice rising. "You cannot place the fate of defeating an evil dark wizard who nearly annihilated Britain upon a child." The argument escalated, with Sirius's voice growing louder, and Remus, equally agitated, found himself aligned with Sirius. He could not bear to watch Harry suffer or even die. "I say, gentlemen, might we lower our voices? Harry is still asleep." Draco, having emerged from the infirmary at some point, interrupted the older men's quarrel with a frown. "It is rather impolite, but I must speak," the boy declared, tilting his head to regard his furious uncle. "Sirius, have you considered asking Harry for his opinion? You know, he is willing. He is more than eager to be the one who defeats Voldemort, for his parents and for you all." Sirius's pupils dilated as he stiffly turned his head, gazing through the window at the sleeping boy within the infirmary. Harry, with his eyes closed, bore an uncanny resemblance to young James. The man covered his eyes in anguish, realizing that Harry's disposition mirrored James's. For years, he had adhered to the belief that children should forge their own identities, never treating Harry as he might have treated James in another life. Naturally, robust and vibrant, with the blood of that passionate, brave, and kind couple coursing through him, Harry Potter would undoubtedly embrace the so-called mantle of the savior, for the sake of all that he cherished. Draco lowered his head in silence, reminiscing about the last time they were in the Forbidden Forest, when Harry, playfully demanding to be carried back, had whispered in his ear, "I have a premonition, Draco. I am about to meet Voldemort." This had startled Draco, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. Harry was more perceptive than he had anticipated. The boy continued to nuzzle against his shoulder, yet his tone grew increasingly resolute. "Do you know? After all these years, I truly wish to defeat him myself. I long to avenge my parents, to ensure that my friends and I no longer toil day and night to confront him, even if I can only contribute a minuscule effort." "Aren't you afraid?" Draco's voice quivered slightly. "Not afraid. Everyone calls me the chosen one, don't they? But that is merely a prophecy devoid of hope," Sirius had warned. "Do not bind yourself with the words of others, remember?" Harry shook his head. "It's not for others, it's for those I love." Draco turned to gaze at the boy beside him, his deep eyes filled with admiration. He found himself falling for Harry Potter time and again. The boy who would save his greatest rival from the flames, the boy who had survived against all odds. "You will succeed, Harry." Chapter 36. I wish to be with him. Harry slept uneasily, haunted by nightmares that clung to his brow, struggling to awaken. The boy's discomfort was soothed by a gentle, familiar voice, softly humming his favorite lullaby from childhood. The gloom dissipated with the melody, and a warm hand smoothed the boy's furrowed brow. Remus, deftly peeling an apple with his wand, comforted his child with practiced ease. "Ah, Harry is awake." Upon meeting those bright green eyes, Remus smiled, gathering the boy into his embrace as he sat up. "How do you feel? Is anything bothering you?" Little Fork first nuzzled against Moonface's chest, and once fully awake, he beamed up and exclaimed, "I feel great, Moonface. I defeated him." Remus patted Harry's back approvingly. "Our Harry is the best." A faint blush crept onto Harry's cheeks, but he relished the affirmation from his elder. Moonface handed him the peeled apple, and as he munched, he looked around eagerly. "Where's Bigfoot? Godfather surely would come to see me. He borrowed the Hogwarts kitchen to cook for you. Didn't he mention in his last letter that he wanted to make you his pies?" Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bouncing off the bed, prompting Remus to gently press his shoulder down. "Stay put, Bigfoot will be back shortly. Your friends are all fine. They're still in class. That girl named Hermione said they would come to see you after." Harry happily chewed the apple, relieved that everyone was well, and nestled back into Moonface's embrace, recounting his adventures with his friends. After a while, Albus entered the room, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Seeing you so lively puts my mind at ease, Harry. Albus, you're here. I just happen to have something I want to ask you. That mirror? It is the mirror of Erist, Harry, Albus explained with a chuckle. That mirror reflects the deepest desires of one's heart. Desires? Harry blinked, realization dawning upon him. No wonder he had seen his parents. Receiving their encouragement and approval was indeed what Harry longed for. His father and mother had built a bridge of love for him to enter this world. He wished to make them proud. James and Lily would be proud of you, Harry, just as we are. Remus stroked his head. But remember, at any time, you are never alone. I and Bigfoot will always be by your side. Harry nodded, just as Sirius returned to the infirmary with his special baked pies. Albus declined his invitation, smiling warmly, stating he had another engagement, leaving the space for their family. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, the golden-haired Slytherin paced anxiously at the door. Damn it, how would he know the password to the headmaster's office? Yet he needed to see Dumbledore. It is class time, isn't it, Mr. Malfoy? Draco collided with the headmaster, startled, and upon hearing this he awkwardly scratched his head. He could not wait any longer, and had slipped away from his history of magic class. If there's something to discuss, please come in. The stone door slowly swung open, and Draco followed the silver-haired elder into the office. He stood before Dumbledore's desk, inhaling deeply, meeting the elder's gentle gaze. I know I cannot prevent Harry from embarking on the path to confront Voldemort, Professor. Dumbledore continued to smile, his sharp gaze fixed on the boy through his half-moon spectacles. Intrigued by what the pampered young Malfoy would say. My grades are decent, Draco stammered, and my father is in league with you. What I mean is, if such a situation arises again, may I accompany him? He should not hinder Harry and his friends from maturing. Yet he could no longer bear to watch the one he loved languish in a hospital bed. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Since this boy arrived at Hogwarts, he had sensed something unusual. It seemed little Malfoy harbored a secret he could not yet decipher. However, the sincerity and determination reflected in those gray-blue eyes reminded the White Wizard of another Slytherin. He was willing to give this boy a chance. It is your freedom, child, Dumbledore declared. I trust you will not betray Harry, nor my trust in you, will you? By the Malfoy family oath, Professor Dumbledore. Excellent, but skipping class is unacceptable. Slytherin loses 5 points. Draco lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. He would earn those points back for Slytherin. He then heard the headmaster speak again. In that case, you may go see your friend. I believe Sirius and Remus cannot remain at Hogwarts much longer. The Blakes and Lupins had indeed departed, and with Harry safe and sound, they had no reason to linger, especially with a child at home. Harry, having devoured a delicious pie, lay in bed, burping contentedly. He recalled Albus's words and murmured to himself, seeing my deepest desire? But he could not comprehend what it was about embracing Draco at home that was worth longing for. They had always been this way. Reflecting on their increasingly close heads, Harry scratched his messy hair, still feeling that nothing was amiss. Perhaps he feared the possibility of parting from Draco in the future? What are you thinking about, you silly scar-headed fool? Draco had appeared by his bedside at some point, flicking Harry's forehead. Why call my name? Do you miss me? Harry nodded earnestly. He indeed had been pondering when Draco would arrive. Draco rolled his eyes. You didn't call for me when you had a problem. Now you remember me? Feeling guilty, Harry grasped his childhood friend's hand. The situation had arisen unexpectedly, and he had not had time to send word to the Slytherin common room. After all, Hermione had petrified even Neville. Nonetheless, he felt culpable. So he offered the pie left by Sirius, knowing Draco would relish it just as much. Humph. Bigfoot and Moonface returned home, only to be greeted by Little Moon, who pounced into their arms, her head drooping, looking so despondent that the couple's hearts ached. What's wrong, sweetheart? Who made you unhappy? Sirius quickly scooped up his little princess. Anthony shook her head slightly, whispering softly. An inexplicable discomfort settled in my heart. Daddy, has something happened to Little Fork? Sirius paused, realizing they had not yet informed Anthony of the matter. How could this child be so perceptive? Remus immediately spoke to reassure her. He is perfectly fine, don't worry, Annie. Harry mentioned he would personally share his adventure stories with you. He's about to be on holiday. Remember? The little girl nodded, her mood shifting from gloom to brightness, as she resolved to patiently await her brother's return at home. Sirius, intrigued, inquired how the child had deduced this, and Anthony pointed to the two-way mirror on the table. I called his name today, but he ignored me. Is that so? Remus replied, astonished. What if he was in class, or didn't he have the mirror with him? The little girl pursed her lips, asserting, it's different this time. Previously, if he didn't respond, he might have been busy, but this time is not the same. A persistent unease gripped my heart, as if something ominous were about to unfold. The couple exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment. Anthony and Harry were not blood relatives. Could it be that they possessed some form of telepathy? The query remained unanswered for the time being. Chapter 37, Homecoming. The end of term examinations. A conundrum insurmountable for both wizarding and muggle students. Not long ago, the valiant knight Ron Weasley had been thoroughly vanquished. The boy clutched his report card, covered in A's, fervently praying he wouldn't face his mother's wrath upon returning home. Harry's results, however, surpassed Ron's, boasting several E's and even an O in history of magic and defense against the dark arts. The boy beamed, shaking his head in delight, and eagerly snatched Draco's report card, only to find his joy swiftly dissipating. Why is it all O's? What? Ron leaned closer, his eyes widening in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how this boy, apart from tutoring Harry and himself in potions, had seemingly excelled in every other subject. Draco merely shrugged, feigning indifference. Perhaps it's talent. After all, I'm not like someone who only copies homework. I was referencing it, Ron retorted, his face reddening, only to be met with a thump on the head from Hermione, who was holding a book, causing him to yelp and deflate like a punctured balloon. With summer vacation approaching, the children boarded the train for their journey home. Harry reluctantly bid farewell to his two friends, inviting them to spend a couple of days at his house during the break. Ron eagerly accepted, insisting that Fred and George accompany them, while Hermione mentioned her family had already planned a trip, leaving her availability uncertain. Come whenever you can, Hermione. My sister is eager to meet you, Harry grinned. Draco, too, felt a strong pull towards home, where a little dragon awaited him. According to his mother, it had grown quite large, and he was excited to see his little dragon. As the train reached its destination, Harry said his goodbyes to his friends and hurriedly grabbed Draco's hand, racing off to meet Sirius, who was there to pick them up. The Malfoy couple, unfortunately, lacked the time to join them. They were currently in a state of disarray, for Albus had mentioned that the diary entrusted to him by Voldemort might very well be one of the Horcruxes. The item had been carelessly discarded in the alley when he allied himself with the White Wizards. He wanted no association with Voldemort's possessions. Moreover, it was merely an ordinary diary, and Lucius had failed to discern anything remarkable about it despite his repeated examinations. Sirius's hair almost stood on end with fury. If he had transformed into his large canine form, one might have seen a frenzied dog. He loathed Slytherin's self-preserving tactics, and Lucius, so conceited, had carelessly discarded a clue left by Voldemort. With a minuscule chance, they ventured to Nocturne Alley to search for the diary. Fortunately, they were not entirely empty-handed. The owner of Borgin and Burke's had indeed seen such a diary. Someone had attempted to sell it there, but he deemed it unremarkable and offered not a single canute, prompting the seller to leave empty-handed. Of course, after so many years, the owner had long forgotten the visitor's appearance, leaving Lucius to return in vain. His usual pride diminished. Strategies would need to be discussed, but seeing Sirius visibly ready to confront Lucius, Remus had to use the excuse of the children needing to return home soon to coax the irate large black dog away. Sirius, displeased with old Malfoy, naturally offered Draco no friendly demeanor. Despite carrying the luggage of the two children, he refused to spare Draco even a glance. Thankfully, the boy had long grown accustomed to such treatment and took no offense, eagerly anticipating the reunion with his little dragon. The Beastmaster had informed him it was a female dragon, and a name like Norbert didn't quite suit her. Narcissa had left the naming rights to Draco, who pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding on a name. Aurora, signifying dawn, representing new beginnings and a bright future. He hoped this dragon would bring hope and light to the Malfoy family. Harry mulled over the name, finding it quite lovely. Yet his mind was more preoccupied with his rumbling stomach. Sirius laughed, affectionately kissing his godson's cheek as they exited the platform, using apparition to whisk the two children back to the Black family home. Harry's summer vacation commenced. He first visited Godric's Hollow to pay tribute to his parents, bringing along his commendable report card. As per tradition, the family paid a visit to Aunt Bathilda. Though the elderly woman had begun to lose her sight and memory, she recognized the Black family and welcomed them joyfully into her home. After a delightful afternoon, Sirius intended to bid farewell to the elderly lady with his wife and children. But unfortunately, the weather turned, and a torrential downpour ensued. However, for wizards, this posed no issue, as they could simply apparate back home. Yet, Bathilda occasionally forgot about magic and eagerly invited the Black family to stay, concerned that the children might catch a chill from venturing out in the rain. Remus, observing the eager eyes of the two children, consented. Bathilda's home lacked sufficient rooms, So Harry and his godfathers shared a room while little Anthony took the attic for herself. Late at night, with thunder rumbling, the kind-hearted elderly woman worried about leaving the little girl alone in the attic and knocked on Anthony's door. Little Moon was unafraid of thunder and lightning, as her father and brother knew, but Aunt Bathilda was willing to keep her company, which made Anthony very happy. The elderly woman turned on a nightlight and snuggled under the blankets with the little girl, engaging in light conversation. The room housed a plethora of books, and Bathilda casually picked one, intending to read a story to Little Moon. "Oh, haha, it's a collection of tales by the great poet Beetle. Do you like this book, Anthony?" "I do." Bathilda's voice was gentle, and Anthony nestled in her embrace, reading along with the words on the page. "Let us see what comes next," the elderly woman said, flipping to the next page, only for a photograph to slip out. Anthony picked up the photograph, which depicted two men she did not recognize, and curiously inquired, "Who are they?" Aunt Bathilda scrutinized the photograph closely, suddenly recalling the individuals depicted. "These are my nephew Gellert and his dear friend Albus." "Albus? Albus Dumbledore?" "Indeed," the elderly woman reminisced, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "What a pity these two children went their separate ways. Were Gellert and Albus very close?" "Yes, they were inseparable friends." Anthony blinked her beautiful eyes, puzzled. "Why has Albus never mentioned this person to me? Do they still keep in touch?" Bathilda pondered for a moment, her memories growing hazy, and she sighed. "In my old age, I can hardly recall. I only remember that Gellert hasn't visited me in quite a while." Anthony reached out her little hand, soothingly patting the elderly woman's shoulder, her voice sweet and comforting. "And will often come to visit you, so do not be disheartened." The elderly man chuckled joyfully, gently caressing the girl's silky hair. Chapter 38, The Holidays. Harry Potter's dear friend Ron is bringing his two brothers to stay at his home for a few days. Remus places great importance on this, meticulously instructing the house elves to prepare the children's bedrooms and meals, and he commands that Creature refrain from uttering any unpleasant remarks. Antonia asserts that Creature is well-behaved and would never be disrespectful to her brother's guests, moving Creature to tears. Harry busies himself in his room, hoping that his three friends will enjoy their stay, even considering inviting Draco to help decorate the house. Draco, however, seems rather disenchanted. He would prefer to stay home and tend to dragons than face a room full of Weasleys. Antonia is also drawn into the fray, showing no complaints and eagerly anticipating meeting her brother's new friends. Unfortunately, the sister named Hermione cannot come for the time being, and Little Moon wishes to meet her. Ron mentions he has a little sister named Ginny, who will be starting school at Hogwarts next term. Harry casually remarks, oblivious to the obscure look from the blonde boy beside him. The Black family manor is easy for the Weasleys to locate. Arthur arrives in the flying car, and Remus and Harry wait downstairs for quite a while. "Ron, George, Fred," Harry exclaims excitedly, embracing his friends. Remus and Arthur Weasley, old allies in the Order of the Phoenix, share a warm reunion, filled with much to discuss. "Let us head inside. Sirius is cooking." "He can cook?" Arthur asks in surprise, and Remus nods. "It tastes quite good. We'll sample it soon." "Wow, Harry, your room is enormous," Ron exclaims, somewhat taken aback. He knows his friend is from a wealthy family, but this exceeds expectations. Draco rolls his eyes first. "Poor. Shut up." Before the words are fully out, Harry's hand swiftly covers his mouth, shooting him a fierce glare, then turning back to Ron with a smile to divert the conversation elsewhere. Fred and George follow closely behind the three boys, clearly more interested in Harry's two mischievous godfathers. Standing beside them is the obedient Antonia. Fred pulls a piece of fudge made by Molly from his pocket, and offers it to the adorable little girl. Antonia beams sweetly, murmuring a soft thank you to her brother, only to have her cousin swoop in and snatch the candy away, scolding, "No eating." The Weasleys' expressions darken slightly. What does Malfoy mean by that? Antonia pouts, tugging at Fred's sleeve, on the verge of tears. In an instant, the red-haired boy's sense of justice surges, and he produces a handful of candies, opening one and presenting it to Antonia's mouth. "Malfoy, you'd best mind your own business. Antonia, if you dare eat that. Do you believe I won't have the moon face cut off your snacks for a month?" To the Weasley surprise, it is Harry himself who intervenes, forcefully stopping his sister from popping the candy into her mouth, quickly explaining, "Her teeth are not in good condition. The healer advised against too many sweets. She already had a biscuit this morning, so no more candy." Little Moon's eyes brim with tears, looking pitifully at Fred, leaving the red-haired boy momentarily at a loss. Honestly, who could bear to see such a lovely little girl cry? Draco, however, scoffs, laughing as he consumes Fred's candy in front of the three Weasleys, pinching Antonia's cheek. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Just because guests are here doesn't mean you can play tricks. No eating means no eating. Indeed, Antonia. Have you forgotten how you suffered from tooth pain last time, requiring the whole family to go to St. Mungo's at midnight? Be a good girl, alright? Harry gently ruffles his sister's fluffy hair, soothingly coaxing her. Fine, Antonia sniffles, wiping her tears and lowering her head, visibly upset. Observing this, Fred reaches into George's pocket, pulling out 2 small fireworks, and with a flick, a miniature fireworks display appears before Little Moon. The girl's face lights up with delight as she gazes up at Fred, her voice sweetly chiming, "Brother, you're amazing." Fred bashfully rubs his nose, while Ron exclaims, "Merlin, when will Ginny ever say brother? You're amazing to me?" "Harry, you truly have a wonderful sister," George remarks, draping an arm around his brother's shoulder, teasingly raising his voice. "Ron, you're amazing." This provokes Ron to chase after him in mock annoyance. That night, Ron opts not to sleep in the guest room prepared by Remus, instead spreading out on the floor of Harry's room. The 2 boys insist that this is how they sleep at school, and there is nothing wrong with it. Although they secretly plan to sneak out later to play Exploding Snap. Draco is dragged into this too. He longs to go home truly. But Harry argues that 2 players are less fun than 3. Alright, consider it indulging a child. Draco yawns lazily, playing his last card. "I win. Damn it," Ron exclaims as he throws down his cards. "How did you win again? By the way, it's quite late. Shouldn't we be getting to bed?" Harry yawns and rubs his eyes. Draco stands up, the first to climb into bed, skillfully lying down on his side. Harry quickly follows, curling into his childhood friend's embrace. "I'm turning off the light, Ron." The room fades into darkness, conveniently obscuring Ron's terrified gaze. Have these 2 been cuddling together since childhood? Fred and George certainly haven't tea. For Merlin's sake. As summer vacation approaches its end, Harry is still reluctant to visit his Muggle aunt's house, but fortunately, it coincides with Sirius's time off. The house is half rented by Sirius to accommodate their family. Harry also possesses a dangerous wand that keeps his uncle and cousin on edge, allowing him to enjoy himself thoroughly. A small regret lingers as Hermione finally has time to visit. Yet Harry's family has already departed for a vacation in the Maldives. Hermione mentions in her letter that it's alright. They will see each other at school, and she sends some low-sugar treats for Antonia. Her parents are dentists, so they understand the importance of dental health. Hermione writes a special letter to Little Moon, advising her on how to take care of her teeth, and sharing numerous methods to reduce cavities. As the end of summer approaches, Harry's wails echo throughout Malfoy Manor. He has been having too much fun, and completely forgot about his homework. Bigfoot and Moonface adhere to the philosophy of joyful education, paying little heed to Harry's studies, trusting in his sense of responsibility. The result is that the savior who has defeated Voldemort twice must burn the midnight oil to complete his assignments. Draco even adds insult to injury, refusing to let him copy homework. To this, young Malfoy maintains his innocence, asserting that copying the potion's essay would be instantly recognized by Professor Snape, rendering it a futile endeavor. Fortunately, Harry diligently completes all his assignments and happily arranges to go with Ron and Hermione to Diagon Alley to purchase their books for the upcoming term. Chapter 39 Lockhart. In Diagon Alley, amidst the bustling crowd, Lucius's impatience is palpable. He detests noisy, chaotic places but must accompany his wife and child. So he has no choice but to come. Antonia holds her uncle's hand, eagerly observing the shelves of Madame Malkin's shop. Her 2 brothers are inside measuring for new robes. The rapidly growing teenage boys often require custom fittings, and Narcissa frequently measures them for new clothes. "No, I want that." Suddenly, the sound of a child crying catches Antonia's attention, prompting her to look in the direction of the noise. A little girl, seemingly of a similar age, was tugging at her mother's hand, wailing loudly and pulling her sleeve vigorously towards a newly opened toy store. Lucius, with a hint of disdain in his gray eyes, silently criticized the inept parent and the ill-mannered child, who were making a spectacle in public over a mere toy. He believed that raising children should not involve indulgence. Casually twirling his serpent staff, Lucius refused to spare even a glance at the noisy mother-daughter duo. "Hey, that toy looks intriguing. Lucius, shall we take a look?" Anthony suddenly chimed in, looking up at her uncle with bright, sparkling eyes. Lucius lowered his gaze to meet the girl's expectant expression, and before he knew it, he found himself standing before the toy store's display window. Anthony gazed intently at the dancing doll in the window, adorned in a beautiful, fluffy lace dress, executing graceful and elegant steps. The attentive shop assistant approached to introduce their new products, explaining that these lifelike dolls, enhanced with unique magical incantations, captivated children with their enchanting dances. Naturally, such exquisite creations came at a steep price. Anthony turned to her uncle, extending her tiny finger towards the doll in the window. Lucius fixed his gaze on her for a moment before finally uttering, "How many would you like?" The little girl tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. "2 will suffice. 1 to play with, and 1 to study the spells." Lucius glanced at the shop assistant, and tapped his staff lightly. "5, please." The assistant's face lit up with delight as he ushered the esteemed customer into the store. As the pair emerged, Narcissa happened to be exiting the robe shop with her 2 children. Remus and Sirius were tasked with procuring new potion ingredients and cauldrons for the children, and the 2 families had agreed to meet at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry and Ron had also arranged to rendezvous at the bookstore. "Hey, Ron, Hermione." Harry jogged over to his friends, clapping them on the shoulders with a beaming smile. He hurriedly introduced Anthony to Hermione, and the 2 girls instantly hit it off, with Anthony particularly enamored by Hermione's voluminous hair, gripping her hand tightly. Harry dutifully greeted the Weasley parents, while Lucius wore a look of disdain, exchanging barbs with Arthur before taking his son's hand and ascending to the 2nd floor. Narcissa lingered at a distance, uneasy about leaving her niece and nephew alone in the bustling bookstore. Harry and Ron chatted animatedly, with Ron introducing his little sister Ginny to Harry. Harry smiled warmly and shook her hand, only for Ginny to freeze in place. What did I do?" Harry withdrew his hand, bewildered, glancing at Ron. The red-haired boy clapped his friend's shoulder. "It's not your fault. She's been gushing about Harry Potter all holiday." "Shut up, Ron." Ginny's cheeks flushed as she evaded the bewildered gaze of her idol. This entire scene unfolded before Draco Malfoy, who observed from the upper floor. At that same moment, he once again saw Harry and Ginny standing together. In his past life, he had been too preoccupied with mocking the impoverished Weasley and Harry Potter to discern whether his feelings were rooted in disdain or jealousy. Now clarity washed over him, a bitter sensation filling his chest. Ginny Weasley's presence shattered the lingering fantasy he had held onto for so long. The crowd grew increasingly boisterous, distracting Draco from his thoughts as Harry and his companions were swept along with the throng. What was happening? In the center of the bookstore stood a man cloaked in a small cape, wearing a peculiar smile, holding a book and speaking animatedly. Before Harry could catch what he was saying, the man spotted him, striding over and seizing his arm. "Hey, isn't that the illustrious Harry Potter? Look, friends. Even Harry Potter adores my adventure stories. Oh, do you wish to take a picture with me, Harry?" "What? Oh no, I don't," Harry exclaimed, struggling in panic. Who was this man, and why wouldn't he let go? A pair of large hands suddenly emerged, grasping Gilderoy Lockhart's wrist with just the right amount of force to compel him to release his grip. Sirius's expression was dark. "Please release my godson, thank you." Lockhart froze, recognizing the stunning visage before him. The head of the Magical Law Department, Sirius Black, frequently gracing the pages of the Daily Prophet. Not wanting to provoke him, the man quickly took 2 steps back, donning a familiar, self-satisfied smile as he resumed shaking hands with other admirers. Ron rolled his eyes at the sight of this man's cowardice, whispering to Harry how much their mother was infatuated with this absurd individual. "His smile is the most charming in the world," Ron squeaked, mimicking a high-pitched voice while making a normal tone to critique. "I feel like throwing up," Harry chuckled, standing next to a contemplative Remus, who was examining Harry's book list. "Why are there several of Lockhart's books on here? He can't be your new defense against the dark arts professor, can he?" "Surely not," Harry exclaimed, gazing at the list in horror. Doesn't he seem particularly adept at defending against dark magic at all? I bet he couldn't even combat a troll." "Professors aren't judged solely by their fighting prowess," Remus replied with a resigned smile. "Perhaps he excels at teaching. After all, I remember he was a Ravenclaw." "Ravenclaw?" Sirius inquired, puzzled. "Does Ravenclaw really enjoy adventure? And they publish so many books?" "Don't harbor house prejudices," Remus chided. "Ravenclaw can enjoy adventure too." All right. "You're right," Sirius relented, raising his hands in surrender. He had already purchased all of Harry's new books, and the family had no reason to linger any longer. They bid farewell to the Weasley family and Hermione before leaving the Leaky Cauldron. "What about Draco?" Harry looked around at the bookstore entrance. "They went back already," Sirius replied. As soon as they entered, they spotted Narcissa waiting at the entrance, who pointed out Harry and Anthony's direction before leaving with her husband and son. We were supposed to go for ice cream together," Harry grumbled, displeased. "Let us go for ice cream anyway," Remus suggested. "I hear they have a new chocolate snow cone." "I want that." "You can't, Annie, you can only have fruit snow cones." The family cheerfully made their way to the ice cream shop, while Ron continued to endure a double barrage from his mother and Hermione inside. Chapter 40. The Mudblood Seed. The 2nd year at Hogwarts had commenced. Once again standing at platform 9 3/4, Harry found it hard to part from his family, clinging tightly to Bigfoot and Moonface. Fortunately, Anthony did not cry over their separation this time, prompting Remus to reflect on how much his daughter had grown. Hand in hand with Draco, Harry ventured onto the train, searching each compartment for Ron and Hermione. "Oh, there's Hermione," Harry exclaimed excitedly, pulling his childhood friend into a compartment and sitting next to her, while Goyle and Crabbe trailed closely behind Draco, occupying the opposite side of the small compartment. These two gluttonous boys had grown even larger, making the already cramped compartment feel even tighter. By the time Ron arrived, only one seat remained, but he was accompanied by Ginny. "How about we squeeze into the next compartment?" Ron suggested, as they were joined by Blaise, who thanks to Harry and Draco's connection, had become quite friendly with Ron, considering him a Slytherin who was not typical of his house. "I'll go," Draco declared, standing up and ignoring Harry's protests, taking Goyle and Crabbe along with him. He simply couldn't bear to witness Harry Potter and his future love developing their relationship in such a confined space. "How strange. We could still fit if we squeezed a bit." "Why did Draco leave?" Harry asked, puzzled. Hermione shrugged. "Perhaps the young master is not fond of crowded spaces. Yet, why did he insist on taking both Goyle and Crabbe along, which only exacerbates the congestion?" Harry's instincts sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate it. However, it was not until they entered Hogwarts and returned to their dormitory that Harry discerned no peculiarities. Ron reassured him that he was merely overthinking, setting aside his unease. Draco appeared to be as composed as ever. Harry, being rather carefree, soon dismissed this minor anomaly from his mind. Today, they had herbology class together with Slytherin. Merlin. Who could explain why this particular plant is so cacophonous? Ron scowled, unable to bear the din of the mandrakes even with earmuffs on. Why must they be repotted? The boy lamented, though his two companions struggled to hear him. Draco, clutching the herb in his hands, recalled that the mandrake's greatest contribution in a prior life was the rescue of those petrified students. Petrification, the Chamber of Secrets, the heir of Slytherin, and Harry Potter's injury. Surely this could not be the work of Voldemort again? His peripheral vision caught sight of Hermione Granger across the room, busily repotting a mandrake. He remembered that this girl had once been petrified as well. Had she discovered something significant at that time? Before he could dwell on it, the herbology class concluded. Draco was again drawn to Harry's side, and the group engaged in conversation while walking back to the castle. Their cheerful atmosphere was shattered by a group of girls in green robes, led by Pansy Parkinson, who blocked Harry and his friend's path. Harry's demeanor hardened. He was not fond of this brash and domineering girl, and responded coldly, "What do you want?" Pansy's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as she fixated on the entwined hands of Harry and Draco. Meeting Draco's hostile gaze, she redirected her ire towards Hermione, sneering, "Harry Potter, how far you have fallen to associate with such a mudblood. You wretched girl." Ron bellowed, "Shut your filthy mouth." Pansy then turned her attention to Ron. "The Weasley family's pauper. Of course, your kind can only mingle with muggles. You don't belong in high society." Buckteeth, unable to contain his anger, Ron shielded Hermione behind him and, disregarding the principles of chivalry, cast a curse at the insufferable girl. Pansy was caught off guard, the spell striking her and causing her front teeth to swell. She screamed, covering her mouth, as a short-haired girl beside her rebuked, "Malfoy, are you just going to watch Gryffindor bully Pansy? Aren't you a Slytherin?" Another red-haired girl, equally furious, mocked, "How can you still call yourself a Slytherin when you hang out with Gryffindor every day?" Enough. The voice belonged to Harry Potter, who stood beside his furious friend. How could such a simple spell satisfy them? A wicked smile crept across Harry's face. He had learned quite a bit from Sirius about dealing with troublesome Slytherins. Soon, several girls found themselves in a state of disarray, sporting swollen faces and oversized teeth, being pursued by bats across the grass. "That's so cool," Ron exclaimed, his anger dissipating. "How do you know so many torturous spells? Is this really torturous?" Harry inquired. "Not a scratch on them, and I still feel unsatisfied. They had no right to bully my friends, let alone insult you." Hermione felt somewhat downcast, yet she worried that these girls might report them to the professors, leading to punishments for Harry and Ron. Draco shared similar concerns. Pansy would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. He resolved to have his father reign in the Parkinson family, ensuring their daughter would behave and spare Harry from trouble. As for what those girls had said moments ago, Draco was unfazed. Whether he was a true Slytherin was not for them to decide. Besides, with the Malfoy family's esteemed status, no one dared to meddle in his private affairs. These girls were merely acting under Pansy's influence, emboldened by their belief that they would not bully a girl. He recalled that one of them had even once attempted to befriend him. What a game of cat and mouse. The immediate concern was how to shield Harry from punishment. Harry himself seemed unconcerned, squeezing Draco's hand as he stated, "I can endure anything, but I will not allow them to insult my friends, especially not you." Draco froze momentarily. Was he indeed the special one? Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted as Professors Snape and McGonagall summoned the group of children to their office, their expressions stormy. Observing the disheveled Slytherins, Ron felt a surge of satisfaction. "Draco, you explain this," Snape demanded. "They instigated trouble," Draco succinctly replied. "I couldn't stand idly by and let it happen." "That's not true. It was me," Hermione interjected hastily, aware that Ron and Harry were primarily angered by the term mudblood. "No, it was me," Harry and Ron chimed in unison. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples, evidently exasperated. The last time such trouble had arisen, it was due to Harry's father and godfather. The witch exclaimed, "Not one of you is escaping. You all have detention." Snape fixed his piercing gaze on Harry's emerald eyes, inquiring, "What prompted you, Harry Potter, to harm your classmates?" Harry met his probing stare, anger flaring anew as he recalled, "They insulted my friends." Ron echoed, raising his voice. "They called Hermione a mudblood." "Professor, isn't that enough reason for us to retaliate?" Snape clenched his robe tightly, momentarily lost in thought at the sight of Harry's indignant expression. After a fierce internal struggle, he turned to the group of Slytherin girls and said, "You will each write the school motto 5 times. Having witnessed the magical assault they endured, he felt a pang of anger. Could James Potter's son truly be so alike? Did this child not possess even a trace of Lily's spirit? Knowing the underlying reasons, he found himself at a loss for words, haunted by the unrecoverable past and the unspoken apologies that tormented him day and night. He could not bear to confront Harry's eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother's. Chapter 41, Enchantment. Regarding the new defense against the dark arts professor, Ron and Harry held little optimism. As they made their way to class, the two boys grumbled about whether this flamboyant individual could effectively teach the subject. Hermione, tapping her little heels in defiance, countered, asserting that Lockhart, with his extensive adventures, must be well versed in magic and would undoubtedly make an excellent teacher. "And his smile is so charming," she gushed, cradling her face in admiration. "In fact, Hermione, he doesn't even compare to Sirius," Ron remarked, bemused. "My dad says he is the most handsome man recognized by the Ministry of Magic. You saw him not long ago, remember?" Harry nodded vigorously, agreeing that it was not merely Ron's adulation of his godfather. Sirius's handsomeness was indeed renowned, far superior to that peculiar smile of Lockhart's. "They are different types, Ron. Don't make hasty judgments," Hermione retorted, quickening her pace as she entered the classroom, eager to secure a good spot for a close encounter with her idol. Ron and Harry chose a corner at the back of the classroom, disinterested in admiring the charming smile. Soon, the ever-charming Professor Lockhart descended the stairs, ready to commence his first defense against the dark arts lesson. "What is this?" Ron whispered to Harry. "What colors and foods does he favor? What relevance does this have to the defense against the dark arts class? Who could possibly know his preferences?" Harry was equally astonished. How could he discern the likes of this new instructor? Helplessly, the two brothers hastily filled in some answers. When Lockhart collected all the parchment, he noticed Harry Potter's wildly inaccurate responses, and initially thought to leverage the Savior's name for his own amusement. However, recalling the ominous gaze of Harry's godfather, he opted to abandon the idea, instead picking up Hermione's impeccably correct answers and lavishing her with praise. Good heavens, Hermione must have read too much. She seems to know all these trivial matters with such clarity, Harry mused. When would he actually begin teaching? Harry's roommate, Seamus, muttered softly, and many students, who were not fans of Lockhart, began to fidget. No one wished to squander excessive time. Fortunately, the professor finally commenced the lesson. The Cornish pixie, that bothersome little creature Harry had encountered in the Department of Magical Creatures during his childhood, was something Sirius could easily dispatch, leading Harry to believe they were not formidable foes. Alas, contrary to his expectations, the renowned adventurer was unable to manage even the flitting pixies. It was Hermione who stepped in to subdue all the troublemakers. Harry and Ron rescued the unfortunate Neville, who was dangling from a chandelier, only to turn around and find the professor had vanished without a trace. Merlin's beard. He actually abandoned us? Ron exclaimed incredulously. After all, he is a professor. And those peculiar creatures were unleashed by him. Harry's expression soured. The Cornish pixies seemed like mere toys in Sirius's hands. I can hardly believe Lockhart cannot handle this. Were all his tales of adventure mere fabrications? Perhaps he intended to test us? Hermione ventured, though her tone lacked conviction. Oh, come on, Hermione, look at poor Neville. Don't deceive yourself, Harry retorted. This time, Hermione refrained from arguing, but her countenance betrayed her discomfort. The girl's faith appeared to be crumbling, requiring some time to recover. Ron lifted Hermione's backpack, which was always the heaviest, and nodded toward Harry. Let us go, we've tidied up enough. It's time to head to the Great Hall for lunch. All right, Hermione, don't be disheartened. Throughout their walk, Harry sought ways to console Hermione. It's not the end of the world. You could always idolize someone else. Indeed, you might as well worship me, Ron grinned, pushing his face close to Hermione's, only to receive a playful whack on the head, leading the three children to engage in light-hearted banter, which lifted Hermione's spirits considerably. Harry Potter? A youthful, excited voice called from behind the trio. Harry turned to see a stranger, bespectacled and camera in hand, standing before him. Who are you? Colin Creevy. And I'm your biggest fan, the boy stammered. Harry sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Considering the boy was merely a newly enrolled muggle wizard, Harry patiently listened to him and obliged a photograph. Just as he sent the exuberant young fan away, he turned to find Draco leaning against a pillar, smiling at him. In an instant, the dark-haired boy felt a catch in his breath. He seemed to grasp Hermione's sentiments, that enchanting feeling of being captivated. When did Draco become so handsome? Harry pondered, hastening to Draco's side. The blonde Slytherin raised an eyebrow, noting that Harry Potter remained as charming as ever. He recalled this boy was one of Harry's admirers. An uncomfortable sensation weighed on Draco's chest. He knew he had no right to criticize Harry's friendships, so he feigned indifference while listening to Harry describe Lockhart's absurdities. By the way, I haven't seen you in a few days. Where have you been, Draco? It hasn't been a few days, has it? We were just in potions together yesterday, Draco replied, but Harry was not satisfied with this answer, narrowing his eyes. Are you up to something behind my back? Nonsense. I'm not. Then why haven't you sought me out? I've been a bit busy, okay? You'll find out what it is in a couple of days. Hermione looked on, somewhat exasperated, observing Harry with a stance reminiscent of a wife suspecting infidelity, doubting whether there was some sort of pact between the two boys. Blaise shrugged beside Ron. I knew Draco would be interrogated by his little boyfriend. He wouldn't even admit it. So what exactly has he been up to? Ron inquired curiously, clearly accepting the notion of the relationship between Potter and Malfoy after visiting number 12, Grimmauld Place. Blaise made a gesture indicating he could not divulge Draco's secrets. In truth, it was nothing significant. Utilizing his Quidditch skills from 2 lifetimes, Draco had triumphed over the current Slytherin Seeker, successfully claiming the position. He intended to keep this under wraps until the match, hoping to surprise Harry. Draco was determined. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he believed he could best Harry Potter at least once. Oblivious to these machinations, Harry felt Draco owed him a favor. Thus he offered all the cookies his mother had baked, along with an entire month's allowance. Before Quidditch practice, a package from Sirius arrived. A brand new Firebolt 2001. Wow! Ron exclaimed, enviously stroking the broomstick. It looks amazing. Harry scratched his head, contemplating whether he should ask Sirius to procure an appropriate broom for Ron or wait until Ron's birthday to gift him one. Ultimately, he decided on the latter. A birthday gift would likely be more acceptable to Ron. Chapter 42. The chamber opens. Having been confined, Harry was quite familiar with this experience, as it had happened to both his father and godfather. Now it was his turn. Fortunately, he and Draco were assigned to clean the silverware in the trophy room, while Ron and Hermione faced the misfortune of helping Lockhart respond to fan letters. Hermione's perception of her idol crumbled repeatedly. She could hardly believe he had never read the letters from his admirers. Was his warm and approachable persona merely a facade? Ron, on the other hand, was more disheartened, as he had no idea what to write back to the fans, and was loath to endure Lockhart's incessant prattling. In contrast, Harry found his task considerably easier. Not only was his ear untroubled, but he also discovered a trophy belonging to his father. Harry meticulously traced the engraved name James Potter, his eyes glistening with emotion. This sight made Draco feel an uncomfortable pang in his heart. He hated to see Harry cry repeatedly over his parents. The boy felt a swell of pride for his outstanding father, and was delighted to have inherited his father's seeker genes, ensuring he did not bring shame to the Potter name. Don't be upset, Harry, Draco said, gripping Harry's arm. Mr. Potter wouldn't he want to see you like this? I know, Harry replied, sniffling and burying himself in Slytherin's embrace, resting his fluffy head against Draco's neck for comfort. The blonde boy gently stroked his back, whispering words of solace in his ear. Wait, did you hear something? Harry suddenly lifted his head, scanning the surroundings. Strange. Hissing sounds seemed to emanate from all directions. Harry could not discern their source, but the voice seemed to be uttering something about blood, though he could not make it out clearly. "No, I don't hear anything," Draco replied, glancing around in confusion. It was just the two of them in the room. Where could there possibly be a sound? "It's gone now. Did I imagine it?" Harry murmured. Filch knocked on the door, signaling them to focus on their task and not engage in idle chatter. Reluctantly, Harry suppressed his unease, departing from Draco's embrace to diligently polish his father's trophy. On the eve of the Halloween feast, Harry encountered nearly headless Nick, who was disheartened by not being selected for the headless hunt. In an effort to console him, Harry promised to accompany him to the Death Day party. "So why must I attend as well?" Draco scowled, glancing around the table, where only he and Harry were the living souls present. "I don't want to be here alone." Harry stuck out his tongue, as Ron and Hermione had gone to the Halloween feast, leaving him with no choice but to drag Draco along for company. Young Master Malfoy was equally eager to partake in the festivities with the living rather than face a gathering of ghosts, particularly since he was seated across from the familiar specter of Moaning Myrtle. Draco's trembling lashes betrayed his inner turmoil. Upon seeing Myrtle, he couldn't help but recall his past humiliations and preferred not to dwell on the futile, piercing words he had directed at Harry, nor the curse that had shattered the last vestiges of hope within him. The party concluded sooner than expected, and Harry grasped Draco's hand, sprinting away. He had left some delectable treats for Ron behind, and needed to reach the Great Hall swiftly. Then that voice returned clearer than before. "Blood Death. Hey. This isn't the way to the Great Hall, Harry." With no time for explanations, Harry pressed his lips tightly together, pulling his childhood friend along as they followed the voice, leading them to the third floor where they discovered a motionless cat. "Mrs. Norris!" Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening. "This cat has been petrified. Could it be?" He looked towards the wall, where bold crimson letters caught his gaze. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." "What is the Chamber of Secrets?" Draco, feigning calmness, insisted they must leave. Legends spoke of Harry being the heir of Slytherin, and the thought of a Slytherin heir possibly being a Gryffindor was absurd. Just then, Filch's anguished cries echoed as a crowd began to gather. Harry and Draco defended themselves, asserting they had harmed the cat not, until Professor McGonagall intervened to quell the uproar. The following day, in the corridors, Harry and his friends congregated to discuss the previous day's events. "Did you hear that strange voice again?" Hermione inquired. "Yes, this time it was very clear. It mentioned blood and death, and then we found the cat." The girl pondered, her brow furrowed with increasing concern as she glanced at the three boys who had grown up in the wizarding world. "What is the Chamber of Secrets? Do you know?" Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Draco's already pale complexion grew even more as he opened his chapped lips. "I know. It is said that Salazar Slytherin left a hidden chamber at Hogwarts, which only his heir can unlock to unleash its contents and purify the school by eradicating all who should not be learning magic." "Who should not be learning magic? What do you mean?" "Muggleborns, like Granger," he replied. Hermione's gray-blue eyes clouded with unease as she met Draco's gaze, and she swallowed hard. "Who is the heir of Slytherin? What is contained within? Is it connected to the voice Harry heard?" "I don't know," Draco responded, shaking his head in defeat against her barrage of questions. He surmised some truths. The only difference between Harry and them was that he was a Parselmouth, a fact Harry was oblivious to, which Draco chose not to disclose. However, this indicated that the creature within the chamber might be a serpent capable of petrifying its victims. "Isn't it just a legend?" Ron remarked. "And besides, it was just a cat. It can't perform magic." With no answers forthcoming, the boys resolved to protect Hermione from potential danger. After much contemplation, Harry decided to embark on a nocturnal adventure to revisit the site of Mrs. Norris' petrification in search of clues. Draco, concerned for Harry's safety, joined him, having brewed a special invisibility potion during the holiday, and arranged to meet the others on the third floor. The four of them cautiously surveyed their surroundings, fearful of missing even the slightest clue, until Hermione, in a hushed voice, exclaimed, "Where did that spider come from?" Chapter 43, Heart Racing. They followed the direction of the spider's trail, leading them to a girls' lavatory, where the spider's traces vanished. Ron, already covered in goosebumps, urged his friends to leave, as spiders were his greatest fear. "Harry, did you hear any strange noises just now?" Hermione whispered on their way back to the dormitory. "No," he replied. The girl fell silent, lost in thought. Was the strange noise connected to the Chamber of Secrets or the spiders? Rumors regarding the chamber spread like wildfire, leaving students in a state of anxiety as they speculated about the identity of Slytherin's heir. Harry and his companions, too, were not immune to the whispers. Some even suspected Draco. How could anyone think that? Ron yawned. "It's perfectly reasonable, mate. Any pureblood Slytherin has been suspected, especially the Malfoys, who have always championed blood purity, and were once servants of Voldemort. Shut up, Ron. Hermione scolded, smacking Ron's head with her book before turning to the blonde Slytherin beside Harry. Draco, catching Hermione's apologetic glance, waved it off. He was unperturbed by such remarks. What concerned him more was Harry. Draco was torn, contemplating whether to reveal his ability to speak Parseltongue to Harry, yet fearing that others would interpret it as evidence that Harry was Slytherin's heir. Oblivious to the turmoil within Draco, Harry found himself entranced by the elegant lines of Draco's hands. Adolescence had brought about rapid changes. Their features were maturing, and the stirrings of puberty were evident. As for Harry Potter, he had never before considered that his childhood friend was quite handsome. With a pale complexion accentuated by rosy lips, a prominent nose, and striking golden hair, his blue eyes had subtly transformed into the trademark gray of the Malfoy lineage, rendering him all the more enigmatic. Merlin's beard. Harry touched his flushed earlobes, questioning whether he was unwell. Why did he feel so warm in Draco's presence? James Potter had been a fool who mistook his affection for Lily Evans as hatred during their first year, and it seemed his son would require guidance in matters of the heart as well. Harry remained blissfully unaware of the distinction between love and friendship, his heart simply racing in instinctive response. The two boys, each with their own thoughts, continued to engage in discussions with their friends regarding the identity of the heir. Yet no answers emerged, leaving them to temporarily abandon the inquiry. Harry had to depart early, as Gryffindor had Quidditch practice that day, the match fast approaching, and Captain Wood was intensifying their training. As Harry cast one last glance at Draco before leaving, he turned away, clutching his chest as if his heart might leap from his ribcage. What was happening to him? Was he ill? Should he seek the infirmary? Yet when he observed others, he felt no such sensations. He turned to George beside him, feeling none of that racing heartbeat. Strange. Could it be that Draco had cast some sort of charm? Was he playing tricks on him? Surely not. With Harry Potter's adolescent hormonal dilemmas unresolved, the Quidditch match awaited. As he beheld the new seeker emerging from across the field, it took him a moment to process that it was none other than his childhood rival, Draco Malfoy. He was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that all this time, they had been keeping this from him. Had they truly replaced their seeker? Wait. Why did all their brooms appear to be the latest model, the Firebolt 2001? The keen-eyed Fred immediately sensed something amiss, prompting the team members to glance towards him, their expressions tinged with panic. It was Captain Wood who first regained his composure, rallying the team. Let us not dwell on that. Even the finest brooms require skilled riders. Everyone be prepared to elevate your performance. George, with his usual cheeky demeanor, sidled up to Harry, draping an arm over his shoulder. Harry, you must not go easy on your little Malfoy. I will defeat him, Harry replied, brushing aside George's hand with a sigh of exasperation, adjusting his glasses with confidence. He has never bested me in Quidditch. The Chosen One had indeed not exaggerated. He successfully captured the golden snitch once more, leaving Draco, who was lagging behind, to sigh in resignation. One cannot underestimate natural talent. Harry, brimming with pride, approached him, brandishing the golden snitch in triumph. All right, I concede. I cannot best you. Draco dismounted his broom, turning away to stand on the grass, his back appearing sulky. Are you upset? Harry approached Draco, still sporting a broad smile. Have you been training behind my back? How did you become the Seeker? Do tell. Of course. I defeated the previous one. Draco retorted, eyes wide. He had indeed won his position fair and square, with his father purchasing new brooms as a reward. Very well. Little dragon brother is the strongest, Harry chided playfully, coaxing him, while Draco's earlobes flushed red as he shot Harry a mock glare. I told you not to call me by my nickname in public, he protested, though he mused if it were in private then. What was he thinking? Draco shook his head vigorously, attempting to dislodge the errant thoughts, and quickly made his way away from the Quidditch pitch, unwilling to face the jovial gaze of Harry Potter alone. It was far too scandalous, and it would surely quicken young Malfoy's heart. A shadow loomed over Hogwarts as the legend of the Chamber of Secrets unfolded once more. Another petrification incident had occurred, this time involving a first-year Gryffindor student, Colin Creevey, who was also an ardent admirer of Harry Potter. Harry stood before the hospital bed with a complex expression, noticing that Colin had been petrified while clutching his beloved camera. It was evident that they needed to expedite their search for the heir of Slytherin to resolve the turmoil the chamber had wrought upon Hogwarts. Harry resolved to infiltrate the Slytherin common room, where the most suspicious individuals resided, intending to observe for any telltale signs. Can you go alone, Harry? Hermione inquired with concern. I can. Draco will be there to assist me, And if Ron goes too, there will be no one to protect you, which is unsafe. Ron nodded in agreement. Colin's petrification had heightened the boys' anxiety, and they were extremely worried about Hermione's safety, following her closely throughout the day, almost encroaching upon the girls' dormitory. All right, Hermione relented reluctantly. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and followed closely behind Draco into the Slytherin dungeon. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets had little impact on the Slytherins. Most were purebloods, with only a few being half-bloods, hence unlikely to be targets for the heir. Some of the other house students were bothersome, pointing fingers at them. But only a minority could not maintain their composure. The majority scoffed at such behavior. Chapter 44, Parseltongue. Draco sat nonchalantly in the corner of the sofa. His posture relaxed as he absent-mindedly munched on a green apple. Blaise sauntered over, winking mischievously. Did you not go to keep your boyfriend company today, Draco? What boyfriend? Draco retorted. The head that had been scanning the surroundings mechanically turned back as Harry, perched on Draco's lap, momentarily froze. When did Draco acquire a boyfriend? Keep talking like that and I'll turn you into a bird, pluck all your feathers, and toss you in the Great Hall, Draco warned, tossing the apple at Blaise, who quickly begged for mercy, though still grinning. Come on, who doesn't know that Harry Potter is your little boyfriend? You even blush. Draco stiffened. It was one thing for Blaise to jest about Harry when he wasn't present, but now Harry himself was right there on his lap. Goodness, would Harry find this distasteful? Shut up. Draco brandished his wand, pointing it at Blaise's nose. Speak carelessly again, and I shall not be so gracious. Blaise, rubbing his nose, conceded, all right. No more jokes. Little did he know that the subject of his jest was currently as red as a boiled lobster, grateful for the cover of the invisibility cloak, which concealed Harry's embarrassment from prying eyes. He was unsure why he felt this way. Blaise was merely joking, yet Harry found himself overwhelmed with shyness. It felt as though steam were rising from his head, and even when Draco pulled him into the dormitory, he had yet to regain his composure. I'm sorry, Harry, Draco said. The common room is becoming increasingly crowded, and it's risky for you to remain hidden inside. Come to my dormitory to lay low. Don't mind Blaise. You want to come by for a while. Did you hear anything just now? Harry Potter. Draco raised his voice slightly. What are you daydreaming about? Harry suddenly snapped back to reality, meeting Draco's gaze, and felt his face flush crimson, curling up in Draco's blanket, encasing himself like a ball. Draco stood there, bewildered, staring at the unexpected ball-shaped entity that had appeared on his bed, his intelligent mind momentarily failing to comprehend the situation. Please don't speak for a moment, Harry, the muffled voice from the blanket said. I need to calm down. Draco blinked, choosing to obediently sit on the edge of the bed, his thoughts swirling. Could it be that Harry disliked being associated with him in such a manner? Was he upset? That shouldn't be the case, should it? Draco pondered, resigning himself to patiently await Harry Potter's judgment. Before long, the ball unwrapped, revealing Harry's flushed face. I didn't hear anything just now. Oh well, then the chamber may not be located in the dungeon, Draco replied. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary either, Harry continued, lowering his head to pick at his fingers. It was exceedingly awkward. How could he retreat into the blanket just because someone jested that he was Draco's boyfriend? I didn't notice anything either, Draco swallowed hard. Since Harry hadn't mentioned Blaise, perhaps he didn't harbor any dislike toward him. The two tacitly avoided discussing the earlier awkwardness, and Harry soon returned to his lively self. As the crowd in the common room thinned, Draco escorted the cloaked savior out of the dungeon. On the way back to Gryffindor, Harry found himself somewhat distracted. A boyfriend? He and Draco? Merlin. He had never considered such a notion in his 11 years of existence. In an effort to alleviate the students' inner turmoil, the professors resolved to organize some large-scale events to divert their attention. Professor Lockhart volunteered to establish a dueling club. This would be his sole contribution to Hogwarts, earning the support of his colleagues, and the renowned adventurer basked in his self-importance. For the inaugural training session, Professor Snape was invited as an assistant. Harry and his friends attended, primarily to witness the showdown between Professor Snape and Professor Lockhart. Although Snape did not hold a favorable reputation among the Gryffindors, Harry believed that the potion's master could effortlessly defeat Lockhart with just a flick of his fingernail. As anticipated, the charmingly smiling Professor Lockhart had barely begun to speak before Professor Snape dispatched him to the ground. Ron couldn't suppress a smile, finding it rather amusing to witness someone willingly subjecting themselves to humiliation for the first time. Lockhart was still on stage, attempting to justify himself, while Ron and Harry's hushed laughter reached his ears. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, disregarding his role as the Minister for Magic, Lockhart summoned the illustrious Harry Potter to the stage for a demonstration. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. He had initially intended to call up his own star pupil. But considering Draco might not take it seriously, he casually selected a Slytherin at random. By sheer coincidence, it was Pansy Parkinson, who previously had a conflict with Harry and his friends. Witnessing Pansy's unabashedly contorted expression, Draco felt a twitch in his eyelid. In the next moment, the girl raised her wand and unleashed a familiar spell. A serpent emerged from its lair. Harry frowned, watching the swarm of black snakes that materialized, unable to discern this as a dueling technique. But before he could ponder further, the snake slithered down toward the audience, poised to bite a Hufflepuff. In a surge of instinct to save, Harry opened his mouth, emitting a hissing sound that was somewhat intimidating. "Leave him, go away." The black snake turned to him, flicking its tongue, and slowly slithered away. The students gasped at this spectacle. It was common knowledge that one of the founders of Hogwarts, Slytherin, was renowned for his ability to speak Parseltongue. Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin. Someone screamed, and the surrounding students erupted into chaos, rendering Lockhart's attempts at maintaining order futile. Snape first dealt with the snakes conjured by Pansy, and then amplified his voice with a charm. Silence. The fearsome reputation of the potion's master quelled the panicking students, and Snape instructed the prefects to lead their respective houses out in an orderly fashion. Casting a shadowy glance at the bewildered Harry Potter on stage, Draco was the first to scramble onto the dueling platform, rushing to Harry's side, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. "Are you all right, Harry?" The boy shook his head, his complexion pale as he grasped Draco's hand. "I just said something strange, didn't I? In fact, you can communicate with that snake." Ron swallowed hard. "You didn't realize this? Merlin, this is a mess. The whole school knows now." Harry shook his head, struggling to comprehend that he had been unknowingly speaking Parseltongue all along, having never encountered snakes before in his life. "I need to write to Bigfoot and Moonface. I wonder if any of my ancestors spoke Parseltongue. Do you think it's hereditary?" No one had an answer, and the four children wore grim expressions, fearing that Hogwarts was on the verge of a significant upheaval, with Harry inevitably at its center. Chapter 45 Misfortune. Blimey. The door to the Gryffindor common room swung open, and Ron stormed in, his face contorted with anger. What is wrong with these brainless idiots? Do they think Harry is a monster? Upon looking up, the trio caught the gaze of their fellow students in the common room, who scattered as if they had encountered a beast. Ron plopped down in the center of the sofa, his expression sour. "Well, at least there's no one here to steal our spot now," Hermione quipped, taking a seat beside Ron. "Don't pay them any mind, Harry. What did Sirius and Remus say?" Harry held in his hands a letter from his godfather, shaking his head as he read. Remus mentioned that no one in the Potter family spoke Parseltongue, and since his mother was Muggle-born, it was unlikely anyone could. The composed man succinctly answered Harry's question, and reassured him not to be overly anxious, advising him to stay safe amidst the school's current unrest. The remainder of the parchment was filled with Sirius's lengthy musings, first extolling the coolness of speaking Parseltongue, and then dismissing the foolish comments, questioning how a staunch Gryffindor could possibly be linked to the heir of Slytherin. Harry chuckled softly at Sirius's flamboyant handwriting, a warmth flooding through him. Upon glancing up at his concerned friends, he couldn't help but smile. With the understanding and comfort of family and friends, what was there to fear? The boy affectionately draped his arm over his best friend's shoulder, cheerfully declaring that they could now lounge on the sofa and catch up on their homework. Hermione, exasperated, tapped the foreheads of both boys. "Get on with it, or be careful that Professor Snape doesn't deduct points from Gryffindor." Equally unconvinced of Harry's status as the heir was Ron's twin brothers Fred and George, who jovially approached the trio after class. George leaned against Harry's chest. "Teach me a couple of phrases, Harry. I want to talk to snakes too." Harry shrugged, regretfully explaining that he couldn't control this newfound ability. Fred laughed heartily, claiming he would summon a snake to converse with Harry. "What's the incantation again?" "Ha, Harry." Amidst the playful banter, a small voice piped up. Ginny Weasley approached her brother, her lips pressed nervously together. "What's wrong, Ginny?" Harry spoke gently. Ron's sister was like his own sibling, and he treated Ginny with the same kindness he showed to Anthony. I believe in you." The girl uttered this and dashed back to the dormitory without looking back. Harry scratched his head, puzzled as to why Ginny always seemed to say a few words before running off. Did he appear frightening? "Hey, don't you think Ginny is acting a bit strange lately?" George voiced his concern. "It seems like she is always off by herself, doesn't it?" Hermione contemplated for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Ginny was a likable girl with many friends, yet she had recently worn a sorrowful expression and often isolated herself. Her brothers were worried. and Ron made an astonishing remark. She's not falling in love, is she? Harry twitched his lips. With all due respect, Ron, your sister is only 11. Didn't you have a crush when you were 11? Ron mumbled quietly. What? Harry, didn't he catch that? Nothing. Heeding Hermione's warning glance, Ron thought better of it and fell silent. Harry likely wasn't ready to reveal everything yet. As friends, Hermione felt it would be best to wait for Harry to acknowledge it when he was ready. The know-it-all miss had her youth, and her judgments were bound to falter at times. Little did Hermione know, while everyone perceived the two as already together, one was utterly clueless about love, while the other hesitated to take a step forward. Harry continuously felt as though he were cursed. Why else would he keep stumbling upon crime scenes? Especially when he was alone. This time, the petrified individual was Hufflepuff's Justin Finch-Fletchley, whom Harry had previously tried to save using Parseltongue. Also caught in the air was the headless Nick. Facing the accusatory stares of the crowd, Harry rubbed his aching forehead, having to explain to the headmaster once more that he was merely passing through. Albus invited him to the office. Fox, Harry exclaimed joyfully, spotting the familiar, fiery little bird. Waving at it, the phoenix flapped its wings and gracefully perched on Harry's arm. Albus had often brought this little bird to visit, and Harry and Anthony were well acquainted with it. However, the children could not discern the difference between a regular bird and a phoenix until Fox had once reborn before them, revealing its uniqueness. Albus poured Harry a cup of tea, his gaze warm and gentle. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Harry? The boy sighed, stroking the soft feathers of the phoenix nestled in his arms. Do you think it could possibly be me, Albus? How could I be the heir of Slytherin? Albus chuckled softly, ruffling Harry's untamable hair, listening intently as the boy vented his frustrations. Harry recounted all the peculiar incidents he had recently experienced, including the strange sounds he kept hearing, his inexplicable ability to speak Parseltongue, and his unfortunate luck. Albus nodded thoughtfully. I believe you, my child. I will thoroughly investigate the clues you've provided. Harry's face brightened at last as he retrieved some soft candies from his pocket to offer Albus, recalling the elder's fondness for sweet treats. He then shared amusing anecdotes from home, such as how Aunt Petunia had cried inconsolably while having her tooth extracted at Hermione's clinic, only to later indulge in desserts after her toothache subsided, much to Remus's chagrin. Albus listened quietly, a gentle smile gracing his face, though his gaze bore a hint of sorrow as he looked at Harry. It pained him to see the boy he had watched grow up repeatedly thrust into peril. Yet he understood the necessity of the times. The fledgling must learn to mature to avoid becoming fodder for others. A few days later, Harry and his 3 friends visited their dear friend Hagrid. The half-giant had recently been troubled, as his roosters had been mysteriously disappearing, and he could not ascertain who was responsible. The 4 children accompanied Hagrid around the chicken coop, but their search yielded no results. To comfort Hagrid, Harry suggested that he would have his godfather send him some chicks. Hermione added that she would look for spells to protect the coop. The children's reassurances lifted Hagrid's spirits somewhat. He warmly invited them to sample his new recipe for rock cakes, blissfully unaware that trouble was drawing ever closer. Chapter 46. The Diary. Have you heard? A ghost has been causing quite a ruckus in the lavatory, a passing Ravenclaw casually mentioned, igniting Harry's curiosity. He had intended to join Draco in the library to meet Ron and Hermione, but this tidbit lured him toward the lavatory instead. What does a ghost causing mischief have to do with us? Draco protested, unable to comprehend Gryffindor's insatiable curiosity. Come on. Think about it. Who's the ghost that often haunts the lavatory? Moaning Myrtle? Draco suddenly realized, the chosen one can be rather clever at times. Indeed. Isn't that the very lavatory where we discovered the spiders? Harry lowered his voice. We must investigate. However, Draco remained unconvinced by Myrtle's melodramatic tone, and did not understand why a ghost would make a fuss over being hit by a book. After all, she had no physical form. Harry, feeling somewhat exasperated, picked up the diary and offered a few comforting words to the female ghost before dragging Draco away, nonchalantly tucking the diary into his pocket with the intention of searching for its owner later. That night, Harry sat at his desk and unexpectedly discovered that the diary was blank. Ron leaned over curiously, spotting the name inscribed within. Tom Riddle. Who is this? Is there anyone with the last name Riddle in the school? I don't know, but we should keep an eye out. Perhaps the owner is searching for it. Harry shrugged dismissively. Surely not. Didn't he leave it in the lavatory? Who knows? Harry replied, indifferent. After all, it was just a diary. As Harry hurried to the library to complete his homework, he slipped the diary into his bag. Draco had been waiting for some time, wearing an exasperated expression as he watched the whirlwind that was the chosen one spread his textbooks across the table, holding up his potions assignment with bright, eager eyes. "Let me see yours," he requested, extending his hand. "I want to see too," Ron chimed in, squeezing in beside Harry to share the notes of their esteemed potions professor's star pupil. Hermione, witnessing this obvious act of copying, felt a surge of frustration and stood up to snatch Draco's parchment. Ron attempted to grab it back, but accidentally knocked over a nearby inkwell, spilling ink onto the black diary. "Merlin, can you two keep it down?" Draco hissed, picking up the ink-soaked diary and casting a spell to restore it. However, it appeared the diary was beyond saving. Harry waved it off, opening it to reassure his friends. "It's fine. It was empty to begin with." "What?" As the ink stains mysteriously vanished, Harry was taken aback, but Draco quickly reacted, pushing him back into his chair and casting a silencing spell in response to the disapproving looks around them. "How did it disappear?" "The ink vanished." Hermione took the diary and flipped it open, finding no traces of magic. It seemed merely an ordinary diary. The girl dipped a quill into ink and let a drop fall onto the diary, which absorbed the ink again. The four of them stared in shock, and Hermione immediately decided that Harry should take the diary back to the dormitory for further examination, as the library was too crowded and not an ideal location. Harry and Ron, seizing the opportunity when the dormitory was empty, quickly opened the diary and wrote a line. "I am Harry Potter." To their astonishment, the diary responded with the words, "Hello, Harry Potter." Ron was utterly amazed and urged Harry to write something else. They learned that the diary's owner, Riddle, had been a student at Hogwarts before them, and Harry and Ron were intrigued, tentatively inquiring if any past students had knowledge of the Chamber of Secrets. Through the diary's influence, Harry glimpsed the monstrous spiders that Hagrid kept at the school. "So the creature in the chamber is a spider? Hagrid must have released it," Ron exclaimed incredulously. Harry furrowed his brow. Whether it was the Hagrid he knew or the one described by the moon-faced giant, he could not fathom him being a threat to innocent students. Furthermore, Hagrid held a profound respect for Muggle-born wizards, as evidenced by his treatment of Hermione. The boy regarded the diary with suspicion, feeling that Riddle had deliberately guided their thoughts toward Hagrid. Who exactly was Tom Riddle? The news of the Moaning Myrtle's lavatory was shared with Hermione and Draco, with the blonde Slytherin being the first to deny any connection. No, if it were spiders, then what would explain the strange sounds Harry heard? Hermione paced the floor, her agreement evident. "I believe the sounds Harry heard were likely that of a snake, considering he is a Parselmouth. As for Hagrid, I cannot believe he would attack students. Could this diary be a ruse set forth by the true culprit, intended to mislead Harry into believing that the monster in the chamber was Hagrid's spider?" Draco speculated. But who could it be? Harry frowned, realizing that they were in the dark. Even if they deduced that the creature in the chamber might be a snake capable of petrifying, they could do little at the moment. As the mystery deepened, the arrival of the Easter holidays interrupted their inquiry, and upon Harry's return to school, he discovered that the diary hidden in the dormitory had been stolen. Not long after, the fourth attack occurred, and the victim was Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain and Percy's girlfriend. Ron, shaken, was relieved that he had stopped Hermione when she insisted on leaving the group to go to the library. Otherwise, she might have been the next victim. Hermione anxiously led the three boys to the library to find the book she had previously examined. "Look, a basilisk. A giant and dangerous creature. Anyone who meets its gaze dies instantly," Hermione breathed, her voice trembling. "Those students must have been attacked by the basilisk. It could easily be hidden in Hogwarts plumbing." "But they didn't die. They were petrified," Ron countered. "Cameras, water stains, mirrors," Draco pointed out, indicating the annotations in the book. "Did you see that? The reflection of an object in the basilisk's eyes can lead to petrification." Harry immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "We must inform Dumbledore." The children hastily sprinted towards the headmaster's office, only to find an unexpected guest already present. Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, stood in the office, confronting Albus Dumbledore, alongside a visibly impatient Sirius Black and the innocent Hagrid. "I have already stated, Fudge, without evidence you cannot take Hagrid to Azkaban. Nor can you suspend Dumbledore from his position." Sirius's furious voice resonated throughout the office. Harry gazed in bewilderment at the two Aurors stationed at the door, both familiar faces, subordinates of his godfather. This is dire, Draco thought, recalling how his father had intervened in the past to temporarily remove Dumbledore from his post. Now, it was the Minister of Magic directly involved, complicating matters significantly. Chapter 47, The Return of Voldemort. Harry approached one of the Aurors, seizing the sleeve of a man named Frank, who was Sirius's confidant and well acquainted with Harry. The boy implored his uncle to divulge what was transpiring within. Frank sighed, explaining that Minister Fudge was adamant in his belief that Hagrid had unleashed the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, intending to forcibly take him to Azkaban and to suspend Dumbledore's inquiry. Hermione, filled with indignation, interjected, asserting that the minister could not arbitrarily arrest someone without evidence. The burly Auror merely shook his head, explaining to the children that many years prior, a monster had attacked in the school's bathroom, which had been attributed to Hagrid, resulting in his expulsion and the tragic death of a female student. Harry's pupils constricted. What Frank spoke of mirrored the contents of his diary. The bathroom, the deceased student. It was highly probable that the girl who had perished was Myrtle. Yet, Harry was resolute that Hagrid could not possibly be responsible. The boy attempted to burst into the headmaster's office to inform Fudge that the monster in the chamber was a basilisk, but Frank stopped him, stating that they could not allow anyone inside without orders, especially given the current chaos. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office was tense, with Sirius pounding the table, insisting that without evidence, one could not simply imprison someone in Azkaban. Fudge's anger escalated. After all, he was the Minister of Magic. Why was Black overstepping and questioning his authority? Fudge had long harbored disdain for Sirius, whose reputation in the ministry eclipsed his own, bolstered by the subtle support of numerous pureblood families. It was intolerable to him that a mere department head would bypass him on various matters. Fudge, fiercely protective of his power and position, was determined to use the chamber incident to undermine Dumbledore and remind Sirius of his subordinate status. As the argument reached a crescendo, Dumbledore intervened to defuse the situation, cheerfully offering Fudge a cup of tea. "Let us not be hasty, gentlemen. I believe if this is to be conducted under the guise of an investigation, Hagrid and I would be most willing to cooperate." "Albus," Sirius protested, but the professor raised his hand to silence him. "Is that acceptable, Fudge?" The squat, portly man ground his teeth, knowing this was Dumbledore's final concession, and reluctantly managed to utter an affirmative. Sirius, furrowing his brow in reluctance, called back the two Aurors stationed at the door, preparing to leave Hogwarts. Seizing the opportunity, Harry darted between the two men to reach his godfather, eager to convey something urgent. "Oh Harry, I think Fawkes is due for a meal. Could you assist me in feeding him?" Dumbledore interrupted the boy with a smile. Sirius turned sharply, locking eyes with the professor's profound gaze. He clenched and then released his fist, finally kneeling to meet Harry at eye level. "Take care of yourself, little fork." "Bigfoot," Harry replied, somewhat confused. Without uttering a word, Sirius placed a kiss on Harry's forehead and stepped into the fireplace. As they watched the departing figures, Hermione's mind raced. Since they could not retain Dumbledore, they would seek assistance from other professors. The children hurried to Professor McGonagall's office. When Ron learned that his only sister had been taken into the chamber, his face turned ashen, and he nearly leapt from his spot to rush towards the troubled bathroom. Harry exerted considerable effort to restrain him. "Calm down, Ron. It's going to be difficult for us to rescue Ginny on our own. I'll find Lockhart," Hermione stated resolutely. "Didn't he, Professor McGonagall, just say? We need to find Lockhart to defeat the monster. We can split up. The three of you can search for the entrance to the chamber, while I seek out a professor for support." Granger's logic resonated with Draco. "She cannot enter the chamber. Who knows whether that monster would preferentially harm Muggleborns? We should go first. Then let us move." Ron urgently pulled his two friends along, unable to fathom the possibility that every second mattered for his sister's life. The three boys raced to the bathroom where Myrtle resided, finding it deserted as usual. Yet there was no sign of the chamber. They instinctively split up to search, and Harry, with keen eyes, was the first to spot the uniquely shaped tap. A serpent's engraving. "Harry, can you speak Parseltongue to open the door? It might be useful," Draco suggested, his heart racing. This was his first involvement in a Gryffindor adventure, and while it was impossible not to feel fear, he could not leave Harry alone in this predicament. As expected, speaking Parseltongue was the key to unlocking the door. The three boys tightened their grips on their wands and stepped into the underground tunnel. "What a massive serpent skin!" Harry exclaimed. "It seems to be true. It is indeed a basilisk." Hermione was right. Draco clenched his jaw. Having come this far, he could only pray for the Malfoy ancestors to protect him and grant him his life. "Ginny." Ron was the first to discover his sister lying on the ground, rushing to her side to lift her up. Yet no matter how he called or shook her, Ginny showed no signs of awakening. Harry noticed the diary lying on the ground. It was the very one that had been stolen from him. Suddenly, a boy clad in Slytherin robes materialized out of thin air. Draco and Harry instinctively shielded the unconscious Ginny and the frantic Ron behind them, eyeing the boy warily. "Who are you?" Harry demanded. "Me." The boy revealed a mysterious smile. "I am the owner of the diary, Tom Riddle." A line of text materialized in the air, and as the boy waved the wand he had seized from Ginny, the letters rearranged themselves to read, "I am Lord Voldemort." Harry's pupils dilated, his lips pressing together tightly. He had not anticipated that the source of this chaos was Voldemort himself. The boy listened impassively as Voldemort recounted how his mother was a descendant of Slytherin, and how he had manipulated Ginny into orchestrating these petrifying incidents. Ah, she truly is a fascinating child. I believe using her body to regain my form is quite an appealing option. Ron's fury surged, nearly propelling him to charge at Voldemort in a fit of rage. Voldemort laughed heartily, observing Harry as he restrained Ron, and began to spew venomous words, vowing to kill Harry while mocking Dumbledore incessantly. "You have no right to utter Dumbledore's name." Harry trembled with rage, raising his wand to strike Voldemort with a stunning spell, only for it to be effortlessly countered. Draco and Ron quickly followed suit, and a chaotic melee was on the verge of erupting. A resounding bird call echoed in the distance, prompting Fawkes to heed the call and hasten to the scene, clutching the Sorting Hat. Upon witnessing this, Voldemort turned, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Chapter 48. The First Kiss. This was dire. Draco felt a tightening in his chest as Voldemort summoned the basilisk in Parseltongue. The enormous, terrifying creature, cloaked in dark green scales, slithered forth from behind. Without hesitation, Draco covered both his and Harry's eyes. Harry shouted for Ron to keep himself safe. And once again, a piercing bird call rang out. Fawkes bravely soared into action, pecking out the basilisk's eyes before landing on Harry's shoulder, gently flapping his wings against the boy's head. Receiving the signal, Harry removed his hands from his eyes. The basilisk, now blind, sought its prey by scent, lunging once more at the three boys. Damn it, the creature's skin was too thick. Draco evaded the attack again, finding their magical assaults utterly ineffective against the basilisk's hide. Beads of cold sweat forming on the boy's brow as he desperately strategized. Harry remained caught in the whirlwind of battle, pursued by the basilisk at Voldemort's command. Fortunately, the boy's agility allowed him to evade the attacks time and again, yet his stamina was waning, fatigue beginning to take its toll. No. Before the basilisk's sharp fangs could strike, it was Draco's still fragile form that interposed itself. He used his left arm to shield against the creature's teeth, which pierced through flesh and bone, a muffled groan escaping his lips as his arm shattered. Harry rolled to the ground, the Sorting Hat conveniently within reach. He seized the sword of Gryffindor, and plunged it forcefully into the basilisk's skull. No Draco. As he watched his childhood friend collapse helplessly to the ground, Harry's eyes blazed with urgency as he gathered Draco into his arms. The pallor drained from Draco's face, pain overwhelming his senses. But he was acutely aware of the venom on the basilisk's fangs. This was bad, Draco thought. It seemed he was destined to meet his ancestors sooner than expected. Trembling, he raised his uninjured hand to wipe the tears from Harry's face, intent on delivering his last words. Alas, Voldemort did not grant him that opportunity. Seeing the basilisk slain, he raised his wand, aiming to personally strike down Harry. Ron had been preoccupied with the creature's massive tail, unaware of the unfolding drama. But as he witnessed Voldemort raise his wand, he instinctively shouted Expelliarmus, disarming Voldemort before he could act. Fury and hatred clouded Harry's vision as he gently laid Draco on the ground, turning to seize the basilisk's fang, glaring fiercely at Voldemort while driving the fang into the open diary sprawled on the ground. Voldemort screamed, rushing to intervene, only to be knocked aside by Ron. And as black sludge erupted from the diary, Voldemort's second resurrection plan crumbled once more. Harry stumbled back to Draco's side, the Slytherin's breath already faint. Overcome with anguish, Harry clutched him tightly, weeping uncontrollably. The phoenix circling above descended once more to rest on Harry's shoulder, Fawkes gently flapping his wings as he flew to Draco's side. Tears from the phoenix fell, and the darkened wound gradually healed until it was completely closed. Breathing became easier for Draco, who was overwhelmed with joy. How could he forget the powerful healing properties of phoenix tears? Merlin above, it seemed he had a chance at life. Harry sniffled, watching the color return to Draco's face, listening as he softly reassured him that everything would be all right. Tears streamed anew as Harry buried his face in Draco's neck, dampening the boy's robes. Draco hastily rubbed Harry's back, soothing him, while Fawkes took flight, granting space to the two who had nearly faced separation, landing beside the recently revived Ginny. Ron stood beside Ginny, relieved to see his sister and friend unscathed, but just as he thought they should leave, his sister tugged at his sleeve. Ginny, wide-eyed, pointed ahead, and Ron curiously turned to look, instantly feeling as if he could fit an egg in his mouth. Merlin's socks. Harry and Draco kissed. Draco was still comforting the little savior in his arms, when unexpectedly, the boy wiped his tears, lifted his head, and kissed him. The warm, Soft sensation of their lips caused Draco to momentarily short-circuit. His usually sharp mind was rendered incapable of processing the event. His ears filled only with the rapid thumping of his heart, unsure whether it was his own or Harry's. Their lips met and parted in an instant, leaving Draco no time to articulate his thoughts as the little savior sprang up, wordlessly striding toward the cave entrance. Fawkes obediently returned to Harry's side, leaving Draco with only their retreating figures. It was Ron who first helped Draco rise from the ground, winking at him. "Well, buddy, things are moving fast." "Moving fast?" Draco was utterly bewildered, a flush creeping across his face as he pondered why Harry had suddenly kissed him. Harry was equally perplexed. Gryffindor bit his lip, feeling a bit dizzy, entirely unaware of his impulsive decision to kiss Draco. By Merlin's beard, he had merely been frightened by the thought of Draco possibly leaving him forever. But, it made no sense. Harry threw caution to the wind, exclaiming they needed to leave quickly. Fawkes spread his wings, grasping one of Harry's hands, while another hand provided familiar warmth. Draco clasped Harry's hand amidst Ron's animated expression. The sensation of being pulled along by the phoenix was exhilarating, and Ron cheered in delight, while the other three wore varying expressions. Emerging from the tunnel, Harry's face remained flushed, yet he refused to relinquish Draco's hand. They unexpectedly collided with a hurried Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Hermione. The children were all ushered into the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey meticulously examined each of them. Thankfully, aside from some minor injuries, the children were mostly unharmed. "What's going on with them?" Hermione observed the two boys holding hands, stealing glances yet unable to meet each other's eyes. Her curiosity piqued. Ron whispered a few words in her ear, and another look of surprise crossed her face. However, Hermione found it hard to comprehend. Was it really that significant? The two were inseparable daily. She had assumed they were already. Even if it was their first time, surely they wouldn't be this shy? The ever-inquisitive Miss Granger's lips twitched as she stepped forward to pull Harry aside, reassuring him that there was no need to feel embarrassed about such matters. They understood. Couples sometimes got swept away in emotions, especially given Draco's near miss. Hermione expressed that kissing in public wasn't a big deal. Harry looked bewildered, murmuring, "What couple? Draco and I aren't together." "What?" Another sharp mind short-circuited, and then Hermione glanced at Harry, fidgeting as he asked her, "Hermione, do you think I might like Draco?" Silence was golden as Hermione Granger realized the weight of the question, for she truly did not know how to respond. Fortunately, the re-entering Dumbledore broke the tension. Chapter 49. What is affection? Albus had not noticed the peculiar dynamic between the two boys. Upon receiving a letter from Professor McGonagall, he hastened back to the school. Seeing that the children were mostly unharmed, Albus finally felt a sense of relief. Hearing Harry recount the series of events caused by the diary imbued with young Voldemort's soul, his cerulean eyes widened with surprise as he inquired Ginny about the origin of the diary. "It was purchased by Percy from a second-hand shop and later given to me," Ginny replied softly, her heart heavy with guilt. She had unknowingly been manipulated by Voldemort into committing such grave misdeeds, even nearly leading to Draco's demise. A second-hand shop? The world indeed feels remarkably small. Dumbledore initially discovered by mere chance that Voldemort might have entrusted one of his most favored subordinates with the Horcrux, prompting him to inquire with Lucius. Little did he know, the diary had already been discarded. Left with no choice, he sought alternative means to locate it. Though it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Who could have anticipated that, after much circling, the diary found its way into the hands of Percy Weasley, only to be gifted to his youngest sister? Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, they ultimately succeeded in destroying Voldemort's third Horcrux. One by one, the children exited the infirmary. Harry dared not meet Draco's gaze. Yet his hand remained firmly grasped around Draco's wrist, for only by feeling the warmth of his companion could his anxious heart find a semblance of peace. "Oh, and Hermione, weren't you supposed to be finding Lockhart? Why then does it seem that Professors McGonagall and Snape are the ones arriving?" Ron inquired curiously. The girl rolled her eyes dramatically. The mere mention of this ignited a torrent of anger within her. She had raced to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, only to find Lockhart hastily packing to flee. Despite Hermione's insistence that the other professors had urged him to confront the creature in the Chamber of Secrets, Lockhart remained obstinately deaf to her pleas, muttering that the matter was of no concern to him. Hermione stepped forward, intending to drag him away, but narrowly avoided being struck by his spell on her second step. In disbelief, she gazed at him, grateful for her quick reflexes that allowed her to evade the memory charm. "What did you say? His adventurous tales are all fabrications?" Harry nearly choked on his own saliva. "And he intends to cast a memory charm on you?" Furthermore, he has never even bested you in a duel? Draco, acutely aware of the professor's superficial bravado, was astonished to learn that even a second-year student had eluded his prowess. Hermione scoffed. She had diligently studied numerous spells, all of which were genuine. Truthfully, when she had inadvertently knocked Lockhart unconscious, she had been momentarily flustered, but fortunately, Professor McGonagall had intervened, compelling her to beseech the headmaster for assistance in the chamber. Now the famed Professor Lockhart lay in the infirmary. The chaos brought to Hogwarts by the Chamber of Secrets had finally abated, with Hagrid's suspicion dissipating alongside the demise of the basilisk. The half-giant joyfully bid farewell to Sirius, hastening back to Hogwarts just in time for the House Cup ceremony. Harry, Ron, and Hermione contributed points to Gryffindor, and as they witnessed their house surpass Slytherin by 100 points, a wave of despondency swept over the students. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore shifted the conversation. Slytherin receives 100 points for Mr. Malfoy's bravery and great heart. The elderly wizard raised his arm, and the silken banners above the hall transformed into a blend of red and green, eliciting a jubilant uproar from Slytherin. Blaze threw his arm around Draco's shoulders, shouting exuberantly in his ear, "You're amazing, Draco!" The allocation of 100 points took Draco by surprise. He had anticipated a mere tie with Harry, never expecting the Gryffindor-born headmaster to dispense such impartiality. Yet he felt compelled to correct one misapprehension. His actions were not born of a grand sense of love, but rather a desire to shield Harry, no, more accurately, to protect him from the serpent. Even now, Draco was haunted by the excruciating pain of shattered bones. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. He had never endured such suffering in 2 lifetimes, and it seemed he was thoroughly ensnared by Harry Potter. With a gaze tinged with longing, he glanced towards the Gryffindor table, where Harry was sharing pudding with Ron. It had been several days since Harry had approached him to speak. He pondered why he had received no explanation for that kiss. It left him feeling as though he were an easily flustered maiden, his heart a tumultuous storm, while the culprit acted as if nothing were amiss. In truth, he had entertained the notion that perhaps Harry harbored feelings for him. A mischievous inner voice urged him to confess, suggesting that such a revelation might resolve their emotional entanglement for a lifetime. Yet he hesitated. What if Harry's feelings were merely a fleeting whim? What if the kiss was a misguided act of politeness? Such feeble reasoning, Draco chastised himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to retreat into his shell for a time, allowing his thoughts to settle. Were Hermione privy to Draco's inner turmoil, she would undoubtedly deliver him a sound reprimand. For she was already at her wits' end with Harry's incessant musings. She simply could not comprehend what Harry perceived as affection. Whenever Draco was within a 10-meter radius, Harry's attention fixated solely upon him. The normally independent, confident, and helpful boy became utterly unmoored in Draco's presence, resembling a creature devoid of bones, clinging desperately to him, engaging in endless displays of affection and capriciousness. Is this what it means to like someone? Harry inquired. Oh, Hermione sighed, exasperated. How about this? If Mr. Malfoy were to arrange a betrothal for you, what would you think? Harry froze, the implication of a betrothal signifying that Draco would be bound to another for life. Observing the boy rendered speechless, Hermione gently patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Do take your time to ponder this, Harry. But do hurry and come to a conclusion. For the sake of my ears." In the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry lay upon his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. His emerald eyes drifted, fixating upon the crimson drapes, as he spent the night in restless contemplation. He mulled over Hermione's words, and realized that not only could he not accept the idea of Draco having a lifelong betrothal, but he also could not bear the thought of his childhood friend embracing someone else. Harry's mind wandered back to the image he had seen in the mirror of Eriste at the end of the last term, envisioning himself and Draco in an embrace. Suddenly he bolted upright, kicking off the covers, the stars still twinkling outside, the sun yet to rise. Without changing his clothes, he donned his invisibility cloak and slipped out of the dormitory. In his haze, Ron vaguely registered the sound of the door creaking open, and turned to find Harry's bed empty. He smacked his lips together, wondering if Harry had finally resolved to confess to Malfoy. Wishing him success. Oh, he was certain he would succeed. This would finally grant Hermione some peace. Ron turned over, drifting back into slumber. Chapter 50. Beloved. Drawing upon his considerable nocturnal experience, Harry located the mirror of Eriste. Nervously, he stood before it. The image wavered once more, and James and Lily appeared before him anew. This time, Sirius and Remus joined them, and Harry saw himself being hoisted high by his father and godfather, both beaming with pride, while Antony nestled contentedly in his godmother's embrace, and Remus watched them with a warm smile. Tears streamed down his face. If not for Voldemort, This would have been their family's ordinary existence. Shaking his head, he wiped away the tears and the image shifted again. Flowers, a hall adorned for a wedding. Harry realized he was witnessing a ceremony. As the perspective zoomed in, the faces of the two newlyweds became clear before the officiant. He could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his heart. He saw his reflection smiling blissfully, while Draco, flushed with color, slipped a green gem ring onto his finger. He thought he heard himself say, "I do." Goodness. His face flushed crimson, and Harry, overwhelmed, crouched on the ground, cradling his head in his hands. His first instinct was to remind himself that he was merely 12. Would he be chastised for youthful infatuation? No, wait, he was a half-blood. Lucius would never approve of his son being with a half-blood wizard. And it seemed that the Malfoy family was not particularly fond of Draco either. Would they conspire to forcibly separate them? Oh, but they were both boys. The Malfoy lineage needed to continue. Good heavens, neither of them could bear children. Yet wait. What if one of them resembled Remus? It was entirely possible that he and Draco shared a high compatibility in magic. Harry squatted in contemplation, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, feeling his face grow increasingly warm. The morning light filtered through the narrow window, illuminating the room. Daybreak had arrived, and Harry hurriedly dashed back to the tower, oblivious to the quietly emerging figure within the room. Observing the boy's troubled demeanor, Dumbledore's lips curled into a smile, and he reflected inwardly on the beauty of youth. The elderly wizard stood before the mirror of Ariste, raising his right hand to caress its surface. The reflection revealed the proud, confident blonde man, alongside a younger version of himself. Albus pressed a hand to his chest, the blood bond long since shattered. Bitterness entwined around his heart. Having confined the other for over 50 years in Nurmengard, he feared that the man harbored deep resentment towards him. Love. Albus had always revered love, yet his own affection had frayed beyond recognition. With eyes closed and then opened again, sunlight bathed the frail figure of the old man, casting a slanted shadow that accentuated his solitude. Dumbledore turned away, for the magical realm awaited him with crises that demanded his attention. He could not afford to be complacent. Harry Potter was a master of overthinking, as Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley were well aware. What was he so entangled in over matters that seemed so far-fetched? Hermione wore a knowing smile, feigning understanding. "You haven't confessed to him yet, dear Harry. Are you perhaps overthinking?" At last, Harry emerged from his state of turmoil. Indeed, he needed to confess. But how should he articulate his feelings? Memories of his godfather's love flooded his mind. Sirius Black would express his affection to the moon-faced Remus 5 times a day, each time met with a playful hand over his mouth. Yet there were moments of success. As Harry had witnessed Remus blush and ascend the stairs with Sirius, not emerging until the following day. Should he simply say "I love you"? Harry stroked his chin. Pondering the notion seemed somewhat hasty. His godfather, Sirius, possessed a flair for romance. On Valentine's Day, their home would be adorned with roses, and Sirius would tenderly invite Remus to a candlelit dinner. Naturally, he and little Moony would help to arrange the roses, only to be sent off to Malfoy Manor. Flowers. Indeed, at the very least he must prepare roses. But where could he find roses at Hogwarts? He lacked the courage to write to his godfather requesting some. However, the term was nearing its end, and given the tumultuous events that had unfolded, the headmaster had decided to cancel the final exams, allowing the children to return home early. Thus, Harry resolved to wait until he was home to confess to Draco, believing that a romantic setting and the right moment were essential. Unbeknownst to Draco, he thought Harry was purposefully avoiding the kiss, while Harry seemed to carry on as if nothing had happened. The boy felt somewhat disheartened, believing Harry did not take the kiss seriously, attributing his feelings to mere fanciful notions. The Hogwarts Express whistled once more, and Sirius and Remus awaited on platform 9 3/4 with their daughter. As the train doors opened, Harry emerged, hand in hand with Draco. Little Antonia, cradled in her father's arms, was the first to spot her brothers, her excitement palpable as she waved and wriggled free from Sirius's embrace. She dashed forward, arms outstretched, diving into her brother's embrace. Remus approached, bending down to offer Draco a warm smile. Narcissa and Lucius happened to be occupied these days. Would it be alright if Draco stayed with us for a few days? Harry blinked in surprise. He had hoped to secretly prepare for his confession to Draco. It seemed that plan would have to be postponed for a few days. Upon returning home, Sirius promptly checked Draco's arms, as Narcissa had requested. Fortunately, the child bore no hidden dangers. "Thank you, Draco. Harry has told me everything. I appreciate you saving him." For the first time, Draco found himself unaccustomed to the sincerity and earnestness in Sirius's gaze. He believed he had merely protected the one he loved, nothing extraordinary. The Malfoy family legacy held that family came first. In his heart, Harry had become an inseparable part of that family. Remus sighed, gently pushing aside his stammering lover who had crouched before their nephew, and straightened Draco's collar. Sirius wished to add, "You must also take care of yourself. You and Harry are both our children. We do not wish for you to come to harm. Do you understand, Draco?" Seeing the boy nod obediently, Remus breathed a sigh of relief as little Moony trotted over, begging her two brothers to play with her, compelling Draco to depart with his sister. When Harry's letter arrived, both Sirius and Remus fell into silence, astonished that the seemingly pampered young Master Draco would go to such lengths for Harry. While it was heartening that the children shared such bonds, they hoped Draco would exercise caution and protect himself just as Harry did. Observing the three children ascend the stairs, Sirius sighed helplessly and turned to embrace Remus's waist. Remus, stroking the head nestled against him, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Yet, on a brighter note, they had traced the location of the fourth Horcrux to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. With Bellatrix imprisoned in Azkaban, only her sister, Narcissa Malfoy, held the key to access her vault. Chapter 51, The Cup. After fruitlessly searching through Lucius's diary, the group shifted their focus to Voldemort's other followers, with the Lestrange family being the first to come to mind. Narcissa, under the pretense of organizing her sister's house, meticulously scoured every corner, uncovering no suspicious items. Another potential hiding place lay in the Lestrange vault, locked at Gringotts. Ordinarily, as a married sister, Narcissa would lack the privilege to enter the vault. Lucius, however, found a loophole in the law, fabricating a trust declaration, falsely claiming that Bella had entrusted her sister with something for safekeeping, thus necessitating access to the vault. Sirius often expressed gratitude for having a Slytherin ally, as they could devise unexpected schemes. Lucius's ruse proved effective. Narcissa successfully entered the Lestrange vault disguised as her husband. Thanks to the Polyjuice potion, the duplication and scorching spells posed considerable trouble for Harry and his companions, yet under the wand of the most powerful white wizard, a mere flick of his wrist allowed them to seize Hufflepuff's cup with ease. The two left behind misleading replicas, and Albus even replicated the incantations within the vault verbatim. Narcissa, with a jewelry box she had prepared in advance, exited the vault nonchalantly alongside Lucius. The real Lucius awaited at Malfoy Manor, having to remain hidden to avoid raising suspicion, even missing the opportunity to greet his son upon his return. Watching Albus shatter the soul fragment within the cup, Lucius felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. How could a proud noble ever genuinely bow in submission to another? The sensation of life being in the hands of others was utterly intolerable. Lucius never wished to experience it again, nor did he want his wife and child to be coerced. Thinking of his precious son, Lucius felt a twinge of discontent. His alliance with Dumbledore was intended to shield his child from harm, yet this term had left his son gravely injured. The news arrived first from Severus, and Lucius, upon reading it, erupted in fury. Before he could confront Dumbledore, Remus paid them a visit. The man sincerely expressed his apologies and gratitude, handing them Harry's letter. Narcissa found herself at a loss for words. As a mother, she could not bear the thought of her child coming to any harm, yet she understood her son well. Draco was a kind-hearted boy, and his deep bond with Harry made his impulsive decision entirely reasonable. She linked her arm with her husband's, gently shaking her head. "When little Draco returns, we must act as if nothing has occurred. Harry mentioned he did not wish for us to know." "What? Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? Who knows what kind of troubles he might encounter while constantly associating with Harry Potter?" The man evidently struggled to control his temper, disregarding Remus's presence. He now fervently wished for Draco to maintain a distance from Harry. "Lucius, be reasonable," Narcissa lightly admonished her husband with a gentle tap on his arm. A mother knows her child best, and she was acutely aware of Harry's significance in Draco's heart. Hastily separating the two children would only yield counterproductive results. Moreover, should Voldemort ever return, their son would need the ability to protect himself. Some degree of training was indeed necessary. The beautiful lady offered Remus an apologetic smile, her expression tinged with helplessness. "As long as the two children are safe, I would ask you, Remus, to help us guide Draco, to remind him to consider his own safety, and of course, Harry's as well." Remus acquiesced, grateful for Narcissa's understanding. The Malfoy family placed great importance on their offspring, and he had felt a twinge of anxiety that Lucius might sever their collaboration upon his arrival. Thankfully, Narcissa was a rational mother with a long-term perspective. After spending a few days at Grimmauld Place, Draco returned home, eager to reunite with his parents and see the resplendent yet homely Malfoy Manor. The holiday also provided a splendid opportunity for him to bond with his little dragon, Aurora. The dragon had been well cared for, with Draco being its closest companion apart from Hagrid. The boy offered a generous chunk of beef to the dragon, who delightedly opened its mouth to consume it. The nascent dragon had nudged against Draco's chest, nearly toppling him over. "You've grown taller than Hagrid, Aurora. You can't get too close," Draco attempted to convey, but alas, communication proved futile. Aurora shook its scales and continued to nuzzle its master, resulting in Draco landing unceremoniously on the ground. The disheveled young Malfoy rose, casting several cleaning charms upon himself. Ultimately, the boy found himself seated on a large stone, with Aurora obediently resting at his feet. The memory of their last kiss lingered in his mind, yet Harry showed no inclination to provide an explanation. Draco surmised Harry's indifference, feeling a twinge of disdain for himself, and the heart that continued to beat for the savior. He pondered whether he should maintain some distance from Harry, considering the savior was still only 12, perhaps not fully grasping the boundaries between love and friendship. Being overly affectionate might be inappropriate, especially since the kiss had occurred in the presence of Harry's future wife. Merlin, why did it leave him feeling guilty? He had done nothing wrong. With a sigh, Draco leaped down from the stone, startling Aurora, who emitted a puff of breath, its clear eyes reflecting confusion. Draco ultimately resolved to keep a certain physical distance from Harry, akin to the one he shared with Ron, recognizing that his mature soul should not take advantage of Harry's youth and inadvertently disrupt his future affections. At that moment, Harry Potter was deeply engrossed in his studies, while Hermione, under his persistent persuasion, had sent him magazines suggesting various romantic approaches. The boy diligently sifted through them, selecting the most befitting for his young lord, lost in delightful fantasies of life with Draco. Occasionally he would reminisce about the kiss. Draco's lips had been soft, albeit slightly pale from recent healing and tinged with a faint metallic scent. Yet he relished that sensation, eagerly anticipating the next kiss. Unbeknownst to the blissful Harry, who imagined freely expressing his affection post-confession, Draco was intent on maintaining some distance. At times, timely and necessary communication between individuals is of utmost importance. The young savior, Harry Potter, would soon grasp this truth. Chapter 52, Maintaining Distance. Harry pondered for several days, feeling that the ordinary methods did not befit his young lord. Ron suggested that since home was unsuitable and Harry disliked mundane settings, they might simply hold the confession at Hogwarts, right by the Black Lake on the patch of grass where they often gathered. Harry immediately found this idea appealing, though it meant he would have to wait the entire holiday. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated for a while before concluding his letter to Ron with a single line, "Good idea, mate." Yet he sensed it was still not enough. Seizing the opportunity while the adults were away, he covertly boarded the night bus to Godric's Hollow. Beside his mother's grave, a profusion of lilies flourished, lovingly planted by their family. The timing was perfect. The lilies were in full bloom. Harry sat before his parents' gravestone, sharing all he had experienced during this time. Finally, he stood, brushed the grass from his trousers, and bowed before his mother's portrait. "Mother, may I take some of your flowers? I believe this would best express my sincerity towards him." A gentle breeze swept by as Harry bent low, selecting the most beautiful blossoms from the vibrant patch. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, and beads of sweat fell upon the flowers in his hands, which he cautiously wiped away. After simply binding the flowers into a bouquet, he bid farewell to his parents and began his journey home. Antonia sat on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book, though she absorbed not a single word. She was deeply concerned that Papa might return home before Harry, leaving her at a loss for how to explain her brother's absence. The little girl, not yet 10, was incapable of lying. Fortunately, Harry arrived home first, prompting a great sigh of relief from Antonia as she leaned in to examine the flowers in her brother's hands. Under the blazing sun, without the protection of magic, the lilies appeared somewhat wilted. This was unavoidable. Harry was still a minor wizard, and could not use magic outside. Therefore, he had no choice but to bring the flowers home. Having learned some spells from Hermione to maintain the flowers' freshness, he placed the lilies in a vase in his room. Harry removed his glasses, resting his head on his desk, his vision slightly blurred as his vivid green eyes fixated on the bouquet of lilies. It seemed he had not seen Draco for a week. I should go see him next week, he thought, recalling that he would be visiting his aunt's house tomorrow. Wow! This dragon has grown so much! Harry exclaimed, his mouth agape, looking somewhat foolish. Aurora, Draco said, extending his right hand, and the little dragon obediently pressed its head against his palm. It listens to you so well. Harry chuckled. Can I pet it? Aurora appeared to understand the question, and leaned its head towards Harry's outstretched hand. This human bore the scent of its master, and Aurora was willing to comply. Wow, can it really understand me? Draco shrugged, indicating that he was unsure as well. The two played with the dragon for a while before returning to Malfoy Manor. "Shall we play gobstones tonight?" Harry chirped, skipping alongside Draco. Sure," Draco replied, biting his lip and steeling himself. "I've had the house elf prepare a room for you. How about?" "Huh. Am I going to stay in a different room?" Harry responded nonchalantly. Draco sighed in relief, surprised by how smoothly it had gone. Yet feeling somewhat conflicted. Subjectively, he did not want to part from Harry, wishing to monopolize him for a lifetime as a childhood companion. Objectively, however, he knew it was best to let go. That evening, Harry obediently entered the room Draco had prepared, eagerly retrieving gobstones to play. After a few rounds, the boy began to feel drowsy. Noticing this, Draco stood and quietly bid Harry farewell, intending to return to his own room. "Where are you going?" Harry asked, tugging at Draco's sleeve in confusion. "I'm going back to my room to sleep," Draco blinked, surprised that Harry had not remembered their agreement. "Huh. Our room has been changed to here, hasn't it?" Harry asked, bewildered. Draco was completely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Harry had misunderstood his intentions. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to proceed. "What I meant is that your room is here, and I will return to mine." "You have misunderstood, Harry. What do you mean by your and my?" Harry yawned, fatigue overwhelming his mind, and he longed to curl up in Draco's embrace and drift into slumber. The boy tugged at Draco's wrist, unceremoniously pulling him onto the bed, wrapping him in the blankets, and snuggling against his neck, softly snoring. By Merlin's beard. Draco stared at the ceiling, feeling as if all his resolve from the past few days had been in vain. Yet, seeing Harry sleep so peacefully made it difficult for him to leave. "Oh, never mind, one day won't hurt," Draco thought hazily, tightening his hold on the oversized doll in his arms and succumbing to sleep. Harry sensed something was amiss with Draco lately. He was insisting on sleeping in a separate room. Throughout their childhood, they had always shared the same space at home. Why was Draco now adamant about retreating to another room? Even though he had yet to confess his feelings, Draco had no right to deprive him of a good night's sleep, Harry thought possessively. Thus, he commanded the little moon to soil the sheets in Draco's room, and brazenly declared that there were no extra rooms available in his home. This time, Draco stood his ground. After failing to persuade Harry for what felt like an eternity, explaining that it was inappropriate for them to share a room at their age, young Master Malfoy's temper flared. Memories of their past as rivals surged forth, and Draco directly turned to sleep on the sofa in the living room. Remus was left utterly perplexed. Their home had numerous guest rooms. Why would Draco choose to sleep on the sofa? And why were these two youngsters suddenly at odds? Believing that children ought to resolve their conflicts independently, Remus refrained from intervening. Sirius was eagerly wagging his tail, waiting for him in their room, so Remus had no choice but to instruct Creature to keep an eye on Draco while he returned to his dog. The dog obediently wagged its tail on the bed. Upon seeing his master enter, it leaped up with a bark, instantly transforming from a furry creature to a tall, handsome man, eagerly tugging at Remus's belt. "Can I take a shower first?" Remus asked. "I'll wash you," Sirius responded, even more excited. He had been unable to spend time with his partner for days due to a flurry of issues at the ministry, and he was feeling quite pent up. While the adults basked in their springtime romance, the two boys were each holding their breath. Harry tossed and turned in bed, feeling furious. Draco was utterly nonsensical, lecturing him about the virtues of growing up. Did this mean they would have to live apart in the future? Draco was equally agitated. Why should he endure Harry Potter's incessant teasing when he clearly had no romantic interest in him? When had Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, ever been subjected to the indignity of sleeping on a sofa? Both boys were consumed by their thoughts, and the next day, they both bore dark circles under their eyes. Chapter 53, The Cold War. Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy had not spoken a word to each other for 3 days. Draco stubbornly insisted on sleeping on the living room sofa, ignoring Remus's advice, and whenever he saw Harry, his expression was one of disdain. Harry didn't even glance at him. Apart from eating and drinking, he remained cooped up in his room. The Cold War was on the verge of erupting. Both boys had divergent thoughts but were simultaneously sulking in unison. "How amusing. These two little ones are having their first major spat," Sirius remarked, kneading dough while chatting with Remus. Remus, wearing gloves, retrieved a tray of low-sugar cookies from the oven. "So what exactly is the cause of this?" he inquired. Noticing Harry's long face, Sirius shook his head. He hadn't actively inquired about the children's issues, believing they needed to resolve their conflicts independently to avoid any adverse effects from adult interference. "But it is intriguing. Despite being so angry, Draco refuses to leave and insists on sleeping on the sofa," Remus chuckled. Seeking sympathy, perhaps. The boy is quite cunning, Sirius replied with a scoff. Anticipating that Harry would soon seek to make amends. Remus rolled his eyes, his greenish-brown gaze fixed intently on him. Isn't that just something you taught him, dear uncle? Sirius chuckled, burrowing into his wife's embrace, knowing that extraordinary times demanded extraordinary measures. He was quite adept at provoking Remus's ire. Without this skill, his family and relationships would be in jeopardy. However, this time, Sirius was mistaken. His nephew was merely genuinely upset. Regardless of which room Draco chose, Harry would ensure it was rendered uninhabitable, so he might as well sleep on the sofa. At this moment, Draco had completely forgotten his past memories. His soul was that of an adult, yet he was determined to confront Harry Potter to the bitter end. In this household of older children quarreling, the unfortunate one was always the youngest. Antonia felt utterly innocent of the chaos. She had merely passed by to suggest that Draco return upstairs to his room for a rest when she was halted by Harry's voice. Antonia, come here. Don't stand too close to someone. Antonia turned, innocently blinking at her brother. Someone has already matured. You shouldn't be too close. It's inappropriate, Harry remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The little girl was momentarily perplexed, caught between her indifferent cousin on one side and her derisive brother on the other, unsure of how to proceed, until Harry, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to grasp her arm, and noticed the candy she had hidden in her pocket. How many times have I told you? No sneaking candy, Harry scolded, adopting a serious expression befitting an older brother. Ever since Antonia had been advised by the dentist to protect her teeth, Harry had taken it upon himself to lead by example, encouraging his sister to consume fewer sweets. Listen to your brother, no candy. Antonia, looking dejected, reluctantly surrendered the hard-earned candy from her pocket. Just as she was about to plead for something else sweet, she heard her cousin's familiar tone, and he scoffed. Antonia only acts out because she listens to someone too much. Ha! The little girl was confused by Draco's words, and before she could react, another hand grabbed her wrist. Stay away from someone, Antonia. He will only lead you astray. What did you say? Harry exclaimed, his cheeks puffing up, his face flushed with anger. Am I wrong? The two boys glared at each other across the space, the air crackling with tension as if lightning and sparks were flying. Caught in the middle, Antonia felt utterly bewildered and had to muster the strength to shake off her two brothers. Please, can you not involve me in your quarrels? Antonia huffed, shaking her sleeves and pushing the two boys apart. How childish. With that, the little girl stormed upstairs, leaving her two brothers standing in silence. One looking up and the other staring at the ground, neither willing to speak. Sirius, carrying a plate of apple pie from the kitchen, nearly burst into laughter at the scene. It seemed the two little ones had returned to their old rivalry. He remembered that Draco once crafted a Potter's stinky poo badge for Harry, who had often written him scathing letters in response. What's so funny? Remus emerged from behind him. Harry had already abandoned Draco and returned to his room. Watching his husband grinning like a fool at the dining table, Remus was somewhat puzzled. Do you think they will truly fall out over this? Sirius hooked his arm around Remus's shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude as he reminisced about the days when Harry and Draco were sworn enemies. Not a chance. If they were truly at odds, Draco would have returned home long ago. There's no way he would still be sleeping on the sofa here. He is merely waiting for Harry to relent. It was no wonder Remus had been an exceptionally popular professor in his past life. He had a remarkable grasp of child psychology. Draco was likely perplexed as to why he was subjecting himself to such torment. The boy, with a sullen expression, climbed back onto the sofa to read. Harry, holding a batch of freshly baked low-sugar cookies, knocked on his sister's door, which was opened by Creature. Young Antonia was seated at her desk, engrossed in a picture book. Upon seeing her, Harry felt a twinge of worry. Would his sister not turn out like Hermione in the future? Antonia, of course, had already deduced who it was at the door, and she turned her head away, displeased, avoiding her brother's attempt at a charming smile. Don't be upset, my little princess. It was my fault, Harry said, always reluctant to see his sister unhappy. Once the atmosphere lightened, he hurried to console the innocent girl who had suffered an undeserved misfortune. For the sake of the cookies, Antonia quickly forgave him. Harry settled into a rocking chair, gently swinging his legs, his head drooping. Though not blood relatives, Antonia could effortlessly sense Harry's emotions. The recent quarrel had deepened his gloom. Little Moon, nibbling on a cookie, tilted her head and looked at Harry. Why don't you go and make amends with him? Absolutely not. Harry shot back, raising his head abruptly. It's not my fault. In truth, Draco had done nothing wrong. They had indeed grown up, and it was normal to maintain certain boundaries. Do you remember? When I was 5, Daddy told us to knock before entering each other's rooms, Antonia said calmly. You're different from him. Harry turned his head away, unwilling to meet his sister's gaze. After a moment of silence, Antonia understood Harry's sentiment. In his eyes, she was akin to a real sister. Draco, on the other hand, should be regarded as a romantic interest. Shouldn't you clear the air? Are you both going to keep ignoring each other? Harry remained silent, his stance unmistakable. He had no intention of reaching out first. Fine, Antonia sighed, setting down her cookie. I'll go fetch something. The little girl left the room with Creature, leaving Harry alone in the space. Chapter 54, Apology. I'm truly sorry for projecting my bad mood onto you, Annie, Draco said apologetically. But don't try to persuade me, I won't relent. He is utterly unreasonable. Antonia took a deep breath, reminding herself to counsel one of them to avoid being caught in the middle. Yet Harry had been in a peculiar state lately. Had she not noticed his dark circles? Hadn't he slept well for several nights? So what? Draco replied dismissively. Do you really think Harry Potter can't sleep without me by his side? He appears quite sprightly at Hogwarts every day. Stubborn as a mule, Antonia thought to herself. Clearing her throat, she continued, with all due respect, Draco, it's summer. Lying on the sofa in a bid for sympathy is pointless. Our sofa is quite comfortable. And the indoor temperature won't give you a cold. Draco sprang up from the sofa as if someone had tugged at his pigtail. I'm not seeking sympathy. Then why don't you just go home? Antonia asked, her expression deadpan. She simply couldn't comprehend what these two were trying to prove. It was a trivial matter. Couldn't Draco just reason with Harry and help him understand? Draco stumbled over his words, honestly unsure why he chose to sulk here instead of going home. Antonia cut through the tension with clarity. You don't want to make things too tense, do you? You're just waiting for him to approach you for reconciliation. So why can't you take the initiative to mend things? She feigned disdain, casting him a sidelong glance. Come on. Aren't you supposed to be the oldest and most understanding brother among us? Why are you acting so petty now? Antonia's keen insights hit home, successfully riling Draco. Fuming, he stormed upstairs, bursting into Harry's room. Harry, this is my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Draco shouted with his eyes closed. But after a moment of silence, he opened them to find the room empty. Antonia's door creaked open, revealing Harry leaning against the doorframe. I'm right here. You fool. Draco stood frozen in place, his body stiff as Harry pushed him into the room. Merlin's beard, how embarrassing. He could almost hear Sirius's unabashed laughter. Harry shoved Draco onto the bed and sat on a chair, gazing intently at him. Draco, regaining his composure, stammered, I don't want to. Harry stood up, pressing a finger against Draco's lips. I understand your feelings, Draco. It's my fault. The boy bit his lip, feeling bashful. He was well aware of the profound truths Draco was grappling with. As his body matured, Harry could sense the changes within himself. Sleeping apart would ultimately benefit them both. Yet he had recently been plagued by nightmares. In those dreams, Draco lay lifeless in his arms without the phoenix tears to save him, or Voldemort raised his wand, the green light striking Draco's body. Harry was unafraid of monsters, unafraid of Voldemort, and even unafraid of sacrificing his own life. But he feared losing everything he cherished. Be it family or love, he could not bear their departure. Having already lost his biological parents, he could not face death again. Moreover, Draco was one of his most treasured individuals, nearly dying in his embrace. The boy longed to be closer, to feel his warmth, to hear the vibrant rhythm of his heartbeat. I just want to be a little closer to you, Draco. I keep dreaming of you leaving me. Harry's words were softly spoken, yet Draco understood. With a sigh, he pulled his little savior into his embrace. Harry straddled Draco's waist, and the two held each other tightly, enveloped in silence for a moment. Eventually Draco whispered, Can you feel it? I'm alive and well, Harry. Don't be afraid. The fabric of his shirt was gripped tightly. Draco remained silent, waiting for Harry to process his emotions, though his heart was heavy with turmoil. Draco Malfoy, how could you forget how sensitive Harry is to death? Remembering Harry Potter's past life, where death and parting plagued the Savior's existence, he recalled his parents' skeletal remains in the earth, the godfather he finally found only to lose again, and those mentors and friends who had supported him but ultimately departed. In his past life, Draco had no right to stand beside him and offer comfort, yet in this life, his name was already inscribed on the list of significant individuals in Harry Potter's heart. How could he not realize this sooner? The Savior was hardly a petulant child. The pain of shattered bones and poison spreading through one's body was not solely his to bear. Witnessing someone suffer grievously for him, Harry would naturally feel anxious and unsettled. I didn't mean to upset you, Harry murmured in his embrace, his voice resonating through the bone conduction into Draco's nerves. "It's my fault, Harry. I didn't consider your feelings. I should have been clearer." Regret washed over him, and Draco felt a pang of frustration, sometimes feeling as though he had wasted his past life, as anything concerning Harry Potter could send him spiraling into irrationality. Sirius watched as the Malfoy boy entered the little Forks room, promptly rolling up the blanket from the sofa that night. It was a bit regrettable. He had thought Harry and that little brat would argue for months. Remus looked at him in disbelief. "Can't you just wish for the kids to be alright? What's so good about it?" "I only think it's good when they're not getting along," Sirius huffed. "Do not presume that I am oblivious to the sentiments of those two, particularly that Malfoy lad. It is evident that he harbors ulterior motives." Remus found it amusing. He had thought Sirius was unaware of the burgeoning affections between the two youngsters. It appears this foolish dog possesses a modicum of emotional intelligence. Naturally, upon hearing his wife's thoughts, the proud foot stomped and elevated his chin. "I am not blind. Considering the boy's average qualities, I can begrudgingly consent to his marrying into our family. Am I not clever, Remus?" Sirius clung to his wife's arm, eagerly seeking approval. Remus smirked, offering a polite smile. "How did the astute Mr. Black fail to notice my affections during our school days?" That. Faced with his wife's revisiting of past grievances, even the illustrious chief of the Department of Law found himself drenched in sweat. Sirius had no choice but to revert to his foot-stomping form, sulking into Remus's embrace, attempting to evade the topic. Remus, with a resigned pat on the soft fur of his loyal companion, knew he was easily swayed by Sirius's charm. Over the years, Sirius had learned to read the room. The moment his moon-shaped face softened, he would immediately pounce, delighting in the feast. Chapter 55 Grindelwald. Returning to a time of close intimacy with Draco, Harry visibly radiated joy, often gazing at the vase in the room with a silly grin. Dobby, observing this, was greatly concerned. Had young Master Harry been affected by something? Upon hearing the little elf's anxious inquiry, Harry nearly choked on laughter, patting Dobby on the head. "You do not understand, Dobby. This is love." Leaving the bewildered elf with a head full of questions, Harry leisurely descended the stairs, intending to request permission from Remus to venture to Diagon Alley with Draco to procure their textbooks for the upcoming term. Believing himself to be quite mature, he aimed to accomplish this task independently, only to be met with Remus's firm refusal. "I am sorry, Harry, but you cannot go to Diagon Alley alone with Draco. In fact, we have already dispatched someone to procure your books. Times are tumultuous. You and Annie should remain at home." Harry felt a bit lost. Was there something occurring that he was unaware of? Annoyed, he struggled to comprehend the implications of the daily prophet that Antony placed before him, and it became clear to him that the wizarding world was indeed facing a significant crisis. A dire warning from Nurmengard. The Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald has escaped. Gazing at the newspaper's depiction of the old man's sinister visage, Harry shuddered. They had yet to resolve the issue with Voldemort, and now a former Dark Lord had resurfaced? Remus's expression was unusually grave. It was evident that Grindelwald's escape posed numerous complications. The Austrian Ministry of Magic had swiftly notified all of Europe to assist in the apprehension. Sirius, alongside the British Ore Department, worked tirelessly, yet no trace was found. "By the way, Harry, please write to Hermione and inform her that we will handle the purchase of her textbooks. Diagon Alley is rife with dangers. She should not bring her parents along," Remus added. Harry nodded. The wizarding world was in disarray, and since Hermione's parents were muggles, it was best to keep them uninvolved, especially considering that history suggested Grindelwald had a profound disdain for muggles. "Can we still visit Malfoy Manor?" Harry inquired, as there was still some time before the school term commenced, and he wished to see Draco. "Yes, but you must inform either me or the foot-stomping one in advance." Remus consented, instructing Creature and Dobby to look after the children before hastily departing with a two-way mirror in hand. Merlin Grindelwald. Had he not been imprisoned in Nurmengard for over 50 years? Why had he suddenly resurfaced? Harry exclaimed to his sister. Antony did not respond. She turned and retreated to her room, leaving Harry baffled. He tilted his head, asking Dobby, "What has Antony been up to lately, as she seems to seclude herself in her room?" Dobby timidly shook his head. Creature mentioned that Miss Antony has recently become engrossed in the history of magic from the last century, seemingly grappling with a perplexing issue. Harry felt puzzled. Was not the last century the era of Albus? Why did Antony not consult her beloved grandpa Albus? Gellert Grindelwald, the most notorious dark wizard of the last century, a charismatic revolutionary, adept in violent crime, who nearly unified the European wizarding community, was ultimately defeated by Albus Dumbledore, then a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, and imprisoned in Nurmengard, a fortress of his own design, for over 50 years. There is no need to reiterate these well-known facts, Frank. I merely wish to ascertain if there is any trace of Grindelwald. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, interrupted his subordinates' report during an emergency meeting. Observing the helpless shake of their heads, Fudge felt increasingly anxious. For a minister who had always been cautious to protect his own power, the escape of a wizard who could be termed a Dark Lord was nothing short of a calamity. Moreover, the individual who had previously defeated him was none other than Fudge's current rival, Albus Dumbledore. Rumors had begun circulating within the ministry regarding Dumbledore possibly ascending to a position of authority, prompting Fudge to desperately seek to prove himself by attempting to capture Grindelwald on his own. The ministry had ceased the use of Dementors to detain prisoners since Sirius became the chief of the Department of Law. Sirius had argued that Dementors lacked humanity, posing potential harm to the innocent, and that the ministry could not fully control them. Fudge had acquiesced to this proposal, dispersing the Dementor guards at Azkaban. Yet now, the minister intended to reinstate the use of Dementors to apprehend Grindelwald. Absolutely not. Sirius was the first to object. Recklessly deploying Dementors across the entirety of Britain would not only jeopardize the survival of wizards, but also disturb Muggle society. This is an urgent matter, Black. You must understand that Grindelwald poses the greatest threat, Fudge retorted, his gaze sharp and tinged with anger toward Sirius, who had long been a source of discontent for him. The minister has a valid point, Kingsley interjected, gesturing for Sirius to temper his agitation. However, have any of you considered that Grindelwald is the dark wizard who nearly brought about the destruction of Europe? Can Dementors truly contend with him? The room fell silent. Even Fudge pressed his lips together, reluctant to speak. Kingsley continued, moreover, who can guarantee that the silver-tongued and powerful Grindelwald would not turn the Dementors to his advantage? We would end up losing more than we gain. Sirius snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair, waiting for this self-proclaimed competent assembly to speak. After a prolonged silence, only one female which finally broke the quiet. What else can we do? The American Ministry of Magic has sent a letter requesting our assistance from Dumbledore, but our minister outright rejected it. Sirius spoke coolly. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, must we continue to sit idly by? I believe only Dumbledore knows how to combat his old adversary. Despite the majority of those at the table beginning to agree on inviting Dumbledore to address the issue, Fudge remained obstinate, insisting on relying on the Auror department to pursue their target. The meeting ended on a sour note, and Sirius, furious, kicked over a chair and strode out. Kingsley followed him, urging him to at least show some respect for the minister. Sirius scoffed. Does he still need respect? His reputation is in tatters. Yet he still clings to his pride? If this continues, Grindelwald will be rallying forces for an uprising once more. Kingsley was at a loss with this vain minister. But being more diplomatic, he sought to mediate for Sirius, recalling their alliance in the Order of the Phoenix. You might as well take on the role of minister yourself, Sirius whispered into Kingsley's ear. Kingsley let out a reluctant smile, lamenting the fact that Fudge had yet to reveal any weaknesses to them, despite Sirius's repeated suggestions having come to naught. Chapter 56, Professor Lupin. The shadow cast by Grindelwald once again loomed over the magical communities of Europe and America. Yet even in these times of widespread trepidation, the train to Hogwarts was set to depart. However, this time, it was only Harry's godfather, Sirius, who came to see him off. Where's Remus? Draco inquired curiously. He said he had something to attend to for the moment, but he mentioned a surprise for me. A surprise? Draco recalled for a moment, suddenly enlightened. They had just entered their 3rd year. And the new defense against the dark arts teacher from his previous life was none other than Remus Lupin. Indeed, it could be considered a delightful surprise. Draco chuckled softly, piquing Harry's curiosity. You wouldn't know, would you? I don't know, Draco replied firmly, deciding to keep the surprise until the end. Really? Harry looked at him suspiciously. Aha. Draco leaned against the windowsill, propping himself up on his elbow, his gray eyes reflecting a tenderness he was unaware of as he gazed at the tousle-haired boy. Merlin's beard. How has he become even more handsome? Harry quickly averted his gaze from his childhood friend's penetrating stare, attempting to conceal his flushed cheeks. The blonde boy blinked in confusion, wondering if he had said something amiss. Harry. Oh, you're here. Ron's loud voice interrupted Draco's attempt to regain the attention of the savior's flushed face, causing both boys to straighten up, which only heightened the suspicion that something potentially embarrassing had transpired. Hermione followed Ron into the compartment, her gaze flitting between the two boys with curiosity. Though she ultimately said nothing, Ginny entered alongside her brother and took a seat beside Hermione. Have you heard? Grindelwald's presence has been detected in London, Hermione whispered. Don't mention it, the ministry is utterly swamped. They barely managed to spare time to send me off, Harry replied. This is dreadful. We're still reeling from the troubles caused by Voldemort, and now there's another dark wizard, Ron complained, noting that even his father had been pulled into the Auror department's efforts, leaving home for several days. Draco pondered, remembering that last time, it was Sirius Black who had fled during this period. Merlin, must there be a high-profile criminal on the loose? He mused, lightly tapping his fingers against the windowsill. As Harry and his friends were engrossed in conversation, the compartment door swung open again, and Blaise entered with a voice even louder than Ron's. I guess Draco would be with you. What are you all chatting about, friends? Draco scowled, urging him to lower his voice. Did he have to attract everyone's attention to them? Blaise sheepishly scratched his head, intending to sit down, only to find space available solely between the two girls. The gentlemanly boy felt awkward about sitting in a row with them, yet there was no room left for the boys. And Blaise had just relinquished his previous seat to someone else. This is simple enough. The enthusiastic savior intercepted the black boy as he attempted to find a spot in another compartment, lifting himself up to sit on Draco's lap. All right. You can sit down now, Blaise. Hey Draco, hold me. Harry placed Draco's hands on his waist, preventing him from bumping his head against the train's swaying motion, warmly inviting Blaise to take a seat. Blaise awkwardly settled between them, thinking Merlin, how bold have these two become? Draco was momentarily rendered speechless. Usually, this behavior was reserved for home, but now, who could rein in the savior's reckless antics? Harry, maintaining an unreadable expression while chatting with his friends, felt a bit shy inside. He truly acted impulsively, yet sitting in Draco's embrace was undeniably comfortable. Merlin's trousers, I'm not getting up now. This sweet yet torturous journey finally reached its destination, and Harry bashfully thumped Draco's leg to ease the numbness before the usually refined young master shuddered as he departed the train. Before parting at the entrance of the Great Hall, Harry continuously endeavored to please Draco. This time, he nearly caused the young master an ordeal, as he had been perched on his lap for the entirety of the train ride, leaving Draco feeling as though his blood were about to reverse course. Even at the Gryffindor table, Harry couldn't shake the feeling of guilt as he glanced at Draco. Ron, with his mouth agape, poked his best friend's arm. What's up, Ron? Harry queried, perplexed. Look up there. Is that the moon face? Harry rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Let us welcome the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin. Accompanied by Dumbledore's introduction, Remus elegantly rose to salute the students. The Gryffindor table erupted in the most fervent cheers, with Harry's applause particularly resounding. He had previously thought the moon face would make an excellent professor, and he was thrilled that Dumbledore had indeed invited him. While Fudge was reluctant to allow Dumbledore to intervene in the ministry's affairs, the safety of the entire magical community compelled the compassionate headmaster of Hogwarts to volunteer for the task of capturing Grindelwald. Thus, Albus had no time to seek a new defense against the dark arts professor, and had to rely on Remus to fill in. In the first defense against the dark arts class, Remus garnered unanimous praise. Who could resist a professor who was humorous in teaching, stylishly elegant in appearance, and possessed formidable abilities? The scars that crisscrossed Professor Lupin's face only added to his air of mystery, prompting students to wonder if their teacher had battled some monstrous creature. Most importantly, Professor Lupin wouldn't assign long, tedious essays. Goodness. Professor Lupin is far superior to Professor Lockhart. Indeed, he can easily subdue the troublesome Boggart with a single incantation. And don't you think he is quite handsome? He is so approachable. Merlin, I wonder if he is married. If not, students buzzed about their beloved new professor, and wherever Harry went, he could hear praises for Remus. A proud smile graced his face. He had known all along that the moon face was the best. By the way, Harry, when are you planning to confess? Hermione whispered in his ear. Maybe in a couple of days? Harry felt a twinge of nervousness at the mention of it. He hadn't anticipated Remus coming to teach at Hogwarts, and what if he accidentally got caught? Don't worry, mate. If need be, I'll keep watch for you. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder, reassuring him. I'm thinking it over. Remus can't be at the school forever. True, and Antonia is still at home. So don't rush, Harry. We'll find the perfect opportunity. Hermione consoled him. The know-it-all girl was very supportive of Harry and Draco being together, as it would spare her from enduring Harry's incessant ramblings. Chapter 57. What is your relationship? Compared to other places, Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's protection, had become the safest haven in everyone's eyes. Hogsmeade would open as usual, and Harry, brimming with anticipation, submitted the permission slip signed by his godfather to Ron. Having heard from the upperclassmen that Hogsmeade was a splendid place for dates, Earth to Harry, Remus gently tapped Harry's little head. His face adorned with a fond smile as he glanced out of the office. Noticing that no students were approaching at the moment, he retrieved a bag of galleons from his drawer. Have a great time in Hogsmeade. Here's a little extra pocket money. Harry's eyes lit up, exclaiming that the moon face was the best, and planted a resounding kiss on Remus's cheek before bouncing out of the office, pulling Ron along with him. After dismissing the last wave of students, Remus organized the lesson plans on his desk, looking forward to the end of the day. He wondered if Annie was behaving at home. Antony was joyfully engrossed in playing with the magical crayons that Daddy had recently gifted her, her delight palpable in the air. Kreacher and Dobby quietly stood by her side, providing their silent companionship. The flickering flames in the hearth cast a warm glow, and upon hearing a sound, Antony turned her head with excitement. Daddy, look at my drawing, oh hello. However, instead of the busy Sirius Black, who had been away for several days, a strange old man appeared before her. Kreacher and Dobby tensed immediately, yet Antony was the first to react. It's Grandpa Jack, isn't it? Daddy mentioned you would be visiting today. He is not home from work yet, please have a seat. Kreacher, make some tea. The simply dressed elder accepted her invitation and settled onto the sofa, surveying the impressive house with an appraising glance, ultimately fixing his gaze on the little girl pouring him tea, letting out a scoff. Little one, your eyes have betrayed you. Antony's hand, which held the teacup, faltered momentarily, but she politely placed it before the old man. After all, she was merely 10 years old, despite her efforts to remain composed. Her wildly trembling eyelashes revealed the anxiety she felt within. Taking a deep breath, Antony met the gaze of the man with the heterochromatic eyes she had only ever seen in newspapers. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Grindelwald. Grindelwald lounged lazily on the soft sofa, sipping his tea, exuding an air of someone who believed himself to be the master of the house. He opened his eyes to observe the two hapless house elves futilely attempting to shield the little girl. What is this? Just a moment ago you were so clever. And now you think these two domesticated house elves can protect you? Antony took another deep breath and placed her hand on Kreacher's shoulder. Don't be like that. We must be polite to our guest. Guest? Dobby's voice had shifted in pitch. Miss Antony, he is clearly, Grindelwald found it amusing, during his recent travels. He had encountered many who would scream and flee at the sight of him, only to be rendered unconscious before he departed, their memories wiped clean. Yet, this was the first time someone had referred to him as a guest. Little one, do you truly believe that mere politeness can spare you from the grim fate of death? Grindelwald spoke ominously, twirling his wand in his fingers. All right, Antony sighed. It seems fate has decreed this encounter. However, before my demise, may I pose a question that has troubled me for days, sir? Oh, do share. Grindelwald chuckled, intrigued. This little girl was more interesting than he had anticipated, and he did not mind engaging with her. What is your relationship with Albus Dumbledore? The inquiry struck like thunder, causing Grindelwald to straighten up, his heterochromatic gaze fixated on Antony, who summoned her courage to continue speaking. In truth, ever since I learned of your escape, I have been delving into the history of magic in the last century, seeking answers. However, regrettably, the history books offer but one answer: archenemies. Oh. Then why do you ask me? Do you not trust what your books say? Grindelwald inquired, his expression impassive. Antony gestured for Kreacher to fetch her notebook, and the house elf returned in the blink of an eye. The girl opened her disheveled notebook, filled with doodles, and produced a photograph taken at Mrs. Bathilda's house, pointing at the two men depicted therein. This is you and Albus, isn't it? No need to deny it. It was your aunt who mentioned it. I have no intention of denying it. He would never refuse to acknowledge his past with Albus. So I think a mere archenemy relationship could not possibly result in such a harmonious and intimate photograph. Antony continued, her tone even tinged with excitement. What perplexes me further is why, during that final battle, with all the advantages in your favor, you agreed to a one-on-one duel with Albus? Can you answer me that, Mr. Grindelwald? The rapid-fire questions left the usually silver-tongued revolutionary momentarily speechless, unsure of where to begin. Then a thought struck him. Why should he entertain the musings of this little girl? Perhaps he should simply eliminate her and seize this decent house for himself. As he raised his wand, Kreacher and Dobby once more positioned themselves in front of their mistress. Dobby, take Miss Antony and flee, Kreacher commanded sharply, as he was a house elf bound to the Black family, ready to lay down his life in defense of his home. The last line of defense for his master. You have yet to answer my previous question, so I shall be more direct. Were you once close friends? Antony halted Dobby's movement, her tone now buoyant. Or perhaps lovers? Grindelwald was taken aback. It had been years since anyone had associated him with Albus using the term lovers. If that were indeed the case, you truly cannot hold anything against me, sir, Antony said, shaking her wrist adorned with a bracelet. Since you entered and laid your eyes upon me, you have not averted your gaze from this bracelet, have you? Indeed. It is a birthday gift from Albus. Our relationship is quite amicable. And yet, she continued, by the way, we genuinely have a guest arriving today. My father is the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, and he has invited the headmaster to dinner this evening. For a century, few dared to interrupt Grindelwald. But he was now too preoccupied, having just probed into the girl's mind. Dumbledore was soon to arrive. Mind reading? Antony tilted her head, having sensed the magical disturbance. Albus often remarked on her formidable magical prowess. Alas, I do not possess a wand. Otherwise, I would love to learn that spell. Albus once said he would be willing to teach me. The little girl glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that the hour hand had passed the hour. The last class at Hogwarts had concluded. It's nearly time, hey. The hearth ignited once more with a roaring flame. They're back. Chapter 58. Staying by your side. Albus cherished the atmosphere of the Lupin household, which imbued him with a sense of belonging, prompting him to accept Remus's invitation despite his busy schedule. Thank you so much for your invitation, Remus. The two men appeared in the hearth one after the other, accompanied by Albus's cheerful voice. It had been so long since Grindelwald had heard that voice that it felt as if his breath had slowed. The newcomers quickly noticed the unexpected guest in the room. Remus's heart raced as he saw his daughter being threatened by the Dark Lord's wand, his blood seeming to run cold. Annie. The man, disregarding everything, lunged forward to reclaim his daughter, only to be halted by his own teacher. Release her, Grindelwald, Albus commanded, his wand gripped tightly within his sleeve. Albus. Grindelwald greedily scanned the visage of the man he had longed for, having imagined countless times how Albus would appear in old age. Yet, when the real figure stood before him, all the carefully rehearsed lines he had conjured were choked in his throat. He looked so thin. Hasn't he been taking care of himself? Silence enveloped the room, and Albus's typically tranquil eyes were stirred by the presence of this man. Not again. Was Grindelwald about to harm those he cherished? Anna. Albus had come to view Antony as a surrogate since Ariana's departure. He could not bear the thought of Grindelwald shattering his last solace. Remus could no longer contain himself. He could not accept his daughter being in danger. The man hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping his daughter in his embrace, retreating a few steps to stand beside Dumbledore, anxiously checking whether she had been harmed. I'm fine, Papa. Antony reassured as she nestled against her father's chest. I mean her no harm, Albus. Grindelwald's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with frustration, for he realized that his recent actions had conjured painful memories for Albus. What is it that you desire? Albus inquired, his fists clenching and unclenching. He had never envisioned a day would come when he would see Grindelwald again. Upon hearing of his escape from prison, an inexplicable unease had settled in his heart, which only intensified when the man reappeared before him, causing his aging heart to stir anew, easily swayed by the presence of this individual. The two men fell into a silent exchange of glances. Remus, initially apprehensive and concerned, became perplexed, sensing an unsettling atmosphere enveloping them. You haven't written to me. Grindelwald finally spoke, his calm voice betraying a hint of grievance that Remus could discern. The man, usually so astute and formidable, found himself questioning his own mind. Had he grown so accustomed to hearing Sirius lament his woes? You wouldn't come to see me either, Grindelwald continued, rising to stand beside Dumbledore. Am I not permitted to visit you? He even took Albus's bony hand, gently caressing the lines etched upon it. Remus's suspicions about his vision deepened. What was happening? The resurrection stone? Grindelwald's gaze fell upon the ring on Dumbledore's hand, his heart skipping a beat. In the prophecy he had seen, it was this very curse that had led to Albus's demise. The old man felt an urgent need to seize the resurrection stone. Yet Albus anticipated his move, pulling away with increasing ire. He knew Grindelwald had not relinquished his obsession with the Deathly Hallows. The resurrection stone cannot truly bring back the dead. Albus, please let me see your hand, Grindelwald urged, his tone laced with anxiety as the image of Albus falling from the tower haunted him. All due to that cursed ring and its inferior craftsmanship. What did you say? Dumbledore's expression turned quizzical. The curse on the resurrection stone was known only to him and Remus. A sudden realization struck him. Grindelwald's escape had a motive beyond his comprehension. Grindelwald still grasped Albus's hand, and after confirming the absence of dark magic, he exhaled in relief. Though the scene diverged from the prophecy, it was a relief to know Albus was unharmed. Their blue eyes met, his own often appearing in Albus's dreams. and the warmth of concern emanating from those mismatched irises caused Albus to instinctively withdraw his hand. Dumbledore felt a twinge of frustration. Why, at his age? Was he still so easily swayed by the man before him? Shall we sit down and discuss this? Remus awkwardly suggested, pondering if he had unwittingly stumbled into a revelation of his professor's tumultuous affections. No need, Dumbledore interjected. Summon Sirius and have him escort you back to Nurmengard. I will not, Grindelwald countered. You must promise me one thing. Otherwise, I will not return. You know my Albus, they cannot take me away. Sirius hastily returned home at the behest of his partner, entirely unprepared for the awkward scene awaiting him. Such tranquility was a rarity at their dining table. By Merlin's beard. Why was he sharing a meal with the very criminal he was pursuing? What on earth is going on, Remus? Sirius whispered conspiratorially, astonished to see Grindelwald cutting steak for Albus across the table. Remus could only shake his head in dismay, signaling Sirius to keep his voice down. Grindelwald had insisted on dining with Dumbledore before discussing his terms, and Remus had no choice but to instruct the house elf to serve the meal. Once the meal concluded, Dumbledore set down his utensils and accepted the napkin from Dobby. Now state your terms. Is that all you plan to eat? Grindelwald frowned, disregarding Albus's frailness. It seemed he would need to ensure Albus ate properly in the future. Speak plainly, Dumbledore replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Fine. I wish to remain by your side until we have thoroughly dealt with Voldemort. What? Sirius, unable to contain himself, gasped incredulously. The former Dark Lord intends to assist us against Voldemort? Grindelwald's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Albus, his eyes brimming with determination. What's your reasoning? Albus pressed. You must provide me with a compelling justification, Gellert. Grindelwald smiled subtly. He relished it when Albus addressed him by his name, though he would prefer it if he still called him Gel. Is it not sufficient to say I loathe him? To despise one who revels in violence and mere survival? Dumbledore inhaled deeply, fully aware that Gellert was spouting nonsense. However, utilizing him against Voldemort could potentially minimize casualties. Yet, who could guarantee that once Voldemort was vanquished, Grindelwald would meekly return to Nurmengard? If you cannot trust me for now, you may keep me at your home. Under your watchful eye. I would be unable to do anything, would I? Dumbledore and Sirius exchanged a glance, reluctantly closing their eyes. He had no other choice. With Voldemort lurking in the shadows, engaging in a conflict with Grindelwald now would be a perilous miscalculation. They could only comply with his request and keep him under observation. Moreover, the ripples of emotion stirring within Albus urged him to consider keeping Grindelwald close. Thank you for the hospitality, gentlemen. I believe I must take my leave now, Dumbledore announced, rising to grasp Grindelwald's wrist before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 59, Living Together. Sirius and Remus remained rooted in place, still reeling from the revelation. A nearly transparent Phoenix Patronus fluttered to Sirius's shoulder, and Albus's voice rang out. Sirius, please do not divulge anything. Both men understood the implications of his words, and Sirius struggled to close his mouth, which had nearly dropped open in disbelief. By Merlin, Albus was in that kind of relationship with Grindelwald? My goodness. Who would believe such a thing? Remus wholeheartedly agreed. Who could have anticipated that the greatest white wizard and the Dark Lord who nearly brought Europe to ruin would share such a close bond? Antonia pouted in displeasure. Grindelwald had not answered a single question. Moreover, she wanted to visit Albus's home. Oblivious to the exchange between the two, Albus pondered if he could still manage to send Grindelwald back to Nurmengard in time. Upon entering the modest house he had purchased off-campus, Grindelwald began a thorough inspection. What are you searching for? Dumbledore asked, his patience wearing thin. Do you live here alone? Grindelwald inquired nonchalantly, rummaging through the closet to see if anyone was hidden there. Albus felt a sudden rush of youth, his temper flaring as he resembled a petulant child. Grindelwald. Can't you just call me Gel? The man grumbled, displeased with the formality between them. With just the two of us here, are you still unwilling to divulge your true intentions? Grindelwald halted his search, turning to face him. The prison had not dulled his pride. Though time had weathered his features, the fire in his eyes remained undiminished, the lines on his face failing to obscure the remnants of his former handsomeness. Albus felt a shiver run down his spine under Grindelwald's intense gaze as the latter approached him. Seriousness etched upon his face. Suddenly he spoke. You could very well see for yourself. He gestured to his own head, the hint of grievance unmistakable in his tone. Why won't you trust me, Albus? Do you think I would employ the mind closure curse on you? In their youth, they had shared an unbreakable bond. Two powerful and ambitious individuals willingly opening their hearts to one another. Yet now, Dumbledore remained immobile, averting his gaze and remaining silent. Silence is often the most painful weapon. And while Grindelwald felt a pang of disappointment, he took solace in the fact that he had already gained entry into Albus's life, confident that he would have ample opportunities to remain by his side. He resumed stretching his limbs in the cramped apartment, seizing a star-patterned nightgown, and turning to Albus. "May I wear this to bed tonight, Albus?" "Yes," Dumbledore replied, a hint of fatigue evident in his demeanor. For Grindelwald's sudden appearance had nearly drained him of all his energy. Never before had he felt such an overwhelming desire for rest, not even when confronting Voldemort. Let him stir things up for now, he thought. "Oh, I believe I shall take a bath first," Grindelwald remarked, addressing Albus, who was seated on a small sofa. "Feel free," Dumbledore responded. Thus, Grindelwald luxuriated in a warm bath, utilizing Albus's own shower gel. The notorious Dark Lord of the magical realm reveled in the familiar scent that echoed his lover's fragrance, draping himself in Albus's robe and snuggling into the professor's bed. However, the bed was rather small, barely accommodating two. Just as Dumbledore contemplated retreating to the living room to make do, he witnessed Grindelwald brandish a wand, snatched from the hands of a guard at Nurmengard, and with clumsy flicks, doubled the bed's size. Was this the very wand with which he had fled from Austria to England? "Here," he said, offering a wand to Grindelwald, who paused in surprise. As if wondering if Albus was truly bestowing his wand upon him, a smile crept onto Gellert's lips as he unhesitatingly discarded his previous wand. "Thank you, Al," he said, knowing well that Albus, despite his stern exterior, had a tender heart. Dumbledore felt a pang of regret for impulsively handing over his wand, questioning if he had inadvertently aided Grindelwald's mischief. Yet, observing the man wielding his wand with such ease, he found himself unable to voice his desire for its return, ultimately resigning to his silent predicament as Grindelwald pulled him into the warmth of the covers. After a restful night, Albus awoke with a groggy blink, his gaze falling upon the clock on the wall that indicated it was well past breakfast time. The punctual headmaster of Hogwarts suddenly threw off the covers, searching for his wand. It was only when he caught a whiff of the delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen that he remembered to retrieve the elder wand from his wardrobe. A sense of trepidation gripped him as he stepped out of the bedroom. He had no recollection of Grindelwald possessing culinary skills. To his relief, Merlin must have heard his silent prayers, for the small kitchen stood intact. Grindelwald was at the stove, perusing a recipe of unknown origin while stirring a pot of creamy mushroom soup. He had acquired the recipe from Kreacher, the house elf of the Blacks, early that morning, nearly startling the elf into unconsciousness upon his sudden arrival. "You're awake, Al," Grindelwald sensed, not even turning his head. "Breakfast will be ready shortly." Dumbledore gazed at the table laden with a surprisingly appetizing breakfast, then looked at Grindelwald, who was serving him soup, feeling a sense of surreal disbelief. "Is this a dream? You've already missed breakfast at Hogwarts, Al. Aren't you going to eat?" Grindelwald urged, placing a fried egg on Dumbledore's plate. To his astonishment, the breakfast prepared by Grindelwald was not only visually appealing, but also quite delectable. Albus, still somewhat dazed, allowed Grindelwald to assist him in choosing his attire, listening as the man quietly critiqued his unchanging sense of fashion, while ensuring he was properly dressed himself. "Shall we go?" Grindelwald prompted. "Where are you going?" "Accompanying you to work." "Surely, you can't expect me to remain here alone?" Grindelwald inquired. Dumbledore, known for his eloquence, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering out, "You cannot follow me to Hogwarts, at least." Before he could finish, Grindelwald transformed into a small owl, perching on his shoulder, its bright eyes glinting as it nudged Albus's thick white beard with its beak, as if urging him onward. Remus, witnessing Dumbledore's unexpected tardiness, was taken aback, especially upon seeing Grindelwald accompany him into Hogwarts. He had intended merely to discuss how to address Grindelwald's situation with the Ministry, not to be threatened by the owl-like Dark Lord. "By Merlin Esbeard, I haven't done anything. Let Sirius gradually reduce his team," Dumbledore sighed in resignation, still contemplating how to manage this sudden turn of events. It appeared that convincing Grindelwald to return quietly to Nurmengard was a futile endeavor. "I apologize for the trouble, Remus," Albus offered sincerely. Remus didn't believe his professor owed an apology. Instead, he saw the emergence of someone capable of transforming Albus's lonely existence as a positive development. During their school years, Dumbledore had always struck them as gentle yet formidable, a pillar of strength within the Order of the Phoenix. Yet no one had ever truly considered the depth of loneliness that resided within the esteemed White Wizard. However, with the arrival of Harry and Hermione, their quest for Horcruxes had fostered a closer bond between them and Albus. Remus often observed the kindly professor playing with the two children, only to depart alone once they had fallen asleep. Albus had no family, no wife, and no children. He regarded Hogwarts as his home. yet it lacked anyone who could genuinely bring him joy. Grindelwald was different. Remus sensed that from the moment news of his escape reached them. Albus's once dull spirit seemed to awaken anew. Initially, he believed it was merely the exhilaration of a strong man confronting an old adversary, but when Grindelwald appeared before Dumbledore, the keen wolf realized the reality was far more profound than he had imagined. Albus, though seemingly coerced into keeping Grindelwald close, appeared to have shed much of his solitude, as if vitality had been rekindled within him. Let us hope the Dark Lord's intentions are sincere, Remus mused inwardly, wishing nothing more than for Albus to enjoy a contented twilight of his life. Professor Lupin had classes to attend, and thus had to leave the headmaster's office in haste. Dumbledore watched helplessly as Grindelwald cozied up next to Fawkes. "You ungrateful creature. Do you not remember who your true master is?" Fawkes, hearing this, fluffed his feathers in defiance, as if to say, "But you gave me to him." As the door to the headmaster's office closed, Grindelwald reverted to his human form, leaning against Dumbledore's side. "Tell me about Voldemort, Al. What progress have you made?" In Grindelwald's vision, he had only glimpsed how Albus had been ensnared, tempted into donning the cursed ring, and the reasons behind his orchestrated demise, as well as the fall from the tower. These revelations were enough to compel him to take risks, seeking every possible means to be by Albus's side. He could not allow his beloved to meet an untimely end. Dumbledore shot him a sidelong glance. Just as he was about to turn, the door to the office creaked open. Grindelwald swiftly transformed back into an owl, taking flight to perch upon Dumbledore's shoulder. The visitor was Minerva McGonagall, the current head of Gryffindor. "Albus, is everything all right?" she asked with concern. Having worked alongside Dumbledore for many years, and never having encountered him arriving late without a word, instinctively, she worried he might have been harmed. With the recent whispers surrounding Grindelwald growing louder, McGonagall couldn't help but suspect if the notorious figure had inflicted harm upon Albus, given that others likely lacked the capability. "I am fine, no need for concern, Minerva," Dumbledore reassured her warmly, though a touch of embarrassment flickered in his eyes. He certainly couldn't admit to having overslept. "Oh, that's a relief. Have you acquired another bird?" Professor McGonagall inquired curiously. "Ah, yes. Oh, it looks quite adorable. What is its name?" Dumbledore felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Minerva realized she was complimenting Grindelwald? His trusted companion would surely be mortified. "I haven't named him yet." Dumbledore skillfully shifted the topic, inquiring whether anything noteworthy had transpired at Hogwarts. The responsible headmaster promptly assured him that the school remained as safe as ever. Everything was perfectly fine. Albus deftly guided Minerva out of the headmaster's office, aware that the timing was not yet right for their meeting. Grindelwald, with an inscrutable expression, boldly wrapped his arms around Dumbledore's waist from behind. "You are a fugitive. You cannot brazenly appear at Hogwarts." Struggling in vain, Albus offered some words of consolation and resignation. "I have changed my mind," Grindelwald murmured, burying his head amidst Albus's silvery locks. "I want to tour Hogwarts first. Take me there." He was eager to discover what could possibly be worthy of Albus's devotion. Moments later, Dumbledore strolled along the bridge of Hogwarts, accompanied by the owl perched on his shoulder. Feeling somewhat vexed at how easily he capitulated to Grindelwald's whims, the owl gently flapped its wings, signaling Dumbledore to glance towards the lakeside lawn, where a throng of students had gathered. Today was the day Harry had meticulously chosen. The weather was splendid, and the flowers on the lawn bloomed beautifully. Gryffindor and Slytherin had fortuitously found themselves with no classes, making it the perfect moment for a declaration of love. The boy, unusually attired in formal wear, had meticulously styled his hair, and clutched a bouquet of lilies, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the other male lead of the day. "Malfoy is here," Ron shouted, instantly causing Harry to tense up, hurriedly asking Hermione if his attire was sufficiently presentable. The ever-resourceful girl gave him a thumbs up, indicating he was indeed in prime form. Draco, with an air of impatience, was half-dragged, half-pushed by Blaise, questioning what he was meant to do. What with all these people gathered here? Suddenly, a cascade of colorful streamers erupted into the air, leaving Draco bewildered as he stood at the center of the crowd, gazing at the impeccably dressed savior before him. "Draco. I want to tell you," Harry stammered. His cheeks flushed crimson under the encouraging gazes of Hermione, and Ron as he finally voiced the heartfelt words he had rehearsed for so long. "I like you. Unbeknownst to me, I have liked you for a long time. I cherish every moment spent with you, whether in joy or playful banter. Those are the finest hours of my life." How sentimental, Harry mused, realizing Hermione's polished words were indeed extraordinary. Yet he was determined to transform this confession into a cherished memory. "We have spent the first several years of our lives together, and I hope that continues. These lilies, planted in honor of my mother, I now present to you, symbolizing my sincerest intentions." He extended the bouquet toward Draco. "Will you be my boyfriend, Draco?" Surrounding them were Harry's friends from Gryffindor. Hermione, Ron, George, Fred, his roommates Seamus and Neville, along with Slytherin's Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe. They all collectively awaited Draco's response to Harry's heartfelt confession. Harry, shyly lowering his gaze, could not meet his childhood friend's eyes. "I'm sorry." Chapter 61, Awakening. Draco's voice was dry, his heart trembling. "I'm truly sorry, Harry, but I cannot respond to you at this moment." This was a confession that everyone believed was a sure success, including Harry himself. Yet now, the once inseparable black swans had scattered, one fleeing in despair. The lilies, blessed by his parents, lay scattered on the ground as Harry stared blankly at the fleeting golden figure. The celebratory streamers, remnants of his friend's exuberance, lay incongruously upon the verdant lawn following the protagonist's hasty retreat. Ron took a step forward but was halted by Hermione, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, signaling for everyone to disperse. The expansive lawn was left with only Harry and his two closest friends. Ron silently gathered the streamers while Hermione picked up the lilies and cast a spell to preserve their freshness. "It's pointless, Hermione," Harry murmured. No flower, no matter how fresh, could capture his attention now. Self-deluded, Harry Potter experienced the term for the first time, believing Draco reciprocated his feelings. He had orchestrated this grand confession, only to find the reality was that they might not even remain friends. The news of Harry Potter's rejection by Draco Malfoy swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts. Nearly everyone acquainted with them found it astonishing. How could this be? Wasn't he Malfoy always singularly focused on Harry? Their closeness was such that it made onlookers cringe. Merlin's beard. Meanwhile, Draco had secluded himself in his dormitory for 2 full days, avoiding the probing gazes of his peers. Blaise was left perplexed, his temper flaring. What on earth was Draco up to? When Harry confided in them, he had been certain that the two would finally break through their barriers, even suggesting Harry confess on Friday, so they could enjoy a date in Hogsmeade that weekend. No one had anticipated Draco's refusal. What was he thinking? Draco cocooned himself in his blankets, eyes tightly shut. He understood he had wounded Harry's heart, but he could not bring himself to accept him. Harry Potter loved the boy who had grown up alongside him, not the reborn rival who had usurped his place. The wise do not fall in love, but once ensnared, even the sharpest mind finds it difficult to function smoothly. Draco was now trapped in a vicious cycle. Initially, he had been elated at being confessed to by his longtime crush. His first instinct had been to agree. Yet, as he listened to Harry's words, that joyful heart gradually froze. Harry loved his childhood friend, not the former adversary from a past life. The rift between soul and body created Draco's anguish. At times he felt as though he was suppressing the original soul of his body, usurping his enjoyment of Harry's company. Yet he repeatedly examined his own being. His soul was singular and whole. But would Harry ever love the true him? Draco considered himself a wretched fool. Otherwise, how could he have spent 7 years opposing Harry before finally realizing he had liked him all along? Yet in their past life, Harry had never held affection for him. This logical conundrum ensnared him, and Draco let out a pained groan, unable to fathom the extent of the suffering he had caused Harry. He had vowed never to let Harry experience sorrow again, yet he had become the very source of it. Perhaps he should lay everything bare to Harry, allowing him to choose whether or not to accept him. However, the thought of Harry's past suffering paralyzed him. He did not wish to burden the joyful boy. Enough. Draco Malfoy, stop being a coward, Blaise exclaimed, yanking the blanket from Draco, whose expression darkened as if he were a pot left to burn. What are you so conflicted about? Are you not a man? You don't understand, Blaise. Draco's eyes were red-rimmed as he sat up, leaning against the headboard. His head hung low. Does it matter if I understand? Come on. You need to make Harry understand. Blaise felt utterly drained. It was one thing to reject a confession, but to then wallow in tears in their dormitory was another. Draco slumped against the headboard, gazing at his furious friend. Blaise, don't you think I've changed quite a bit recently? Huh. Blaise looked perplexed. Changed in what way? Does being neurotic count? Seriously. Fine. If we don't count the cowardice, I honestly don't know how you've changed. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever, just as proud, and your insufferable aristocratic demeanor remains unchanged. You spend all your time orbiting Harry Potter. Oh wait, that has changed. You used to be reluctant to let Harry face such a public scene. I heard Granger say he hasn't eaten properly for 2 days. What? Unbeknownst to you, it is rumored that Professor Lupin personally delivered meals to the dormitory, compelling him to eat. By the way, what exactly are you dawdling about? Why won't you agree to feed him? Before Blaze could finish his sentence, the person on the bed dashed out without even donning a robe. What on earth is happening? Blaze was utterly perplexed. Draco had never felt so liberated. As if he had been cleansed from head to toe. The questions that had long plagued him finally found resolution. Blaze was right. He was not merely a turtle withdrawing into its shell, but an utter fool as well. Whether in this life or the previous one, he had always been Draco Malfoy. With the only alteration in the course of the world being his premature arrival beside Harry Potter. Had his former self been granted the opportunity to befriend Harry, how could he have remained a woeful admirer? How could he have missed the chance to compete with those girls? Merlin had bestowed upon him a second chance, allowing him to be the one to approach first. Yet he had almost been foolish enough to let it slip away. Absolutely not. Harry Potter would undoubtedly be his. Breathless, Draco sprinted toward Gryffindor Tower, and by Merlin's grace, he encountered Ron Weasley. Ron, seething with ire, saw the instigator and landed a punch. What the hell are you doing here? Draco endured the blow without arguing, merely requesting to see Harry. Get lost. Ron would have loved to deliver another kick, but was halted by Hermione, who had returned with food, casting a warning glance at the Slytherin. I'm giving you one last chance, Malfoy. Don't blame me for being rude if Harry gets hurt again because of you. Once again, Miss Granger had come to his aid, and Draco felt a surge of gratitude, vowing to financially support her candidacy for Minister of Magic in the future. Moments later, he finally stood before the one who haunted his dreams. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry clenched his fists, unable to meet his gaze. In the next instant, he found himself enveloped in a familiar embrace, and Draco, feeling insatiable, tilted Harry's chin upward and kissed him amidst the bustling crowd. Chapter 62 The Pursuit. You! Harry exclaimed, startled as he pushed away the one who had just kissed him, meeting Draco's fervent gaze, causing his breath to hitch. This isn't a suitable place for a conversation. Draco glanced at Ron, who looked ready to pounce on him, and the throng of onlookers. Then squatted down to hoist Harry onto his shoulder, striding towards a secluded corner. Hey, this is humiliating. Put me down. Harry was both shocked and furious, having rejected him. Why was Draco now inexplicably carrying him away? I like you, Harry. To be precise, I love you. Draco held Harry tightly, casting aside his noble demeanor and restraint. His gaze fixed on the Savior's flushed face, missing not a single shift in emotion. What's going on? Harry stammered, caught off guard. He had yet to emerge from the shadows of heartbreak, only to find himself cornered by this individual confessing his feelings. Is today April Fool's Day? Not April Fool's Day nor a daydream. I truly adore you, Harry. I apologize for my previous foolishness. Will you be with me, Harry? What? Harry seethed inwardly. Why did he have the audacity to reject his confession, ignore him for 2 days, and then suddenly appear wanting to be with him? Kissing him in front of so many? The inner fire of the Gryffindor lion ignited. He indeed liked this rogue, but why should he forgive him so easily? Finally recalling that he should struggle, Harry attempted to break free, but was pinned against the wall by Draco's firm grip. The youngest seeker of Gryffindor was momentarily bewildered. They were nearly the same age. How could Draco possess such strength? Have you been secretly training behind my back? Draco raised a light golden brow. Although Harry had been raised in luxury by his godfather, for some inexplicable reason, he had not grown taller than Draco as he had in their previous lives. Of course, he would never admit to his clandestine Quidditch training in hopes of besting Harry, though he had yet to succeed. Harry Potter had clearly missed the crux of the matter, but before he could react, he found himself deeply ensnared in Draco's soulful gray eyes. By Merlin's beard. This fellow looked even more handsome with his hair let down. Draco was exceedingly pleased. He had always known that his visage held some merit. He reached up to smooth his slightly tousled golden locks, attempting to enchant his beloved with his beauty. Alas, Harry remained the quick-witted savior he always was, swiftly regaining his focus. No, I absolutely do not want to be with you. What are you talking about? Draco anticipated this response. His proud little lion would not so easily acquiesce, but that was fine. He confidently curled his lips into a smile. May I pursue you, Harry? Ha. Harry blinked, feeling his mind muddled. Pursue me? That seemed to lack any grounds for refusal. All right, fine. Harry bit his rosy lip, hazily conceding. Draco's newly formed Adam's apple bobbed excitedly as he gazed at the Savior's alluring lips, and by Merlin's woolen socks, he found it hard to resist. Harry, may I claim a kiss in advance? What? Suddenly, Harry's emerald eyes widened, overwhelmed by the onslaught of Draco's desire as his lips were gently nibbled. Draco, still unsatisfied, pressed his tongue against Harry's closed teeth, savoring the sweetness of his beloved. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the Slytherin reluctantly released the breathless boy. their foreheads touching, his voice low. May I claim another in advance, darling? Harry, dazed, allowed him to continue until a sharp pain in his lips forced him to push Draco away. That hurts. Are you a dog? Draco reluctantly lifted his head, gazing at the boy in his arms with satisfaction at his flushed cheeks and swollen lips. He reached behind himself, only to realize in his haste he had forgotten his wand. May I borrow your wand, Harry? In his past life, Harry had freely wielded his hawthorn wand, for it had expressed sentiments Draco himself had not yet recognized. Now, would he be able to use Harry's wand? Draco felt a twinge of apprehension. But as he effortlessly wielded the holly wand to alleviate the boy's minor discomfort, his joy and pride were unmistakable. Harry shot him an irritated glare, shoving him away in exasperation. This time, Draco offered no resistance, raising his hands in surrender and stepping back. Though dinner had long passed, he felt abundantly satisfied. Being still young, Draco had no intention of acting inappropriately. He endeavored to coax a smile from the savior, while grandly escorting him back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Shameless, was the only thought Hermione could muster upon witnessing Harry's swollen, crimson lips. Were all Slytherins so lacking in shame? Harry, have you really succumbed to him? Ron lamented, his despair evident. Had his friend truly forgotten the sorrow of just days prior? Of course not. Harry immediately retorted, though his conviction faltered as he added. He said he wants to pursue me. And what happened to your lips? Hermione, exasperated, lamented. There was no precedent for kissing someone before winning their affection. Ah. Harry, in a state of bewilderment, reached up to touch his lips, feeling no discomfort, and he was certain that Draco had resolved the matter. Clearly, the cunning Slytherin had merely alleviated his pain, leaving Harry blissfully unaware as he returned to the common room with visibly bruised lips. Draco was no fool. Everyone at Hogwarts had assumed he and Harry were a couple, and he had foolishly rejected Draco in front of everyone, which undoubtedly aroused the interest of many of the Savior's fans. If he did not quickly assert his claim, what if Harry was led astray by someone else? That scoundrel. Ron was itching to punch Draco, his red hair making him appear as though he had swallowed countless snails. Hermione felt a sense of despair. The know-it-all girl believed her good friend had landed himself in a rather precarious situation. Promise me, Harry, to torment him a little longer, won't you? This was Hermione's last hope as she patted Harry's shoulder in resignation. Harry agreed, vowing that he would not easily acquiesce to Draco's advances. The boy resolved to ensure that his childhood friend endured some hardship, just as he did. Chapter 63, A Fit of Anger. After Ron's incessant admonishments throughout the night, Harry stumbled into class the next day, his mind clouded with sleep, and rushed to potions class, determined not to be late. However, as soon as they stepped out of the common room, they were nearly blinded by a large bouquet of roses. Good morning, my dear Harry, a gift for you, Draco proclaimed, presenting the roses with a self-satisfied grin. I didn't have time for breakfast, so I brought you some. The boy pulled out warm sandwiches and syrup-filled pastries from his pocket, noticing Ron's menacing gaze, and tossed him a leather pouch. This is for you and Granger. Harry felt a twinge of embarrassment, not due to the breakfast, but because the enormous bouquet was far too conspicuous. He was no girl, and such things did not delight him. The reluctant savior dutifully carried the flowers to potions class. After finishing his breakfast, Ron, with his round belly, grabbed Harry's arm, attempting to pull him away from Slytherin's grasp. What are you doing? Draco protested, tightening his hold around Harry's waist. Did Weasley not understand the principle of eating from another's plate? Ron, feigning ignorance, continued to fixate on Harry, his eyes clearly conveying his thoughts. What happened to tormenting him? Harry swallowed hard, realizing Ron had a point. Just as he was about to pry Draco's hand away, Draco interjected coolly. This is potions class, Harry. Do you want to partner with Weasley? A light bulb went off in Harry's mind as he turned earnestly to Ron. He has a point, Ron. If we pair up, we'll just end up in trouble. Ron nearly spat with frustration, yet found himself at a loss for words. The crafty Malfoy had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. While Harry was still troubled about where to place the bouquet, Draco deftly cast a shrinking charm, tucking the small bouquet into Harry's shirt pocket. Now you can carry it with you always. Witnessing Harry so easily swayed, Hermione covered her eyes in despair. She knew Harry would not last even a day. The arrival of Professor Snape quelled the lively atmosphere in the room, and Draco dared not misbehave in front of their esteemed teacher, diligently working alongside Harry to brew potions. Ron, grinding his teeth in dissatisfaction, grumbled to Neville beside him. Look at Malfoy's untrustworthy hands. He is merely cutting a daisy root, yet he has to touch Harry's hand. Neville scratched his head. But didn't they used to do that before, Ron? What are you getting all worked up about? Ron found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Neville's earnest expression, and finally vented, "He's annoying. Why did he have to embarrass Harry like that?" Ron continued to elaborate on how irksome Malfoy was when Professor Snape's deep, threatening voice interrupted. Unsurprisingly, Gryffindor's points dwindled once again. This is all Malfoy's fault, Ron thought sullenly as he caught Hermione's predatory glare. Fortunately, the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class was not with Slytherin, and Ron perked up again. However, Harry felt a knot of anxiety. Merlin's beard. Surely Moony knew about his relationship with Draco. How would he explain it? Initially, he believed he and Draco could be together, so he planned to disclose everything to Moony once they succeeded. Yet fate had other plans. Just last weekend he had been sobbing in Remus's arms, swearing never to speak to Draco again. Never mind, let us take it one step at a time. Harry steeled himself, convinced that Moony would not take drastic measures against him and Draco. As expected, once the defense against the dark arts class concluded, Harry was summoned for a private conversation with Professor Lupin, who regarded him with a knowing look that made Harry cast his gaze downward. "You've forgiven him already?" "Of course not," Harry instinctively retorted, only to find Remus placing a hand on his shoulder. "Well done, Harry." Remus seemed to recall something, his expression twisting slightly as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Don't give in too easily, make him work for it." Okay, Harry stammered, nodding obediently. Satisfied with Harry's compliance, Remus pinched his cheek gently and retrieved a large bag of cookies from his drawer. "Go home. Everything is well. If anything arises, make sure to tell me. Share the cookies with your friends." As he watched Harry's retreating figure, Remus sighed, lamenting that neither the large nor the small brought him peace of mind. Ever since Grindelwald had taken up residence beside Albus, Sirius had become quite idle, merely directing a few operations at the ministry before pretending to lead searches and returning home at quitting time. A dog cannot have excess energy, Remus mused, realizing the truth in that statement. Once Sirius became idle, he was relentless, pestering Remus every evening, and even following him to Hogwarts, where he was firmly rebuffed by Professor Lupin, who cherished his teaching role and did not wish to lose face before the students. Yet, Hogwarts required the protection of Aurors. Sirius, with his dog-like eyes, proclaimed grandly, "Hogwarts needs protection." Remus could no longer tolerate it and kicked him out of the room. "A fugitive is currently at Hogwarts, and you want to meddle in school affairs by bringing Aurors? That would just create trouble for Albus." Trouble indeed. Albus was currently struggling with the greatest nuisance of his life. Grindelwald insisted on claiming his resurrection stone ring, and if he refused, he threatened to accuse Albus of not caring for him at all. "You're over 100 years old. Can you stop acting like a child throwing a tantrum?" Albus fumed, noting that even Antonia was more obedient than this. "I warn you, I will not part with either the resurrection stone or the Elder Wand. If you do not repent, return to Nurmengard." Grindelwald grew increasingly displeased, claiming he only wished to safeguard Albus's possessions out of concern for Al. He was ungrateful and had the audacity to compare himself to that little brat? As Grindelwald's anger mounted, Albus felt a sense of despair. Did he not even wish to maintain the pretense a little longer? Gripping the Elder Wand tightly within his robes, he found himself compelled to send Grindelwald back once more. To his surprise, Grindelwald transformed into an owl, giving a wing flap to the napping fox on the shelf, casting a disdainful glance at Dumbledore, and flew straight out of the office, leaving Albus standing there in stunned silence. Chapter 64, Nagini. With Grindelwald's extraordinary abilities and talents, the reconstruction of his former grand power was hardly a formidable challenge, and such an endeavor would certainly serve to demonstrate to that young fellow, Voldemort, what true audacity entails. Even during his recent escape, he had harbored this ambition. However, upon inadvertently stumbling into the Black family residence and beholding Albus, he experienced a profound change of heart. His beloved Al looked exceedingly weary. Through his very bones and skin, Gellert sensed that Albus's soul was saturated with weariness and solitude. Should he once again disturb the turbulent waters of the magical realm, how would Al cope? What kind of pressures would that foolish crowd impose upon him? Would Albus be forced to intervene once more to mediate the conflict between opposing forces? If disaster were to strike, and Al were to orchestrate his own demise as foretold, what would be the significance of all that he had done? His earlier years had been sufficiently tumultuous yet exhilarating. He had come to realize, through years of imprisonment, that his past ideologies were erroneous. Was he truly destined to repeat those missteps? Absolutely not, Grindelwald silently vowed. Power was no longer his pursuit, nor did he crave the flattery and loyalty of followers. He merely desired to remain by Albus's side, offering him a blissful twilight of life. He was content to be the sharpest sword at Dumbledore's side, even if it meant living in obscurity until his death. But there was a line to be drawn. Albus's ungratefulness and harshness were unacceptable. Grindelwald fumed inwardly. A small owl flitted its wings, soaring to the highest point of the castle, aimlessly spiraling. He needed Albus to come and soothe him. That bespectacled boy with a scar must be Harry Potter, the boy who lived? He appeared rather ordinary. The owl perched on a corner of the windowsill, peering through the glass into the classroom. Inside, a strangely dressed woman was muttering incantations while holding a crystal ball. It was divination class, the elective Draco regretted signing up for, without exception. All his electives were chosen by Harry, and he was utterly unaware of what they entailed. This bizarre woman even made them examine tea leaves? What was there to see in such a thing? Harry, too, frowned, struggling to discern any pattern in the tea leaves. Unfortunately, Professor Trelawney happened to arrive at their table, leaving him to exchange an awkward glance with his childhood friend, only to find resignation reflected in the other's eyes. "Oh, child," Professor Trelawney lifted Draco's teacup, scrutinizing the pattern within. "The tea leaves reveal that you shall get your heart's desire." "I understand, thank you, Professor." Draco managed to respond politely, even though he comprehended nothing. However, he could accept it as a lovely blessing, still hoping that his wishes would come to fruition. His gaze fell upon the dark-haired Gryffindor beside him, who was furrowing his brows in contemplation over the tea leaves, a tender glimmer surfacing in his gray eyes. He wished fervently for his little savior to attain his desires. Outside the window, the little owl tilted its head, and Grindelwald found it perplexing that such a level of proficiency could qualify one as a professor. Could he not also teach? Yet he found divination lacking in intrigue. He preferred to impart knowledge of other subjects. A flicker of crimson traversed the azure sky, as Fox landed beside the owl, extending a wing to pat Grindelwald, only to turn its head away, clearly still harboring a grudge from earlier. It emitted a cry before departing without a backward glance, and Grindelwald surmised this was a cue for him to follow. Owl had already softened towards him, had he not? Gellert triumphantly trailed the phoenix back to the headmaster's office, closing the door behind him and eagerly gazing at Albus, who remained motionless, head bowed. Grindelwald was taken aback. He had only stepped out briefly. What had transpired? His keen gaze darted towards the portraits of previous headmasters, having previously threatened them to keep their tongues in check without receiving any answers. Al. Gellert approached Albus, noticing he was staring blankly at a letter in his hands. Albus made no move to resist as the letter was taken. It was from Lucius, containing news that one of the remaining 3 Horcruxes might be Nagini, Voldemort's pet. The image of that woman, once subjected to a blood curse and indignity, yet strong and brave, flashed through Albus's mind. He could scarcely fathom how she had become Voldemort's pet, let alone a Horcrux. Perhaps this information was inaccurate. After a moment, Grindelwald carefully spoke. "Moreover, you know, Al, she has lost all her memories of being human." "I know," Albus replied slowly, his tone tinged with despondency. If Nagini truly had become a Horcrux, he had no reason to abandon her. But Gellert, witnessing Albus's demeanor, sighed helplessly and extended an arm to gently embrace him. "Do you know where she is? I could go fetch her, and then we can devise a plan." Both were acutely aware that even if there were a way to retrieve Nagini and resolve the fragment of soul within her, she could never revert to being human. Furthermore, the fate of Horcruxes was invariably destruction. Albus sighed softly, lifting his gaze to meet Grindelwald's concerned eyes, feeling somewhat discomfited. He stood up, pushing the man's arm away, and began to pace the office. After a moment, he turned to Grindelwald. "Do you think there might be a method to break the blood curse within Hogwarts's library?" Gellert. Draco glanced at the book in his hands, which was making a cacophony of noise, his lips twitching in annoyance. Could Hagrid not select a different textbook? Fortunately, he had already figured out how to silence this one. Running his fingers along the spine of the book, Draco looked up to find Harry, who was deliberately keeping his distance, appearing troubled. The boy chuckled lightly and strode over to Harry, looking down at him from above. "What's the matter? The illustrious Harry Potter can't even handle a single book?" Under the piercing gaze of those emerald eyes, Draco felt a flutter in his heart, donning a smirk that mingled mockery with flirtation. "Why not ask me for help?" He waved the now quiet textbook in his hand. Harry was not inclined to indulge him, shoving the problem back into Slytherin's lap, feigning anger as he turned away, counting down on his fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As his 5 fingers came together, a large piece of golden toffee adhered to his back. Draco, wearing a sheepish grin, returned the now silenced book to Harry, saying, "Oh great savior, please don't be angry," before snatching the book from Ron, who was still confused, and demonstrating how to quiet it. Ron looked bewildered as the book inexplicably left his possession. only to return just as mysteriously. Looking up, he saw Harry and Malfoy embracing, all too close for comfort. The innocent Ron was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should be angry. "Never mind," Hermione said, patting Ron's shoulder. "You'll get used to it." Chapter 65. The Forceful Kiss. Upon seeing Buckbeak, the magnificent and powerful hippogriff, Draco instinctively reached to touch his arm, remembering how, in a previous life, he had provoked Harry only to be met with a kick. He found it somewhat amusing. In truth, it wasn't that serious. He merely wished for the kind-hearted savior to pay him a bit more attention. Unfortunately, after feigning injury for so long, he had not succeeded in getting Harry to visit the hospital wing. Harry observed his childhood friend touching his arm, feeling a bit uneasy, a sprinkle of concern glimmering in his eyes as he grasped Draco's arm. "Is something wrong? Should we go see Madame Pomfrey?" Draco was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Harry was worried about the scars left by the basilisk. Just as he was about to shake his head, he soon remembered and whispered softly in Harry's ear, feeling a tad unwell, "Would you mind giving me a massage after class?" The prey had indeed fallen into the trap, and the cunning Slytherin could not help but wear a smirk of satisfaction. "All right, who wishes to greet Buckbeak now?" Hagrid's deep voice resonated. "Splendid, Harry, simply splendid." "Oh, does Mr. Malfoy wish to join as well? How delightful." Eagerly Harry stepped forward. Having heard from his godfather about the majestic hippogriff, he had been told that riding such a creature would be an exhilarating experience. Yet, he was surprised to see Draco step up as well. "What, you think you can do it and I can't?" Draco pouted, displeased by Harry's scrutinizing gaze. To everyone's astonishment, young Malfoy effortlessly gained Buckbeak's permission and extended his hand towards the savior. "Come up, Harry." With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, Buckbeak soared into the sky, carrying the two boys aloft. Both were accomplished seekers, untroubled by fear, instead reveling in the exhilarating sensation. Draco's hand firmly gripped Harry's waist, cautioning him not to grasp Buckbeak's feathers. "What did you say?" Harry's voice was swept away by the wind as Buckbeak flew over the mountains of Hogwarts, circling the castle and gliding over the shimmering river. The dark-haired boy cheered with excitement as Buckbeak soared to the treetops, where Harry met Draco's penetrating gaze. In a moment of impulsivity, he leaned forward and planted a fervent kiss on Draco's lips, without giving him a chance to react. Harry beckoned Buckbeak back to Hagrid and returned to his Gryffindor companions. "Was it fun, Draco?" Goyle inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "Did it go fast?" "Your face is all flushed from the wind." Blaise burst into laughter, clearly unconvinced. In a cozy little space, what could Malfoy possibly do? Surely it wasn't so intense that even young Malfoy felt embarrassed? Blaise teased, and even after receiving a punch from Draco, he continued to jest, claiming they were merely bullying Buckbeak, who could not respond. The innocent Malfoy found himself unjustly splattered with ridicule, his teeth clenched in frustration, vowing to make Blaise pay when they returned to the dormitory. However, at that moment, he had more pressing matters at hand. "You just kissed me, Harry." Draco cornered him between the brooms. "You must take responsibility." Initially eager to see the state of Draco's arm, Harry found himself at a loss for words. He realized that Draco's demeanor suggested he was not genuinely troubled. Having been fooled once, Harry quickly crouched down and wriggled out of Draco's embrace. No need for melodramatics. "Get off me." Draco seized his wrist, exerting a slight force to pull him back into his arms, his eyes brimming with displeasure. He hadn't yet received an explanation for himself. "What are you doing?" As Harry noticed Draco lowering his head, he immediately covered his mouth, refusing to let him have the upper hand. Impulsiveness and being bullied were two separate matters. "I'll take another advance, all right, Harry. Dream on." Harry shot him a glare, dismissing the cliched excuse. "I never said I would be with you. Where does this notion of an advance come from? Do you think I'm foolish?" "Well, the savior is certainly clever," Draco sighed, before suddenly yanking Harry's hand away and grasping his waist, fiercely kissing him. Harry was once again overwhelmed by the kiss, his eyes glimmering with confusion, blushing as he blinked at Draco, who whispered with a chuckle in his ear, "Then I suppose I must resort to force." Meanwhile, Sirius was even more adept at seizing opportunities than Draco. While Remus had barred others from visiting Hogwarts, he hadn't prohibited the presence of Buckbeak. Who says defense against the dark arts class doesn't require a canine assistant? Buckbeak obediently stood beside Professor Lupin, listening attentively as Remus, with his soothing voice, instructed the young students. The dog's eyes darted around. Rumors had spread that some students wished to engage in a romantic relationship with Professor Lupin. What a fanciful dream. After all, the Ministry of Magic's most pressing task lately was to locate Grindelwald, who was languidly residing in the headmaster's office. So Sirius decisively delegated all trivial matters to his trusted subordinate, focusing solely on resolving his rivalry. "Well done, Miss Charles," Remus praised, as the brave Ravenclaw girl successfully confronted a boggart. The little girl gazed at Professor Lupin without blinking, suddenly blushing and scurrying to the back of the line. Buckbeak's excited tail abruptly stopped, and he lifted his front paw in pursuit, only to be restrained by warm, dry hands. Having known him for many years, Remus treated Buckbeak as if he were a part of his own family, ensuring that he would not endanger the students. As Buckbeak's fur was gently stroked, he let out a contented grunt. Among the students, there were many who adored dogs. Their curiosity piqued, they approached the bear-sized canine, but were quickly deterred by his fierce gaze. Remus, with a sigh, tugged at Buckbeak's ears and soothingly patted his neck, reminding himself to avoid any trouble as class was nearing its end. Once back in the office and finding it empty, Buckbeak transformed into a handsome man and forcefully pinned Professor Lupin against the desk, speaking with intensity. "That student earlier, she likes you, doesn't she? Merlin. She has practically the same age as your students. What are you thinking, Sirius?" Remus felt a headache coming on, exasperated by Sirius's childish jealousy. "And what about that guy who was pestering you with questions this morning? 7th years aren't he so young? You just said he is a 7th-year student. It's perfectly normal for him to ask questions in preparation for exams. There is a significant age gap between us. What else could there be besides a student-teacher relationship?" Sirius remained unhappy, convinced that his beloved Remus only grew more attractive with age, and that those spirited youths would undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives to encroach upon his territory. Absolutely unacceptable. So consumed by his rivalry with potential suitors, Sirius completely forgot to teach Draco a lesson for having rejected Harry, allowing the young Malfoy to escape unscathed. A fortunate turn of events indeed.